Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we'll get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void, never to be seen again. Well, beautiful to see all of you people here this evening. Tuesday, Election Day. Oh yeah, and it's been a full week since Election Day in California. So we actually have 5, not 4 elections to talk about today. A bunch of other things as well on the list to discuss, but first, some shout-outs. Wow, very quiet in the YouTube chat and Twitch chat. We are starting early. Man to the Pivot, Young Chris, Quaximus123 in the YouTube chat, MST Wash, Close Fourth, Omega Star, over on Twitch. Well, we got a lot to talk about here tonight. Pretty crazy stuff happening as the votes come in California. Things are changing. As a matter of fact, let's start there, because there's a bunch of people who are quite upset about how votes are changing. That California is continuing to count the votes. Let's go here to NBCLA. Turn it off.
Decision 2026, and we could be just moments away from LA County calling the race for LA Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm Annabelle Sedano.
I'm Jonathan Gonzalez. Michael and Colleen are off today. Here's where things stand right now. Mayor Karen Bass is still on top at this hour, but this weekend, Nithya Raman overtook Spencer Pratt, moving into that second position. But within the next hour, officials are expected to post today's updated ballot count, and that could be enough to call the race.
And this is where it all happens. Take a look. Here's a live look inside the vote processing center in the City of Industry. It's a painstaking process that's taken nearly a week and still not even over. And that's what's driving critics, including President Trump, crying foul.
Do you think it's appropriate that they have an election and 5 days later they're nowhere close to picking a winner?
State and local officials acknowledge they are slow. They're urging.
No, they're crooked.
That's President Trump this weekend on NBC's Meet the Press, and soon after that, he ended the interview. Today, we talked to LA County Registrar Dean Logan for his response and why it takes so long.
Of course, Donald Trump is very upset about it. Republicans are very upset that California counts the votes, but huge state in size and in terms of geography. And since elections are run by states, California has decided to allow for 7 days for mail-in ballots, which have been postmarked the day of the election or before, right? So last week, the 2nd, if it's postmarked on the 2nd, they'll accept that ballot so long as it comes in by tonight. And they'll be counting those and continuing to count. They have been. We've been watching it. And Republicans are seething over that fact. It's like, oh, how dare they continue to count votes that don't have my name on it.
Quite frankly, for us, those are distractions, and we're not going to be distracted by that. We know that the process here is in compliance with our election laws in California. We know that we're doing everything we can to make sure that every valid cast ballot that was timely received is included in the final results. Unfortunately, we're dealing in a political environment where when you don't like the outcome of the election, the game plan is to attack the process. We can't let that affect the way we do our work. Unfortunately, it is affecting how the public feels about the elections process, and I think that's unfortunate.
NBC4's Karma Dickerson joining us live now from that vote.
Yeah, honestly, some people, I don't know, myself would call it federal election interference. For the president to be chiming in on these races and making these claims. I would say that that's interference. But nobody holds him accountable for anything that he does.
With more reaction from the candidates today. Karma.
Yes, the counting question is happening over my shoulder as we speak. As you mentioned, we are expecting some new numbers shortly, but we know that this is a race that has been turbulent. It's been a nail biter. And with the pending release of those new numbers currently, there's less than 1 percentage point that separate Nithya Raman from Sandra Pratt.
In a race that's been marked by the unexpected, another twist as votes for LA Mayor continue to be counted. Candidate Nithya Raman has moved into second place, overtaking Spencer Pratt by about 3,100 votes and trailing incumbent Mayor Karen Bass by about 55,000. Though polling going into the election showed Raman coming in just behind Mayor Bass, the initial election return showed Raman in third place. However, with each vote update, she's narrowed the gap. Raman today releasing a statement saying,
yeah, she's actually only 45,000 away as of right now. Spencer Pratt continues to trail more and more. But here's what's crazy about this, is I literally said this. Go back, watch us talking about this. I went back and looked through it. We did the math and said, look, we know. Republicans love voting in person for some reason. They don't like mail-in voting. They hate it. They think it's cheating. Even though the president himself does it all the time. But Democrats are fine with it because it's weird to have an obsession with voting in person. It takes a lot of time. Instead, you could just at your leisure circle, or like fill in however your state does the ballots. You fill in the little bubble and mail it in or hand it in, right? It's so much easier. It's at your convenience. And we knew that this was the dynamic. And as time has gone on, I'm actually shocked just how right I was about some of these things. In fact, I think initially I was too pessimistic. I came back and I changed my analysis on it like the day after the election. I think since California does their election so differently than everybody else, on the night of, I was rather, if you recall, I was rather down about the results. But then I remembered, oh, right. California has a fuck ton of votes to count still. And boy, oh boy, there's actually a lot more for us to talk about. Not just the primary, the mayor's race, right? We're going to have dem on dem, which is very exciting for us. Not for I mean, of course, Republicans are upset, but even Karen Bass and her team, I think, are quite disappointed. They're not going to have an easy target like Spencer Pratt in the general.
Well, how could everyone just go, that Raman really has some great qualities. She did absolutely nothing, terrible in the debate, but she gets a last-minute surge past by the way, there's not ranked choice voting, as the number one seed to be the pick over Bass, and as she surges past Pratt. It's insane, along with the qualifications for mail-in voting. Do you know that if you don't have a driver's license, you can use an employer ID card? Really?
There are a lot of people who look at this and say there is no.
Yeah, some people can't. I know this is crazy to. I always call him Greg Gutfeld, but he's not Greg Gutfeld. What's crazy? What's crazy is that some people don't drive. And look at them they both look pretty concerned. I always forget their names too. I forget all. These are like the backbenchers over at Fox News. These are the tier 2 friends. The kids table over here. And, you know, they both look concerned. I'm concerned. It's just, you know, he's struggling really, really hard with this concept. It's hard to see. It's hard to watch him do it, you know. It's pretty hard.
Pratt. It's insane, along with the qualifications for mail-in voting. Do you know that if you don't have a driver's license, you can use an employer ID card? Really?
There are a lot of people who look at this and say there is no fraud. Okay? I don't think that they're right either when you have a situation where you don't have voter ID.
The process for class president at most schools is more secure than what they're doing right now. And you find out the same day. So the fact that they're mailing ballots to everyone that's registered and then just, oh, okay.
So people can just dig.
I just want to take a look at something really quickly. Here's an interesting little blog here. This seems to be some sort of transportation-based website here called the Stellar Transport. New research finds correlation between senior health and loss of driver's license. Now, here's the thing that I find interesting. 81% of U.S. adults who are over 65 still have their driver's license. 81%. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that number mean? Oh, that means 20% of senior citizens over 65 don't. That's 1 in 5. That's 1 in 5 old people. And, keep wanting to call him Greg fucking Gutfeld. Nobody's here to help me with it right now. What is that fucking guy's name? Brett Baer? No, that's the other guy. $55 million? 55.8 million. According to the last U.S. Census, according to census.gov. So 1 in 5 of 55 million. What is that? What? Is that 25 million? No, that's not right. 10. It's like 12. That's like 12 million people. It's like 12 million senior citizens. That's just senior citizens alone. Here's another question. I wonder how many, like, divorced dads with DUIs are Republican. I'm just wondering out loud. Anybody? We should get figures on that. How many divorced dads with DUIs and no driver's license are Republican voters? And how many senior citizens are Republican voters? And he's like, oh, I can't believe you, without a driver's license, you can vote. Oh, my God. Oh, it's crazy. You can use your employer ID or something. It's like, dude, your employer probably has your fucking social security number, buddy. It's identifiable information. Kilmeade, thank you, Brian Kilmeade. Yes, Brian. Come on, buddy. Come on.
Come on! Garbage cans, find ballots and send them in, apparently forever after an election is over. It's not okay. It's got to come to an end, and people need to go to jail.
People need to go to jail. Dude, these people are out of control.
That was just a tiny taste of the right-wing shitstorm that ensued after Nithya Raman overtook Spencer Pratt in...
I gotta say, to the right-wingers right now who are feeling emboldened by watching the president go back to doing the election denial shit, do you fuckwits remember what happened last time? I know that he's still in power right now, but you guys really want to play this game again? Do you guys really want to play this game again? The election denial stuff did not go well for Republicans last time they did this. And you had to get Trump back in the presidency to free, like, how many? Like 1,500, 1,600 people from federal prison? Right? I just cannot understand why they want to fucking go down this road again. Seems like a really bad idea.
It's not okay. It's got to come to an end, and people need to go to jail.
Yeah, some people do seem to need to go to jail.
That was just a tiny taste of the right-wing shitstorm that ensued after Nithya Raman overtook Spencer Pratt in LA's mayoral race. You heard exasperated Fox News hosts suggest that it was scandalous to allow alternate forms of ID and have ballots mailed to all registered voters, but that's kind of how it's supposed to work. They're trying to make voting less tedious to encourage people to vote. That's how democracies are supposed to function. But my favorite claim came from Republican Randy Fine, who said that people in California were dumpster diving for ballots because, of course, if you're going to rig an election, it makes the most sense to physically go dumpster diving in search of ballots that have already been filled out, as opposed to, say, just printing off a bunch of fake ballots or changing the number in the system. Like, it's nonsensical on its face. And I've already put more thought into this claim than he did, because these people don't think. Like, these are Republicans who just say things without ever thinking them through, ever wondering whether or not they should vocalize the dumb thoughts that are going through their brains, assuming they have internal monologues in the first place. Like, their disappointment is enough for them to conclude that the election was, in fact, rigged. And it seems like the LA race is turning into the new 2020. Elon Musk amplified multiple false claims of election fraud on Twitter to his millions of followers because, of course, closeted homosexual Benny Johnson claimed that it defies all mathematical probability to see a Republican fall to third place in a city that overwhelmingly leans Democrats. Just hilarious. Clay Travis echoed Johnson's sentiment, arguing no one with a functioning brain believes these results. And washed-up actor Kevin Sorbo tweeted, "They're stealing the election in front of our eyes. What?"
You know, here's an idea for all these fucking voter ID freaks. Here's an idea. If you want voter ID so much, put it into law that the government, the federal government, must provide voter ID for every citizen. And if it fails to provide, and it can be proven in court of law that the government owes $10 million in each case that it fails to provide that voter ID to each citizen. You know, and we create an entire agency of people to scour the country for voters, to give them their IDs. You know, millions. We'll employ millions of people. You know, a third of the country, 90 million people. And we'll just get them, we'll go around. It'll be easy because that'll help, right? If we employ a third of the country with this agency, right? Follow me here. Okay, I'm kidding. It's a stupid idea. I'm just saying, like, they're so obsessed with fucking voter ID, but the second that you like suggest like you create an entire government agency and enshrine into law that voter ID must be provided to all people in the country with the right to vote, and if the government fails, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta hire a whole bunch of people. Like, they don't want that. That's not what they want. That's not what they fucking want. It's a poll tax, right? They want you to pay for it. They don't want this. They're trying to create a bar that people have to jump over, right? They're not trying to ensure everybody has the right to vote. They're doing the opposite of that. These people are fucking anti-democratic psychopaths.
be done about it. Of course, Donald Trump also argued on Truth Social that it was not possible for Spencer Pratt to have lost the LA runoffs after the big lead he had. Third world nation, rigged elections. Now they'll be working on great guy Steve Hilton because apparently they can only rig one election at a time. And of course, Trump was one of the first idiots beating this drum, writing on Truth Social the day after the election that there was big cheating by the Democrats in California. And in case you missed it, he threw a conniption fit during an interview about this, which culminated in him storming off like the petulant child that he is.
The election was rigged. It was a dirty election. And it's happening again right now in California.
Presented evidence.
It's happening
that the
right now in
2020 election
California.
was rigged.
Right now, it's look at what's
Where's
happening in
the evidence
California.
to that?
It's
The
4
Republicans
days.
are doing well in
California. It's no, they're not. They're dropping fast because it's a rigged election. Let me tell you, it's 4 days. And they aren't even close to coming up with it.
That's how they count
You know
the
why
votes
they're doing
in
that? Because they're cheating on the election.
Do you have evidence to support
all
that?
I have to do is look. All I have to do is look.
That's not
and I
evidence.
listen. And I listen to people. And let's see what happens.
But sir, that's not evidence.
Do you think it's
I think everybody knows that like Kristen Welker isn't like my favorite journalist or anything, but that was like, yo, go get her, get him, Kristen. That's not evidence, she says. Like the fact is like Trump doesn't open himself up to these sorts of opportunities for people to actually press him on difficult topics. And you can tell that he walked into this thinking that he could just kind of bully Kristen into not asking him any difficult questions or like making any sort of like on any harsh comments. Like that's not evidence, although that doesn't seem like a harsh, but according, like, I mean, if you're Donald Trump, you think that's unfair, right? Like you like saying that, you know, just seeing a guy say something on like Twitter or something is not evidence. That's just a fact, right? Like random Twitter posts do not count as evidence of election fraud, right? That's basically what Trump is saying, though, right? He has no actual evidence. He's got no fake ballots, right? He's got zero proof. He's just making bold, unfounded claims that are effectively an attempt to subvert democracy, right? And to get ahead of what I think he sees as being a blue wave in California. He's trying to get ahead of that and just claim, oh, it was rigged. It was the Democrats. They did it. The nasty Democrats.
That's how they count the votes in
Do you
California.
think it's appropriate that they have an election and 5 days later they're nowhere close to picking a
State
winner?
and local officials acknowledge they are slow. They're urging.
No, they're crooked.
They're urging the votes to be counted quickly. That's how they vote
They're
in
crooked,
California.
just like you're crooked. Your press is crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked.
To be fair, I'm not crooked, but let's
Really?
Let's
Well, you
continue.
play right into their hands. Then.
Let's continue.
You're either crooked or you're stupid. You play
continue.
right into their hands with this rap. You know that these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged. You know that I won an election in a landslide, and I got 94% bad press.
But, Mr. President,
you know why I
you've
got
never
that?
presented
Because you have no
evidence.
credibility.
But you've never presented evidence that it was rigged. Let's keep talking about. I want to talk about Todd.
You
Blanche.
have more evidence. There's more evidence than ever presented.
Let's talk
Your
about
elections
you
in
went
this
to
country,
court.
we're like a third world country.
But, sir,
your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and
But,
Meet the Press is crooked,
Mr.
and so
President-
is ABC.
And everybody is crooked. And everybody is crooked. And so is ABC. Wait, what channel are we on? Now, I just want to point something out. You'll notice in the bottom right-hand corner, I know it's sort of, I know it's kind of covered up by my, it says NBC News. That's because this is on NBC News, Meet the Press, not ABC. Like, he identifies the show he's on, but he doesn't know what channel it's on. Nasty Meet the Press and ABC. Both. Both of them very, very crooked. Because he's talking to a woman. I mean, does he do well with women? No. But I don't think it's because of that. Like, we saw what he did to ABC's Terry Moran, right? Remember Terry? Terry, you're blowing it. Terry, you're blowing it, Terry. Terry, look, Terry, it's a big shot for you, okay, Terry? And you're screwing it up, okay? Look, Terry, I'm here doing a big favor. Like, he did a very similar thing. He just lost it like 20% more during this interview. Like, let's be real. Things are going like 20% worse for him than they were back then. So I don't know if I can attribute it to Kristen being a woman. I mean, we have a lot of evidence that he does not, once again, do well with women, but he does not do well with these sit-down interviews, right? And they just seem to be going worse and worse as the Trump administration goes on. Making a lot of unfounded claims about the elections, being very nasty to Kristen. You know, that logo was all over the gear he was staring, and almost definitely. I'm sure that the letters NBC were all over the place, and he's like, and ABC. But what does he care? He doesn't. Who's gonna fact check me? I meant to say that. A lot of people are calling NBC ABC News because they're as fake as ABC. Everybody's saying. Whoopsies, I did not mean to open that up. How do I use that? Okay. All right. Let's talk some more about these races. Here's a question. Can Tom Steyer pull a Nithya Raman and take out Steve Hilton in the governor's race in California?
It is official. Incumbent LA Mayor Karen Bass and City Councilwoman Nithya Raman will face off in the general election come November. Good evening once again. I'm Jonathan Gonzalez.
And I'm Annabelle Sedano. Michael and Colleen are off today. The updated numbers were released about an hour ago. Raman was able to clinch the #2 spot after she picked up over 28% of those votes. Pratt trailing in third with 25% of the vote. And shortly after the results came down, a statement from Bass's re-election campaign was released. It says, quote, a campaign against Nithya Raman, who allows encampments near schools and cuts the police force, is one Mayor Karen Bass looks forward to winning.
Meanwhile, Nithya Raman also released a statement earlier that reads in part, for too long, City Hall has prioritized giving political advantage to powerful interests that fund elections.
Now, since this came out, and this was like 19 hours ago, not a lot has changed, but some votes have come in, as you can see here. Hold on, I should collapse this more so it's all visible. What if I do this? That's better. Yeah. As you can see, there's been some amount of votes. Like, Steve Hilton's got about 75,000. Tom Steyer's gotten about 100,000. So Tom's picking up votes slightly faster than Steve is right now. I've been trying to do the math. I don't think he's going to do it. He might, and I'd be thrilled to see him take out Steve. But this one's feeling like it's not. Granted, there's plenty of votes to make it happen. And perhaps this will be the case. Perhaps all the latest votes that went in were very heavily Democratic or heavily Tom Steyer or whatever. Right now, I mean, you can see that he's only picked up, 0.2% in the last 19 hours? Still, but even this number's actually gone down since I last looked at it like a couple hours ago, so I'm not saying it can't. I'm just saying it's a long shot right now. Totally doable. And he has made up some definite ground since the early days of the counting, right? Like, well, of course, like in the first 24 hours, Steve Hilton was in first place. Tom Steyer was way, way back. Now, we can't forget about the House races. We'll get to those in a second.
This is on their website, by the way. And I'm sitting there yesterday, I'm like, there's no way this has to be real. So if you go, Rob, right now and ask chat or ask ChatGPT,
I know.
What is the sentence? There's no way this has to be real. What does that mean? There's no way this has to be real. I feel like I know what he's trying to say, but in no way on paper does that make any sense. There's no way this has to be. I feel like what he's saying is there's no way this can be real. There's no way that this can be real, but he's saying there's no way this has to be real. I don't. I'm trying to be as generous as possible to old PPD, but it's not making a ton of sense.
Like number. I know you like the number. Ask ChatGPT. Oh my God, my goat. He done did it again. Now let's get back to conspiracy theories. Fox News. Spencer Pratt. Breaking news. Spencer Pratt falls to third after latest ballot count. And of course, right-wingers predictably are saying this is a theft that has taken place.
And here's the news. Illegal. Spencer Pratt, who held on to second place all week last week, has now dropped to third. And Nithya Raman, a progressive who used to work and support Karen Bass, has now moved into slot number 2. Pratt trails Raman now by about 3,000 votes as it stands right now on this Monday morning at 6 o'clock in the morning in California. We expect to get more votes later today, but
yeah, right-wingers are chirping about this because they're shocked at the concept that a city that despises Donald Trump would not vote in large enough numbers to make its mayor a version of Donald Trump at a time when Donald Trump is even less popular than the last time there was an election in this city where Trump was on the ballot, where Kamala Harris was plus 53 up on Donald Trump. President Trump has criticized California's election process, stating it's not possible for LA mayoral candidate Spencer Pratt to have lost his early lead, while also criticizing the length of time it takes to count the votes. Trump says not possible for Spencer Pratt to have lost the LA runoffs after the big lead he had, third world nation, rigged elections. Now they'll be working on great guy Steve Hilton. Won't have results for possibly 2 weeks, according to officials. President DJT. Yeah.
Dude, Steyer's only 200,000 votes with 1.2 million votes. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Were you listening? Just make sure. Were you listening? Because I said I've said it's totally possible. I'm just not convinced that it'll happen. Right? Like follow me. Follow me into the world of the numbers, please, quickly. Okay. All right. No, don't get me wrong. Once again, we can make it happen. We can make it happen. We can make it go either way here, right? Now, I think we can guarantee that there will be more Steyer votes than Hilton votes in this batch, right? You got 1.265. Let's flip them. Let's say Tom gets 25, Steve gets 22 and a half, and Javier gets the same amount, right? If you go 22. Why is this not fucking... There we go. What am I doing? Yeah. Huh? Yeah. That's 284 for Steve plus 2055272. All right, I guess that gets Steve to 2,339,897, right? I'm just gonna write that down so I don't forget it. And then you go point, what did I say, 25? Yeah, 25 times 1, 2, 6, 5, 0, 0, 0, 316, 250. Do you see what I'm saying here? Are you following me right now? Right? Because if you add this, I can already see it. 1, 8, 4, 9, 3, 6, 7. See, that's 200,000 short, or 170,000 short. Now you could go so far as to say maybe he gets 35%, right? If he gets 35%, and Steve gets 22.5% times 1.265, but we are going to start pushing up in the upper bounds of the. Actually, let me think. Actually, we're doing okay. This is still definitely within the realm of possibilities. That gets him closer, but that still doesn't do it, I don't think. That's still short by 4,000 votes. No, 40,000 votes. 40,000, not 40,000. It's hard to make this happen. You see what I'm saying? It's hard to make this math actually happen. Because at this point, all right, you go 0.4. Right? If you give him 40% of the vote, this means he's getting 13% more of the vote out of the remaining 1.25 than Javier Becerra, who's currently leading. No matter how much he sucks, that's just the math of it. That adds up to what? 67.8% of the vote plus the 22. That's 89. That's like, so that's 90% of the vote. And you're assuming 10%. At this point, you're saying 10% didn't vote for these three guys. Remember, there's still going to be all these other candidates still in the race, right? We can't forget about that. Like some portion, like we have to accept that some portion of them are going to not vote for these three candidates. And at this point, we're basically at the 10%, right? Anything above 40%, and you're just saying basically nobody's voting for anybody else, right? But even at 0.4, you're almost not getting it done. Whoopsies. That does it, I think. Yeah, by like 15,000, 20,000 votes or something like that. Yeah. Well, you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not as hopeful on this particular one. Totally doable, but really starting to stretch the bounds of limitations. Now, of course, anything could happen. But there's Chad Bianco. He's still in the race. He's gotten 10% of the vote so far. Katie Porter's got picked up 4.5. Matt Mahan's picked up 4. Antonio Villaraigosa, he's picked up like 1.5. Right? Those are all the candidates that have picked up more than a single digit, like an integer, more than 1%. That's not a decimal. Of course, there's a ton of other candidates who have picked up little amounts of votes, right? You see what I'm saying here? I was just quickly looking at it and saying, I don't think so. But who am I to say?
Doesn't seem likely that Tom Steyer is going to make it into the runoff, if we're being real, unfortunately, because it would have been nice to block out that British dickhead too from the top of the ticket. While this is the least surprising turn of events, some additional insight into extra unsurprising moments have been the Republicans claiming that there is some sort of election theft taking place, as they always say. Now, of course, this obviously doesn't make any sense because Karen Bass doesn't want to match up against Nithya Raman. Karen Bass wants to match up against Spencer Pratt. So if we are to assume that the California establishment machine, the Democratic Party machine, was actually cooking the books, they would not cook it in favor of Nithya Raman, as someone with a much better shot at unseating the incumbent Karen Bass. Here is one example of this for Tom Steyer versus Javier Becerra. Former endorser of Eric Swalwell, Ted Lieu, who sucks. Ted Lieu openly says, I endorse Javier Baccaria. Xavier Baccaria. That's why I hope Republican Steve Hilton remains in the top 2. The latest vote updates show Hilton will likely beat Steyer. Once again, ridiculous thing to admit, you idiot. Do you not understand that there are down ballot consequences in your state for your party if more Republicans come out and vote in the general? He does.
Yeah, that's the thing about this. It's so fucking crazy to me. Like, they don't want to make it, like, these incumbent Dems don't want to make it about the fucking issues. They're so scared of people turning this election into an election about the issues in the Democratic Party. Not just sort of partisan fighting. That's all they want. They just want to do partisan fighting and be able to say Trump, 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 Trump at the fucking debate in the general. And it's just pathetic. It's like, are you that afraid of putting in the work? Are you that afraid of putting in the work and or losing your donors? You don't want to say anything that might alienate them? Because that's what that is. Because they're afraid. They're afraid. They're afraid of either being exposed for just, how bought they are, or, they're just afraid of having to speak on issues that are going to alienate their fucking, alienate their donor base. Not the voter base, the donor base. Because a lot of these incumbent Democrats, sadly, they don't really care about the voters. They're not taking in a ton of small dollar donations from their constituents. They're taking in big dollar donations from a tiny group of constituents. Some of them out of state. Many of them probably out of state. And, of course, political action committees and other sorts of dark money groups. I think polls are going to start closing very soon here. First, actually, I think Maine, maybe, when did Maine close? Hold on, let me look at this real quick. $8 p.m. Oh, that's soon. They're Eastern Standard Time, right, in Maine? Yeah, polls close in 23 minutes. Nice. Okay. Good. We're still doing good on time. I'm doing perfectly on time. Let's take a quick break from Hassan. Probably go back to him for a second, depending on how much time we have left. By the way, we still have a bunch of stuff to talk about after the elections. Tonight is not just going to be an election stream. So long as we complete the galactic content goal, of course. Who knows how long we'll be talking elections? Will be many hours, most likely, but that's done. All sorts of other topics to discuss, so please do consider contributing. After, of course, following on Twitch and subscribing on YouTube in one of the many ways that we have available to you. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, Throne. Although Throne doesn't count for the galactic content goal, I should make that more clear. Should be better at that. What next? Yes, right. I want to take a look at these House results. Because if you recall, I was initially, on the night of, I had very pessimistic views. But now we are looking at a very good, fairly good situation on many of these races. District 2 here. Look at this. Rosie. Look at this. She was back here. If you recall, she was in like 6th place. And now she's in 3rd place. 7%, 8%, 11,000 votes behind the 2nd place GOP candidate. Democrat incumbent, I think Jared Huffman is his name, is already advancing to the general. But Rose here with 33% of the vote left could technically do it. Same thing for Eric Jones, but Eric is now 2,000 votes away from doing the same thing here to make it another Dem v. Dem general election. Richard Reel, I think is his name, Republican candidate. Look at this. Only 2,000 votes, 72% of the vote in. This one could definitely happen. I think, honestly, Eric Jones is much more likely to overtake than Rosie. Even though there's slightly less of the vote in District 2. Just because of how many... You see what I'm saying? Like, the dynamics of these two races. Eric Jones is just much closer to overtaking. Oh, votes just came in. Oh, I think... Did I just see votes come in? Just happened. I feel like I just saw votes move. But those are two good ones. What else am I watching here? My Bang, I mean. My Bang. District 7. Declared the winner. Look at that. Oh, this one is wild, dude. This just happened. Oh my god. Gotta get one of these.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah!
My Bang, look at it. She didn't take out, but she got the election's been called. My Bang, Debbie Matsui, is that her first name? I can't remember her first name. But incumbent Dem Matsui here just lost by 3,000, more than 3,000 votes. 95% in. Last time we talked about this, My Bang, at least at one point, My Bang was actually behind, I think, both GOP candidates. I think she was in like 4th place. That's wild. That's the opposite of what the incumbent... Here's the thing. These things are the opposite of what Democrats want, right? Like the incumbent, do nothing Dino Dems, you know, the Chuck Schumers, your Hakeem Jeffrieses. They don't want Rosie to advance. They don't want Eric Jones to advance. They don't want Dem v. Dem violence in the general. They don't want this matchup, Vang versus Matsui, which is now definitely happening, right? There's another green tick on my box here. Now, I don't think Mitch Maisler down here is going to... I won't call it. I mean, I could call it. It's clearly he's probably not going to win. But Randy Villegas in District 22 has overtaken Jasmeet Bain's second place. Almost guaranteed. You'd have to take some serious changes here to make it for Jasmeet to overtake Randy at this point. He was actually behind Jasmeet. Still 21% of the vote to come in, so things could still change here, but if anything, considering what's been happening, I feel like Randy is going to overtake David Valadeo more than anything else. But who knows what happens there. I do think the one thing I do think happens there is that Randy goes ahead to the general. It certainly seems like it. That's another win. But I'm not going to green it out until they declare a winner there. Now here's another individual who shocked me. Well, not completely, because I remember I was saying it. She could do it. And she, look at this, 97.3% of the vote in.
I'm staying in the race.
Angelica Dueñas. The one with remember the Knight Rider video that we watched, and some of those, she had some pretty fucking great clips. She's been running to try and get in this seat for a while. She overtook Rudy Melendez, GOP candidate. She's now 1,100 votes with 3,400 votes left to count. 97, like it's almost over. They haven't called it yet, but it could be another Dem v Dem with a galactically endorsed candidate. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 more we could add to this, with a fifth Mei Vang already added in there. I already greened her up. We're talking about like maybe like 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, like 12, like double, maybe even 13. I think that's like possibly more than double the candidates on the first night I thought could get across the finish line. How things have changed. And I think there's a lot of unhappy Dino Dems right now. I'm gonna get the thing I wanted. Potentially a bunch of debates on the actual fucking issues, on how Democrats are supposed to deliver on those issues. 16 minutes.
Understand it, but that's how desperate.
By the way, 16 minutes until the main results start coming in. Of course, Maine will be the first reporting in the Union today. Who's up after that? It's going to be Maine. Oh, Maine and South Carolina simultaneously. Right. South Carolina's up too.
Is for an easy establishment win. What's shocking to me is that he's saying the quiet part out loud, but once again, this is exactly what I was referencing when I said these guys don't want a real race. They don't want any real contest. They just want the establishment pro-Israel stooge, pro-corporate stooge to win. And now Javier Baccaria is probably going to skirt onto an easy victory over Steve Hilton in a state that is overwhelmingly blue. Campaign of LA Mayor Karen Bass is now directing its attacks against Nithya Raman as her presumed opponent in the general election. Obviously, if Karen Bass was matching up against Spencer Pratt, she would highlight how woke she is in comparison to Spencer Pratt being not so woke. But now that she is being outflanked by a further to the left opponent, she very quickly has pivoted to the right in an effort to draw a distinction between herself and Nithya Raman. Her campaign spokesperson, Alex Stack, just issued this statement. We look forward to winning a contest against an opponent who allows encampments near schools and fights against hiring more cops, yet is MIA on saving Hollywood jobs and fighting back when ICE invades LA. Shameless. Harry Emden and his take on the dumb election conspiracies being advanced by the Republican side.
Dumbest conspiracy theory I have ever heard, because the Democratic establishment and Karen Bass wanted Spencer Pratt and the
Dog, you know what this would be like if we were complaining that Amy McGrath lost in Kentucky to Mitch McConnell? How could this have happened? Clearly, there's electoral theft taking place here. Obviously, they shoved the ballots. They packed the mules.
Bass has a real race on her hand if, in fact, Raman is the one who advances. And of course, the Democratic establishment is backing Karen Bass. But versus Spencer Pratt, she was crushing him. She wanted to face Pratt. She wanted nothing.
By the way, this is consistent with the polls, especially because Nithya Raman was gaining. So the idea that it's like totally unexpected is absolutely silly.
To do with Raman. That's why these conspiracy theories, simply put, make no sense, people.
When we talk about favorability, you have more evidence here.
Yeah, this is more evidence. You know,
Holy
why is it that Nithya Raman's doing so much better than Spencer Pratt would against Karen Bass? It's simply put, Raman is actually decently liked by LA City voters. Look at this. Okay, Nithya Raman, +5 on the net favorability rating. Karen Bass, way underwater at -22 points. You basically just need someone who's half decently well-liked to be favored, or at least have a real shot against the incumbent Karen Bass. Spencer Pratt, on the other hand...
You don't understand. As a voter from Ohio, I've never heard of Councilwoman Nithya Raman, and therefore it must mean that she stole the election, because my timeline showed over and over again Spencer Pratt making cool ass AI videos, and clearly whatever I see on my Twitter For You page is reality, is the only reality that I acknowledge. So obviously there's some taking place here. Or here's Ken Benzinger saying this is extremely simple. More than 60% of registered voters in Los Angeles are Democrats. Less than...
Oh, shit. I think South Carolina results are coming in already. I think they closed the polls before Maine does. Currently, Annie Andrews is leading big time in the Senate race here. Kyle Freeman is all the way back in 3rd place. He's our preferred candidate here in this fight. Let's take a look at the House real quick, see how this is going. 7 different districts in South Carolina. Hold on. Seven different districts here in South Carolina. District 1, we had Matt Fulmer. It's our preferred candidate. Oh, Matt is not doing good right now. He's way back there. Oh, he's in 6th place. No votes in District 2 counted yet. No votes counted in District 4. District 3. Ernest Mackins. Oh, really close with Lamacher. Mackins is really close. Oh, boy. I like Mackins. 300 votes back. Less than 300. Jesus. That's a small district. That's 20% of the vote. Oh, wow. That's gonna be... Of course, Jim Clyburn already won. He's a do-nothing Democrat who I knew would win. Clow and Dittmer are complete trash. Dittmer... I think I compared Dittmer to Chris Coons and Clow in the... to Kristen Sinema. It's like pick your poison right here. Vincent, no challenger here, going ahead. Zion Khalifa is our preferred candidate in District 2. Votes coming in 1.1%. He's at 25% right now, 3rd place. Wait, Courtney McLean is going ahead unopposed? Oh, shit. That's a win right there. Courtney's a challenger, dropped out already. Let's go. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that. That's a win. This is a blue dot. Whoops, that's the wrong color. Nope. That's also the wrong color. All right, there's been 3 races called already. Sort of the expected plus 1 shocker in 4th district. McLean's challenger dropping out, or a single vote got counted. Okay. How are we doing on Maine? 8 minutes left waiting on those. All right, I'll keep my eye on this. We'll go back to... Actually, I'm going to skip ahead. How come YouTube no monetization? We got demonetized in
Now
April.
to decision 2020.
We got demonetized in April. YouTube claims that I'm low effort and inauthentic. Whatever the fuck that means.
The world that we live in today, where hard work isn't enough anymore, it's not organic.
Ow.
It isn't natural. It didn't have to be this way. We live in the outcome of policy. And I've been told my entire life that it was ridiculous to dream big. I've been told by establishment politicians for as long as I can remember that dreaming big, looking for structural and systemic change, it was a fantasy. It was ridiculous. It was never going to happen. So why even bother? Just elect the same people over and over and over again. But that's a lie. And we know it is because we've dreamed big before. This is where Francis Perkins comes in. As a good son of Maine, Francis Perkins is my hero. And she wasn't born in Maine, but both of her parents were generational Mainers, and she did her best thinking on the Damariscotta River, and therefore, she's ours. Frances Perkins goes up in the FDR administration, 1933, first woman cabinet member in American history. Longest serving Secretary of Labor in American history. And she goes up with the fundamental belief that the purpose of government is to provide good lives for all under its jurisdiction. She welded that idea to the power and will built by FDR, and they brought us Social Security. And it wasn't a block grant, it wasn't a tax credit, it wasn't a marginal amendment to existing legislation. They invented it out of whole cloth because they believed a society that could not take care of its elderly was no society at all. It was that political philosophy that built the programs of the New Deal that dragged this country out of the Depression. Built the society that won the Second World War, beating back fascism on the international stage. It was that kind of politics that built a society that, for all of its many, many faults, in the 1950s and 60s had the lowest rate of wealth inequality in American history. Highest rates of union density. Highest marginal tax rates, of which I'm sure there's no connection. Then in the 1970s, the forces that saw all of that as bad for their bottom line began to rebuild power. And right now we are living in the outcome of a 50-year project to rip that kind of politics apart, to dismantle all of those programs. Programs that should be in existence today, helping all of us. Use the resources of this country to give everyone in it a decent life. We know that this kind of politics works. We know that it's not a fantasy because we've done it before. And today, the challenges ahead of us, whether it's healthcare or housing, wealth inequality, corruption in our political system, foreign policy that just distributes death and destruction so Raytheon executives can make extra money.
Indeed. All right, we're gonna switch ahead now to the CNN live stream, which I think is up now. So we can be as up to date on the results that are coming in. No reason to be listening to old clips from Graham Plattner. We could be listening to fucking hell. John King, whatever this fucking guy's name is. I still maintain what the fuck. Am I wrong for maintaining that stance? Maintaining the stance of what the fuck is going on here right now? Like, what the fuck is going on here right now? CNN has
Holy Toledo.
Got old Holy Toledo over there.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
The numbers guy, the very best. The great Harry Emden. Instead they trot out John King for these. It's like they don't even want to compete with Steve Kornacki. Although, I don't think there's even a fucking Kornacki camp tonight. Kornacki doesn't care.
Just went blank on me there. So this happens from time to time. We have electricity just like you have in your house, and this happens. So I'll stand here and talk while the team tries to reload that behind me. But Hilton Becerra will be the race in California this November. While I'm waiting for this, I'm going to walk over and look at one of the questions. So you can follow me over here for just a second. I'm going to ask one of the questions here. John, when did you first realize you wanted to be a political analyst? After teaching government and politics for many years, you're the best. Oh, Elliot, that's very kind of you. That's Elliot in Carmel, New York. Again, just a quick comment. I'll walk over here so you can see the graph. Just a better background for me.
Jesus Christ, John, this is terrible. Why do we have a blank screen? What is happening? What are we looking at right now? What is happening? Plattner has a more direct involvement in war crimes, allegedly, and Kamala was in proximity to that for sure, but Plattner's messaging his leagues better than Harris ever was. Yeah, true. I would also point out that most people who have those direct involvement vis-a-vis military combat tend to be much more working class, right? You don't have a bunch of elites rushing off to Iraq, right? Or to Afghanistan after, 9/11 as much. It was poor kids in high school who were getting recruited, being given benefits, healthcare, and free college, and things that they would never be able to afford. And I honestly have a lot more sympathy with those people than I do with the politicians spending the billions to put them there and voting and or not voting, right, to approve these things.
Load up the magic wall. So, Elliot, I really appreciate that question. It's very kind of you. I try to do my best. I don't consider myself the best. I consider myself someone who tries to work hard and do
the
my
very
best.
But we can't get a TV turned on.
I'm a political reporter, although I guess I do.
I consider myself the very best, but I can't seem to get this fucking TV turned on. I'm an old guy. There's a lot of everything's computer. Everything is computer, and it's very difficult. Good God, John.
Some analysis as I look through results and try to use my experience, especially on demographic questions. When did I first decide that? It's an interesting question. My dad was involved in the union. My dad was involved in political negotiations.
Is he just responding to comments on YouTube right now? Wait a second. Should I get in the comments?
I remember him watching Walter Cronkite and muttering words I won't repeat here about Watergate and Richard Nixon. Got me interested in politics. Then I was in school, and I had a Shakespeare professor who said you should take a journalism class.
What?
I think because he thought it paid more.
What is he talking about?
Shakespeare.
Oh, here we go.
Because he thought it paid more than a Shakespeare
You're
professor.
talking about California wait, right now? No. black
People
screen?
are just tired of politicians. That's part of the Plattner. Malloy, she's Geppetto, I'm Pinocchio. It's kind of how it works. Let's check a couple other quick races while we go through this. I get to have a little more fun here on the streaming. I can't be such a clown when I get on television, I guess. Just clown around a little bit to have some fun. This is the Republican primary. Look, it's 17%.
Okay, I'm going to look at the important numbers, the numbers that are important to you guys. Well, polls have closed in Maine. No votes in yet that I'm seeing.
At the moment, Lindsey Graham way above 50, and he would like to stay there. It would be embarrassing if a Republican incumbent senator who has the endorsement of the President of the United States, who spent several $1 million in recent weeks to hold this off, that would be downright embarrassing. Still make Lindsey Graham probably the favorite in the runoff, probably the favorite in November, because it's South Carolina, a very red state. But we will see how this one plays out. 61% at 17% as we go. I'm just going to go, before I go on television, I'm just going to come up to Maine here and take a look because the polls have closed. Susan Collins, the Republican incumbent, she's in her 5th term. She's asking for a 6th term. She's been in this is her 30th year in the United States Senate, unopposed in the Republican primary. Let's just look and see what we got so far. And we have nothing in the Democratic primary. So obviously we're waiting to see results here as we go forward. If you've been with us in past weeks, I'm going to start to put this earpiece in now.
You know what that means? It means if Susan Collins were to win, if Susan Collins wins in the general, then she will be in the Senate for 36 years, and that she'll be like 90 when she gets out. How old is she? 70? Okay, no, not 90. 80. She'll be like 80 years old when she fucking gets out. It's wild. I mean, she's 73 right now. So get me in there one more term. Let me get a 6th one. 5 wasn't good enough. 3 decades. Not enough. Says Susan.
I'm watching the TV. If I seem distracted, watching the TV camera over here. I'm going to keep this about halfway here as we go through this. Just as we wait, just want to come back out to the map here. These are not all tonight. This is just to give you a sense. All these states that are filled in, right? All these states that are filled in have already had their primaries, right? And so we're getting there. Primaries run actually until September. Imagine that. You're having a primary in September. Massachusetts does that. You have a primary in September. Then you have to gear up for the general election in November. So most try to get them out of the way in May, June, etc. But we're about halfway through the primary season as we do it and go through it. I'm just going to check one more time here. Just want to come to Senate Republican just to see if we're getting any higher there. 18%, and that one's holding. Governor Republican, 18%. This is a close race right now. Again, we're only at 18%. Put this down for a second. We're only at 18%, so we'll see if it changes. But again, this is Donald Trump's favorite candidate, the Lieutenant Governor, Pam Yvette. The State Attorney General, Ellen Wilson, 2 points behind at the moment. If it stays that way, number one, you'll have a runoff.
Okay, let's take a quick look here. Some more of these races. Now, as we already knew, Shelley Pingree is going ahead. She's an incumbent Democrat. Dino Do Nothing, no challenger. Straight to the general for her. Paige Loud is our preferred candidate in District 2. In Maine, no votes have been counted here yet. We're going to keep our eye on that. In the Senate, Thomas Freeman is Kyle Freeman. What am I talking about? Kyle Freeman is in South Carolina. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Kyle Freeman is still trailing big time. He is doing worse now somehow. Annie Andrews is now 61% of the vote. She's utterly crushing the competition. Brandon Brown in second place with 30% of the vote. This is not So far, not good. Not looking good for Kyle. He had some pretty good policies, and unfortunately, it's looking worse and worse for him. Quickly look at some of these races now. Zion Cleef has gotten ahead now into second place, 24% and 30% of the vote, with Robinson in first place still at 47%. In District 1, Matt Fulmer is our preferred candidate. He is not doing well. 3.5%. Way down there in sixth place. And on the night performances in these, especially in these heavily red states, are gonna be important. What is that? District 4? Okay, yeah, Courtney Glenn already won. Mackins and Lamacher are so freaking close. 147 votes apart, with 39.3% in. No way of knowing what's going to happen there. What else was I looking at? Governor? Was I looking at this? Oh, no. Jermaine Johnson is currently distraught. I did not have time to go through the governor's race. I've been going through so many different elections. It's a lot. Try my best.
Number two, there'll be some questions in South Carolina about the power of the Trump endorsement. That has been a question 2 weeks ago. That was. Watch how the day plays out. Let's go. We did see some on the Republican side, but Susan Collins is unopposed, so that's not a surprise at all. You see there a runaway there. So let's take a look at the Senate, the Democratic primary. We still have nothing coming in, Anderson. I'm just going to pull up the map a little bit. This is where we're going to look most. This southeast part of the state, right along the coast, half of the population in the state of Maine lives in that circle I just drew. And guess what? That's also the blue, very, very blue 1st Congressional District. So if Democrats want to cast a protest vote either for Governor Mills or David Costello, an active candidate, Governor Mills suspended her campaign, but she has several times in the past couple of weeks, amid all the Plattner controversy, said, you know, I'm still on the ballot. So let's just watch how this plays out. And again, I wouldn't overstate that either. I talked to a couple of the voters we spoke to when I was up in Maine doing a piece on this race, a couple who said they were going to vote for Mills or had voted for Mills, voted early in the primary. A couple of them said they would still vote for Plattner, at least as of today, come November, but they did want to lodge a protest vote there. And I did talk to one of our voters who said that she is now a never Plattner and is likely to support Collins, but she's going to weigh whether to support Collins or sit out. So let's see when the numbers come in, how much of a protest vote is registered, and try to figure out what to make of it. All right.
All right. Great.
Okay.
Great job,
so
John.
I'm going to take this out now.
Great job, John. You're killing it.
Holy Toledo.
Well, PB coming in with the medical advice. Yes, tetanus can enter through any break in the skin, Christy. Go wash that shit out. I can't remember what you're supposed to do with it. Is it soap or... what's it called? Peroxide? I can't remember. Google it and don't use AI overview. Mills isn't on the ballot. I think she technically is on the ballot, isn't she? Or is she a write-in candidate now? Are like people writing her in? Can't remember what's going on with that. Like, I know she dropped out, but I can't remember if her name still appears on the ballot or not. Right? Because like some of these ballots get printed ahead of time, and if you don't drop out at a certain point in the race, it's too late.
Put this underneath here. Now I'm back with you guys streaming a little bit. Again,
is it a write-in campaign?
Waiting for some results in here. So I'm going to wander over here and look at the questions here.
It's not going to matter.
What does Susan Collins have to do? Numbers, percent wide, and
Look, I've been following all of these races, right? Like, I have been all year now in my best capacity the last 2 months. Honestly, well, I guess it's been a little bit less than that, like month and a half following these primary races. And there's no way that a write-in campaign for Janet Mills is going to cause Graham Plattner to lose this race. Write that down. He's about to crush it. The second that the votes come in, they're going to call the race.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, not that fast, but you get what I'm saying. Like, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a blowout. Like a just straight blowout. I mean, if you look at his social media presence, if you look at the polls, he's continued to go higher and higher in the polls. It's one of the few ones that actually has like polls. There has been like very consistent polls going on that I've been seeing, but he just keeps going higher and higher and higher in the polls. You look at his fucking social media. He's got 70,000 subscribers on YouTube right now. Right? Like, he has a grassroots momentum that is, I don't think that you beat it. Like some of these candidates that we're looking at, you know, they have like 50 subscribers, not 50,000, 50 subscribers, right? I mean, like a lot of candidates have like no movement on social media. Graham has the opposite of that. He's got more subs than me. I mean, I genuinely usually have more subscribers than most political candidates on YouTube. And that's just the way it goes in a lot of these small house races. Although this is not a small house race, but even on like some of these Senate races, like there's like no movement on any of these people. None of it's organic.
Maine and in the urban coastal parts to pull off a win in November? It's a great question. So let's show you. If I was mumbling and I wasn't looking at the camera when I said that, it's a great question. What does Susan Collins have to do in rural Maine? And then how does she make inroads in the more blue areas along the coast? To the second congressional district, by the way, up here is the most rural congressional district in the United States of America. You might not think that. You might think, wait, I live in North Dakota. I live in South Dakota. You know, I'm way out here in the prairie. It's a lot more rural. That second congressional district is considered the most rural congressional district in the United States. So what would Susan Collins have to do? Well, let's go back. Let's go back in time. Maybe I can get some of them back to the question. Can I get some of them? And it wouldn't take a lot. It wouldn't take a lot in a competitive state like that. Again, she won with 51% in a presidential year. Who knows what kind of a candidate she will be in this election? Who knows what he will be when assuming he wins the nomination tonight? But history tells us Collins is a survivor in a state. Again, last time she won, the only Republican senator to win in a state carried by Joe Biden that year. She's also the only Republican senator in the Senate right now who represents a state that Kamala Harris won in 2024. So Susan Collins has proven that she can win in very tough, leaning blue terrain in the state of Maine. So we'll wait for results here. It was a great question. I just want to go down and check in South Carolina just to see if the numbers have moved at all as we go through here. This is the main event we're looking for right now. Not much. We're up to 25%. But interestingly, again,
counting is kind of slow in American elections, so you're assuming 2 to 3 days. No, in these cases, I mean, it depends on which states you're talking about, right? Like, California's election's super slow. It's not only incredibly large and, like, not just in size of the population, but in the size of the state, right? But the rules in California are different. Like, each state has their own internal rules. There's no set rules state by state. They have different things. There will be a bunch of races called tonight, especially in the smaller localities. I think it's going to be the bigger races that we don't know 100% on. Although, I can almost guarantee we will know what's going on with the main Senate primary and the Democratic side.
in this anti-establishment year, on the Senate race real quick here, and Lindsey Graham at 59% with 26% reporting. We'll just keep an eye on that. We'll check back every few minutes on that. The idea being he needs to stay above 50 or else he has a runoff. Again, a runoff doesn't mean he would lose that runoff. If he got into a runoff, the President of the United States, even though they've had an off and on, off and on, off and on, off and on, I could go on, relationship over the last 10 years, they're on at the moment, and the President has endorsed him. So if Lindsey Graham ends up in a runoff, you can be certain that the President of the United States will try to help him. But at the moment, that is not the direction we are headed, but we still have more than 70% of the vote in the South Carolina Republican primary to count. One more quick look at Maine, then I'm going to walk over and take a question. Just bring this back up, come up to Senate D. We still have no results. I'm going to leave it right there while I take the next question because they're going to trickle in pretty soon. So I might as well have it up as it happens.
Yeah, and we still have an hour and 40 minutes until Nevada's elections start closing. Now, just a real quick note, North Dakota, we got nothing to talk about, really. I'm afraid. There's one no challenger sort of candidate here in North Dakota whose policies are not great, running for North Dakota's at-large one and only House district. It would be going up against an incumbent Republican in the general. I mean, should you vote for that guy in the general? Probably. But his policies are not like, I wouldn't. They didn't strike me as like 100% revolutionary. I could be wrong though.
I'll walk over.
And by like 100%, I mean like he didn't really at all strike me as a revolutionary.
A little bit here. Look at the questions. What single county on your wall is the canary in the coal mine tonight? And what's the one number inside it that tells you who wins before the rest of us see it coming? This is a primary night. It's a great question. There are some places in November. That I look to. They don't necessarily tell you everything. They don't necessarily make you certain. The first night we streamed, for example, I was talking about the power of the magic wall as an information tool and showed some of those counties in Kentucky that early on 2016
what is he
told
talking
me
about right now?
That Trump was a phenomenon in rural America.
The magic wall
and I
told
remember
you?
walking across the studio and telling other people, whoa, there's something different.
John is a fucking idiot. Does John know that people are putting together the magic wall stuff? How stupid is John, would you say? Like, I don't know a hell of a lot about John. When he talks like this, I'm like, John, how stupid are you? Like, people are compiling this shit over at CNN and putting together all of this information and, like, like the magic wall told me, people. It's like he thinks it's the mirror on the wall. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Tell me who will win the 2026 midterms. You fucking idiot. It's not the wall, pal. It's the statisticians.
105 miles. This is Bucks County.
Why are we talking about fucking Pennsylvania? Oh my god. Oh, wait, I have another live stream. I forgot. Oh, thank God. Get me away from this guy. C-SPAN.
Voters are thinking about more and more after Joe Biden's presidency.
Oh, no, we're talking about Joe Biden? That's even worse. Oh, we have some bad options stream-wise right now.
We're going to get Fitzpatrick.
We got C-SPAN talking about Joe Biden. No map. John King over here talking about Kamala Harris. And with the map. It's a real, it's a catch, it's not a catch, but it's a paradox. We're caught in between a rock and a hard place. We're caught between a rock and a CNN place. It's a real sad situation when you think about it. It's really not fair.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
55 or 56% of the vote in 2024. But this is a really tough year for Republicans. You've seen, actually, all three of them break from the president on different occasions because they understand their district back home, including very recently breaking from the president some. But you say, what counties are you going to look at? So on election night in November, it's tougher in a primary. It's tougher in a primary to look for things. But in November, I'm going to go, that's Bucks here, the red one right here. So I'm going to look here. I'm going to look here. Is Fitzpatrick in trouble? If the first congressional district is Bucks County and a little bit of Montgomery County, tiny slice. If the Democrats can beat Congressman Fitzpatrick, they are on their way to a big, big night. Now, if they can't beat him, that doesn't mean they're not retaking the House. But if they're beating a guy who has been able to fight them off 3 cycles in a row now when they think they're going to get him, including in presidential years, when the last
What in
time
the hell is
Trump
John
won
talking about?
Pennsylvania, but in 2020, Fitzpatrick won re-election when Biden was carrying Pennsylvania. So I'm going to look there, Bucks County, on election night to see what happens, to see if he can hold on. And I'm also going to look up here, Wayne County. One of my biggest questions in this cycle.
What in the shit is John talking? Is he talking about the general? Is John really just sitting here talking about the fucking general? What the hell, dude? Why? Is there really nothing else to talk about? I'm going to be watching Pennsylvania in 6 months.
Can Democrats begin what will be a very long journey, but can Democrats at least begin to have a modest comeback in rural America? This House district right here, I'm looking at Wayne County right here, but Wayne County is in the 8th congressional district, right? It's 43rd in population out of the 67 counties in Pennsylvania, so it's a tiny population. It's mostly farms. The Delaware River runs right down the side of the state here, but the Delaware River runs right here. I was on a little organic farm right on the river here. You're looking across into New York State. Can the Democrats make modest inroads in rural America? If they do, then they have a chance in that district there. They have a chance, longer shot chance, at a district in Tennessee that has a piece of that from many, many directions. One of the things we have seen on primary election nights, plural, is that right now, doesn't mean it lasts until November, but if you go through the entire map of what we've seen so far this year, we know from turnout, we know from public opinion polling, I know anecdotally from my travels, there's a lot more enthusiasm among Democrats right now. A lot more enthusiasm. Democrats are raring to vote, so they're showing up in primaries. Sometimes competitive primaries where you have Democrats running against each other, sometimes in not so competitive primaries because they just want to vote. They want to voice their thing. There's some disenchantment, little disillusionment in the Republican base. The Iran war has only exacerbated that. My recent travels in Ohio and Pennsylvania, not that long ago in North Carolina, Trump country, rural America is Trump country. I talked to a lot of Trump voters who aren't happy with the price of gas because they got to drive 25, 30 miles to work. Waitress Moira, Maine, not that long ago. Newport, Maine, just trying to remember the town, sorry. Small rural town, $200 a week. She's a waitress in a small diner in rural Maine, $200 a week for gas. Not happy. Still a Trump supporter. Still a Trump supporter. Just not happy. So does that affect your enthusiasm when it comes to November? Do you sit out? Do you maybe not drive to the polls because you got to drive 25, 30 miles to the polls if the price of gas is still that high? So there are different reasons that people are down, disaffected, disillusioned, whatever. And there's a big difference right now. Enthusiasm matters in November. An enthusiasm gap means you will find a way to vote. If you're not enthusiastic and something comes up in your life, car breaks down, kids have a problem, they offer you overtime at work, maybe you don't vote. And so that's one thing you watch on primary nights. The other thing I would say that you watch on primary nights, like tonight here, we're watching to see if there's a protest vote. Again, this normally would have been a really fascinating race had government.
Now, of course, we could be, I don't know, like a sane democracy and make our election days federal holidays. Or in the case of state elections, state holidays. But we don't do that. Or we could, we just, it's very stupid because Of course, it makes it so less people vote. It makes it harder for everyone to exercise their civic duty. People should get freaking paid time off to go vote in our elections.
Bill stayed into the end. You have an established incumbent, a big name in Maine politics, running against a newcomer, an oyster farmer, a Marine veteran. So that would have tested the generational thing that we're seeing all over the country, right? I want new, I want different. Thank you for your service, right? A lot of, even, you see this on in both parties. I respect your service. I'm glad you served. I just want new. Just want new. It's not working for me. I want new. I want someone who understands you. We've got a lot of blue-collar people in Maine who, even after the Plattner controversy, say, he gets me. He understands what it's like to work the water or work with your hands, to be in a union. So let's see. Let's see what happens. But this could have been, if Mills had stayed in the race, one of those. So another thing you watch on primary nights, and when we'll get this here, this is not tonight. This one is down the road, I believe, August. The other things you watch on primary nights is primaries are great sometimes because a liberal runs with a moderate, maybe a more conservative Democrat. I'm talking about Democrats now.
Okay, this is the first time this has ever come up. But I gotta say, this is the first time that, like, I think, like, on TV mainstream media reporter recognized the fact that there's more primaries to come after today, between now and the general election. And for that, I gotta give John some props. I called this. I did say I thought this would happen. Now, I feel like they're calling it a little early right now. I think it's weird that they're just not going to stop counting with 1 million votes left. They're claiming Steve Hilton has won over Tom Steyer, who's still behind by 2.4%. He's been gaining very, 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 very slowly on Steve. But with about 1 million votes left, they're calling the election. I think they should just call, like, with 1 million votes, I feel like they should they should be counting those. That seems weird to me. I don't love that.
Or a Trump voter, Trump's a MAGA type voter runs against, say, a more Reagan Republican, runs against maybe a more moderate Republican. And you air it out in the primaries and you let voters decide. I think that's healthy. However, it also sometimes leaves bruises, right? So Democrats are worried. This is one of the Senate seats. Gary Peters is retiring, not running for re-election. So you have 3 Democrats running in a primary here that's not until August. And there are a lot of people in the state worried that it's going to be bruising and that it might leave lasting bruises that affect turnout in November, that make people think I refuse to vote for the winner because of this, that, or the other thing happened during a debate, or those ads were nasty, or those ads were mean. Sometimes that happens too. Sometimes a primary brings apart, it gives energy, right? You're for one candidate, maybe your friend is for another candidate, your coworker's for somebody else, your spouse, your partner, maybe your kids if they're old enough. Sometimes that's great and lively, and then everyone comes together in the end. Sometimes it leaves bruises, and again, in a country that is now so polarized, in a state that is so competitive, doesn't take much. Right, so Democrats have more enthusiasm than Republicans right now in early June. The question is there an impact here as we get?
Yes, we did it. Hold on. Just please hold. Just please hold momentarily.
East Valley, a shady cruise into the hustling world of a working woman whose political experience does not exist.
Kitten, open the trunk. Just kidding, my car can't do that.
Angelica Dueñas, a young mother on a crusade to champion the cause of the innocent, the helpless, the powerless, in a world of political vendidos who operate above the law.
Illegal.
They just called it. They just called it in District 29. Angelica Dueñas going head to head with what's that dude? What's that person? I can't remember their name. Rivas. That's big. That's very big. That's been called. She was down at one point. She was down in like 4th place. Coming all the way back. Shutting out the Republicans. Them v them again. That's another green. Little green cell on my spreadsheet over here.
How that experience works out. Then you have down here Hannah Pingree. She is the daughter of the congresswoman from the 1st district there. And you have Angus King III. He is the son of Angus King, who is now the independent senator from Maine, used to be the governor of Maine before that. So I've been talking earlier about in so many places we say anti-establishment, we want new faces. I guess they're younger in that, and I don't mean they're good people. Please don't take this the wrong way. It's just Maine is interesting. You have Plattner running for Senate, and he's the outsider who says it's time to get rid of them all. If you have a name, you have a title. We need new people. We need fresh blood. You know, he uses the word like Sanders. He uses the word revolution. Here you have a number of people with political pedigrees competing in a very crowded Democratic primary to be Maine's next governor. We'll see how that plays out. And then let me see if we have any votes. Let me come down here. Let's see, House Republican. After primary, that's just the House Republican. Here's Paul LePage. He's the former governor. So it's interesting. This is interesting to me, and it impacts the Collins, we assume, Plattner race in the sense that in a lot of places people say,
hey, PB, I don't want to ruin your fun, but I'm afraid Nixon 4 not gonna happen. San Antonio took down the game last night, so it's 2-1 right now. It's gonna be at the fewest Nixon 5. So you're gonna need a whole new rhyme scheme. Gonna just switch it up somehow. I thought it was a great rhyme, but unfortunately it's no longer accurate. I just don't want you to, like it's a safe space, but I don't want you to, somewhere else. People are like, oh yeah, you didn't know there's only 4, or whatever. You get what I'm saying. Whoopsies, that's not what I meant to do. Don't do this to me. Why do you hate me?
We got, again, a tiny amount of votes in. Dunlap, Baldacci.
Oh, we got some votes
Gordon
in
Wood,
Maine.
We'll watch this one play out as well. But this is one of the questions earlier was about primaries and what are you looking for.
He's not getting not a lot of votes in Maine. This is and they're completely shutting out Paige. She's not even on the list. That's kind of sexist, isn't it? Why can't she be on the list? It's kind of sexist. There's 4 candidates if you look here, and they're just look. Oh, no. Aww. Paige Loud, she's got the votes. She's got 6 votes. I mean, there's only like 60 votes here to begin with. 0.1% of the vote in. It's very rude.
How rude.
This is one of those races where you do have a moderate candidate and several more progressive candidates. And in the coffee shops, in an office talk in Maine, there's a conversation about, you know, remember, Jared Golden was out of step with the National Democratic Party on a number of issues. He's more moderate, he's more conservative, take gun rights, things like that. But he was able to win the district. And so this is a huge debate, right? Do you want someone who's a purist, someone who agrees with me on everything, somebody who's, you know, with Bernie and with AOC? That person might not be able to win this district. Or do you accept we want a Democrat who votes with us 60% of the time, 70% of the time, 80% of the time? It's a big debate. It's a big debate in both parties. Think about what the Republicans are going to go through in 2028. So we'll watch this one as it plays out. Just go back to the Senate race just to see if we have anything newer or fresher. A few more votes, but not a ton right now. Plattner at 59. The governor, again, her campaign was suspended at 26%, David Costello at 15%. So again, at the end of the night, I'm going to show you the numbers now at the very, very, very beginning of the night. At the end of the night, the conversation is going to be, what does this add up to, right? What is this? What is Plattner's number? And what does this add up to? And then
blam,
open the doors to the debate. What does that mean?
What did I say?
Does it mean he's hurt? Does it mean he's damaged?
I'm not saying there's a lot.
Does it mean he's not viable in the fall again?
Okay, shut up, John. All right, so look. Okay, it's like very few votes. It's like 200 votes there, but he's already more than he's basically got 86 votes. So he's got 100. He's got 50% more than Janet Mills and David Costello combined.
All into his.
I love how John King's here to fucking do viability politics for us. Oh, thanks, John. Thanks for your concerns. I don't give a fuck about you.
You've heard me say this if you've been with me before. We have an amazing decision desk that runs the math and does all this stuff. There's no reason to get ahead here. 38%, Lindsey Graham at 60%.
What does that mean?
You're
no
a
reason to
Republican
get
incumbent. You don't like that anybody's getting any votes against you. And you don't like that somebody's getting, at the moment, 27%, more than a quarter of the votes in a Republican primary when you're the incumbent senator. But the most important thing for Lindsey Graham is to stay above 50 so that he doesn't have a runoff. And that he is at the moment. One more time to the governor's race. I'll walk over and look at the questions. Again, we went through this last week in California, a ways ago. Are you going to have a runoff? Right, other states. I mean, are you going to have? We went through this before. Are you going to have? California's a jungle primary. Sorry, don't let me confuse things. We've been through this in other states throughout the primary process, where you need to get 50% plus one as you go through this here, and your eyes tell you, with about 40% of the vote counted, that's going to be really hard for anybody here to get above 50. Let's let it play out. But your eyes don't lie here. And again, you got the Lieutenant Governor Pam Yvette, who has President Trump's endorsement. Alan Wilson, the State Attorney General, 30% to 26%. Ralph Norman, the Congressman, is in third place at 16%. Every time I do this, I hit the wall, so I'm going to come way over here. Business from Ron Reddy, and Nancy Mace at the bottom of the pack. That will make President Trump happy if it stays that way, because she pushed for the release of the Epstein.
Yeah, Nancy Mace already dropped out, but she's still getting 11% of the vote. That's pretty funny. It looks like two people are already advancing to the runoff in District 1. Still 5 candidates not advancing yet. However, Fulmer is not doing very well. Second to last place right now. However, Zion Khalifa doing okay. Probably will advance to a runoff unless Robinson gets 50%. However, Mackins and Mackins and Lamacher are still super close. However, Lamacher has taken something of a lead. It was neck and neck for a second, but Lamacher with a 7%, About a 7%, right? Yeah, a little less. Call it 7% lead right now. Anything could happen, but if Lamacher does, if she does, get her first name. If Lamacher does secure 50%, she will wind up. I think not. I don't think there will be a runoff here.
Counties in Kentucky along the border here. When we started seeing giant numbers like this, when they first started to come in, it was not only, yes, Trump was going to win Kentucky, but it was like, whoa, turnout is up in rural America. He's getting higher numbers than Romney.
Paige Lotta is starting to get more and more votes. She's at 12% now. Still in last place, but starting to pick up a little bit. That's in the Maine 2nd District race.
Numbers in George W. Bush, percentage-wise, and raw turnout numbers. So that's what you look for in 2016. So how is the mood different? In 2016, Democrats were pretty confident. I would say that the Trump era, now that he's won office, he was president from 2017, to 2021. He is president again now. So I look at it differently because Trump is a rallying cry for Democrats.
And
President Trump
Graham
is a rallying cry
Plattner
for
is running away with it. Although not a lot of votes counted yet, but the initial votes are showing Plattner now at 64%.
Democrats, much more so than candidate Trump was in 2015 and 2016, if that makes any sense. I'm going to get ready to put this back in. How much time? 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Okay, where are we going?
Maine first.
We're going to Maine first. Now let's go to Maine. Here we go. All right, they must be in a break because I don't hear anything. So
they are.
Yeah, they're in a break. No. All right.
Oh, damn, they already called it.
Very.
Well, they've already called the Senate race. The Democratic primary race. Kyle Freeman sadly has lost to Annie Andrews. I think it's the first actual loss of the night, like called loss. Well, can't win them all.
Very, very early results, Anderson. As we look at Maine, the big question in the Democratic primary, it's not who's going to win. I think it's pretty well expected that Graham Plattner, the oyster farmer, the ex-Marine, is going to win this primary. The big question, because of all the recent controversies about Graham Plattner, his character and his temperament, some of his behavior toward women, is how big will the protest vote be? We have no idea at the moment. We have just a tiny percentage. If you look at the map here, just a few small townships in. Again, about half of Maine's population lives inside that line, south of that line, right along the coast, from the Massachusetts border up to about an hour north of Portland. That's the 1st congressional district. That's where most of the population lives. That's where most of the Democrats live in the state of Maine. So we really...
Papadopoulos, thank you for the follow on Twitch.
Looney Tunes 9000 just cheered 100 bits. Orange circle emoji. Do we have to go through this, capital S, shit again? All caps, rigged elections. Rigged interview on Sunday. Now a message to the woke NBA, your boring as hell game last night made me go to sleep as it was boring as shit. I deserved to be booed. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President King Donald Trump.
That was a completely deranged message. Thank you, Looney.
At the moment, again, 163, 52, 46, a tiny, tiny, tiny number of votes. Plattner at 66, the governor at 20%, David Costello at 14%. He is still an active candidate. She suspended her campaign. Anderson, I don't want to make anything of the numbers right now, but I'll just say this for the dynamic. At the end of the night, people are going to see where Plattner is, and they're going to add this up. right? How big is the non-Plattner vote? And then there will be a debate. You know, does that mean he's weakened? Does that mean there are people out there who can't vote for him? Some of these people are people loyal to their governor who voted for her in the primary, who will vote for Plattner in the fall. Some.
I love, and by love, I mean I fucking hate how these fucking hacks are so obsessed with trying to continue to make the case. I mean, voting's done. Voting's done. This fucking guy is supposed to be talking about the election. All he can talk about is how Graham might not be able to win in the general right now. Oh, the guy who's utterly demolishing the competition, who's winning in all the polls against Susan Collins. Oh, he might not be able to win. What if the Janet Millerites don't fucking vote for him? Oh God, could be the end of it. Are you sure? Are you sure, John? Or are you just saying that because you're a centrist stooge?
Over here real quick.
Like the more that people like John are like, ooh, Graham Plattner, I don't know about that guy. The more I'm like, yeah, actually Graham seems good. And it seems like everybody else agrees. Look at that now. He's at 68%. The numbers just keep going up and up and up. The more votes that come in. It's fascinating.
Say goodnight. There's our main numbers. I want to say goodnight to those of you watching on YouTube. I want to thank you for your time. I also want to tell you this. You don't have to leave us. You can go over to CNN.com. We're going to stay there for a bit longer, maybe another 30 minutes or so as we continue to count these votes. So if you're watching on YouTube, thank you for your time and good night.
You're welcome.
We'll see you again. Come over to CNN.com. We'll continue the stream. And as you come over,
oh wow,
stop in that little box.
CNN.com? Really? That lazy? Wow. How long was that stream? 50 minutes? 55, 56 minutes. Wow. Look how much effort John I mean, I know he's an elderly man, but I mean, wow. That's it for them, huh? That's all they got? That's all they fucking got? They can't keep him live on air because he's gonna make a fool of himself. Good Lord. Pathetic.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Go to CNN.com. Go to CNN.com, says John.
You know, Nirav Shah built up a big lead early on, but the last batch of polling that we got out of the state, it looked a lot tighter. We saw Shah, Jackson, Pingree, and Bellows essentially all kind of knotted up in that mid-20s. I think it's very possible, given the dynamics of this race, that we end up with 4 candidates all in that kind of 20 to 30% range. And because there's ranked choice voting and the voters of Maine understand that that's an option available to them, I think it's even more likely that all of these candidates ultimately end up bunched together in that first round, because you're free to vote for whomever you want to. You don't feel the need to vote strategically as you might in a different race. If you think your candidate doesn't have a great shot of winning, you can still cast your first choice vote for them and then cast your second choice vote for someone else. And so it has a...
I love how CNN can't be fucking bothered. Kornacki can't be fucking bothered. Kornacki couldn't even be bothered as much as John King tonight. Reversing the trend that's been going on all primary season. You guys really just don't give a fuck. Like, Nevada's polls haven't even closed yet. Right? Nevada's polls close in an hour and 10 minutes right now. And they're closing up shop. They're like, we have to go to bed. The early bird special's in like 6 hours. We got to go to bed now. These fucking geriatrics. What was I looking for? Can't remember what I was looking for just now. Fucking hell.
Kind of a homogenizing tendency here, and I would anticipate all these candidates, at least the top 4, Angus King is, I think, a different question, but the top 4 candidates should all finish probably within a few percent of each other in round 1.
So for Maine, if a candidate wins the plurality of 50% plus 1 in the first round, then they win. If no plurality, then it moves to more rounds. Lowest ranked candidates are eliminated each round. Top vote getter in final round wins. How many rounds do they go?
Until they get 50. I think that this Democratic one, I mean, you could see 2-3 rounds at least.
And when do those rounds take place?
It'll be interesting to see there. It'll be a while. I mean, I'm hoping it's not as long as California. I know we just got California called today for that one.
Yes, we should talk about that.
We should. But I mean, it'll be a while. I think, you know, what might be interesting here with the Republican primary, as we saw in California, Donald Trump had kind of casted doubt on the amount of time it took to count votes. I mean, Maine obviously is a different scenario because they do use ranked choice voting. So I don't know if this is a scenario where Trump comes in and starts talking about, you know, possible election fraud as he did in California. But I think that was an early glimpse of some of the things he might come out and say about some of these primaries when it comes to taking a while to count ballots.
Let's go to Columbia, South Carolina. Clint is watching there, an independent. Clint, election 2026. What are your thoughts?
Still tight.
Still tight?
Yeah, still tight. It's still very unsure how this is going to shake out. It's been this way for past couple months, and I don't think Pamela Abbott got the Trump bump that she was expecting. She may prevail. She may come out on top, but she's, from someone in South Carolina, she's been MIA for better half of 2 months. She's not attended debates. She's basically been waiting for this endorsement and being able to put those commercials on air here in South Carolina, and that's her only thing. If she does win, as somebody that leans as a conservative, watch South Carolina. She is a very vulnerable candidate.
Interesting, Clint. Thank you for that. Abby Turner.
I think that's interesting because this is something we saw in Iowa last week with Representative Randy Feenstra. He was really criticized for not showing up to debates, not going to forums. And if you read coverage of the debates that happened in this South Carolina primary, Pamela Abbott not attending was something that was usually mentioned. I think I saw photos of a chicken dressed up kind of towards her at some of these debates where she wasn't there. So I think people do really care about seeing these people on the stage conversing with each other. In Iowa last week, I had talked to some GOP chairs about Rep. Randy Feenstra, and they had told me, you know, if they can't talk about, you know, their positions with fellow Republicans, how are you going to run against a Democrat? So I think I'm hearing some of that same sentiment in South Carolina when it comes to Abbott not doing some of these debates as well.
And, you know, to Clint's point, South Carolina, Republican state, no doubt about it. Democrat has.
Wait, say that again. How are you going to do what?
He had told me, you know, if they can't talk about, you know, their positions with fellow Republicans, how are you going to run against a Democrat? So I think I'm hearing some of that same sentiment in South Carolina when it comes to
electoral races. Nikki Haley's first race back in 2010, that was a year that was really great for Republicans all across the map. Nikki Haley won by just a couple of points against Vincent Shaheen. It was about a 4-point race in South Carolina.
Yeah, no, it's a completely fair point. I mean, if
I want to say
you
close
can't
to
beat your fellow Republicans, I mean, that is the point of the primaries, though, isn't it? To prove that you can beat your fellow, you're similarly situated ideologically opponents. It's sort of to prove that you can beat the Republicans to some degree, right? That's kind of the point of the primary, right? In most states, or vice versa, to beat the Democrats, right? And unless it's a jungle primary like in California, nonpartisan, independent Democrats, Republicans all running at the same time to get to the general. I think California is the only state to do it like that. I could be wrong.
$1 million of his own money on his gubernatorial campaign, and that was just in the primary. So imagine what he was gearing up to spend in a general election against Javier Becerra.
This is after he ran for president and spent his own money on that contest.
He's up to about $500 million on failed campaigns so far. And frankly, I would say that Becerra is a winner of this all, but I think really the voters of California, the television watchers of California, are the true winners, because they're not going to have to be subjected to another $300 million of Tom Steyer ads over the next 5 months.
Abby Turner, has this race become less interesting?
I don't think it becomes less interesting. I think, Javier Becerra is resting easy, know that he's facing Steve Hilton. I think the bigger task comes when he becomes governor and Gavin Newsom steps further into his presidential stage. He's going to have to decide if he's going to be someone that will...
This raise, it's only a small percentage in right now. But look at this. Graham Plattner is now at 71% of the vote. That is wild. He's decimating Janet Mills and David Costello. Utterly trouncing them.
Spend Newsom's 2 terms as California governor. Anytime, one administration leaves and one enters, there are things that need fixed. Javier Becerra here has to decide if he's going to be an ally of Newsom, defend the way that California is, or if he's going to call out Newsom on some of the problems that he may inherit when he becomes governor.
All right, just to wrap up here about before we close for the evening, the Maine Senate Democratic primary votes are slowly coming in. For those political junkies that are going to keep watching results here on C-SPAN's website, cspan.org/campaign 2026, 1% of the vote is in right now. So Jacob Rubashkin, what county should they be looking at? What should they do tonight?
What should they do? They should go to sleep, and they should wake up tomorrow morning, and they should look at the results. I mean,
it's going to be that slow.
So Maine reports votes by towns.
Don't listen to this guy, okay? You shouldn't go to sleep. Don't listen. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Come on!
Never give up.
There are...
I could see a scenario where lawyer Bobby Charles kind of pulls out, squeaks by barely with 50%. He faces some of his fiercest competition from Jonathan Bush there. I think we're going to see in the Democratic race, as we have talked about.
Just got followed by Graham Plattner on Twitch. Wow. Wow. Thank you for the follow, Graham. You're crushing it right now, pal. Crushing it. 71% of the vote.
4 candidates kind of hovering around 20%. Angus King III is probably the first to be eliminated in that primary. So I would say Dems are definitely going to go through some ranked choice voting tabulations. Republicans may squeak by, but it's too early to tell.
All right, and our viewers should also watch Maine's 2nd Congressional District. Incumbent Jared Golden, the Democrat, not seeking re-election, and the Cook Political Report has rated this now likely Republican as the former governor, Paula Page, is running for that seat. So you'll want to dig into those results. And then in South Carolina, we've been talking about Senator Lindsey Graham seeking his 5th term, first elected in 2003. You're going to want to watch the results in that race, as well as the governor's race there. It's a tight Republican primary. So those are some key races for you to dig into this evening. Oh, Lindsey Graham just won. There we go. Check mark by his name before we close out this evening with 50% in. There you go. Called by the Associated Press. Jacob Rubashkin, Abby Turner, thank you very much for the conversation this evening.
They called another race in California.
And
Randy Villegas. Randy Villegas, another winner. More and more green over here on my Galactic spreadsheet. I wonder how close it was. I don't think it was that close, actually. Randy's going to be going up against David Valadeo, I think is his name, GOP incumbent, District 22.
We'll continue on the Washington Journal tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Eastern Time. More primary results and more of your calls. Thanks for watching.
You're watching C-SPAN, Democracy Unfiltered. C-SPAN brings you Democracy Unfiltered in real time. Democracy doesn't take sides, neither does C-SPAN. In a world full of opinions, C-SPAN gives you direct access to the people and institutions that shape our nation. Unfiltered coverage of Congress as laws are debated and decided. Live proceedings from the United States Supreme Court, presidential speeches, briefings, and historic moments as they happen.
It's actually true. C-SPAN is our only hope right now. NBC and CNN gave up.
No commentary, no spin, no agenda. Just the democratic process, presented in full, without interruption, so you can watch the debates, hear every word, and make up your own mind.
C-SPAN's respected non...
On Wednesday, the CEO of Act Blue Eastern on C-SPAN 3. C-SPAN Now, our free mobile app. Line, it's hometown spirit and bipartisan camaraderie, all while raising money for charity. Don't miss play-by-play coverage of the annual congressional baseball game.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to switch to a different stream. I've got another one, right? Yeah. Oh, wow. C-SPAN shut down too. These fucking dicks. Everybody just hates democracy, don't they? CNN made their fucking live stream private? Wow. Wow. For what reason, you freaking losers? Who does that?
Quick as it can, there's terrible news from the Holy Land.
Shockingly, the only person with the live stream going right now is Graham Bladner, expected winner of the main Democratic primary for Senate. Fascinating. The revolution will be televised at a convenient time slot, if at all. Woo. Who is this woman? Everybody's cheering for some random lady. Yes. Tell us things, ma'am.
Hello.
Obviously, this is surreal, but I also know it's real. My name is Leslie Harlow, and
Look at these votes.
I am Grand Platinum's
73% now. 74%. It's at 74%. Did I say landslide? I can't remember. What was the word that I used? The blowout?
Obviously, my family.
Utter decimation?
Being here today.
Can't remember.
We have a lot of family members who are here celebrating with us and are going to be part of the future and what our new family is going to be defined at. And that also includes you guys. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, from what I've been told from Command Central,
I did literally call this just now. What was the phrase? Somebody go back. It's on the YouTube. Just skim back to before the votes started coming in. I was like, this is going to be a blowout, or this is going to be a landslide, or something like that. I just want to be able to quote myself after this happens. You know?
Aren't I a good guy?
we are waiting for the polls to close. And I'm not sure how all this works, but we all know that we're waiting. And so we have to all be a little more patient. But here we are. I am very, very proud of my son. I am proud of who he is. I am proud of what he has fought for and for building this movement that all Mainers here are part of. Now, Graham has always been very passionate about serving others and making life better for the people around him. He served his country, much to his parents' dismay, not serving his country, but just simply enrolling, signing up with the United States Marine Corps at the beginning of the Iraq War. Now, it was big. It was big, but it's brought us all to where we are today. We all know Graham's story, and I think we should also give a big round of applause for every United States Marine, Army, and Air Force ever served. Graham was born here in Blue Hill.
I think you can kind of tell she doesn't love that decision. Like, I think most moms, like most sane moms probably are like, I don't love that decision for you to put yourself in harm's way. Maybe make any other decision.
And it's when the Blue Hill Hospital did OB-GYN. And I know that there are a couple people in this audience who were there when Graham was born, because they have told me that, and that's pretty cool. So a good round of applause to good health care. But with Graham, whether or not it was raking blueberries as a kid, which I will insert was not his favorite job, or bagging at Hannaford during his high school years, or helping his mother with her various businesses, one of which included making 2,000 FedEx boxes for smoked salmon that was being sent out from Sullivan, Maine. But he's always loved Maine. He took a big journey to come back to Maine, but we all know that it's the Maine that he loves, it's the Maine that healed him, and it's the Maine that he's going to protect going forward. That's Mr. Orland right down there. Just met him just a little while ago. So look, I'm a business owner here in Maine, and I know how hard all this is. I know how hard it is to keep people employed. I know how hard it is to just keep your customers happy. I know how hard it is to keep equipment maintained, buildings in good shape, and all that costs money. And for small business people in Maine, it gets harder and harder. But Graham's vision is for a better America and for all people all around the country who own small businesses or work for small businesses to have like just a whole new kind of way of doing business. And that's what we need. And Graham's going to do it, and he's doing it from his homeland, the great state of Maine. So what do you think? Are we ready for something different?
The thing I noticed most about all this is the fucking crowd. Listen to the yells and screams that his mom is getting right now. She's not the candidate that's running. This is the candidate's mom. She was just warming up the crowd over here for what is to be effectively inevitable. By the way, the races in California keep getting called. In fact, all of them have been called aside from the 2nd, 4th, and 10th districts, I think. Has the 5th been called? Yeah, it's the 2nd, the 4th, which is Yee, Jones, and Mitchell Maisler. Mitchell's not going to make it. It's no way. But basically between Yee and Jones are the two last here with a shot to get to the general on our list. But we've been doing way better, I would point out. Been doing very well here as the night closes out here. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Could get to 12. Eric and Rose, if they both win, it'll be 11 and 12. Mitchell Maisler will not happen. I can call this one at this point. It's gone too far. We've gone too far. It's just these two races right here. Yeah. I mean, of course, there's still tons of Democrats who have won their races in these. These were just our preferred candidates, mostly the red and the green. The blue were where we had no better candidate than the, like the incumbent Dems. There's a lot of incumbent Dems in California. But that is just the makeup of this race. I think, honestly, not that bad. Much better than I thought it was going to go originally that night. Let's not forget that the Democratic Party machine is working at full capacity here in California. And considering that, I think pretty good. Pretty good. And I still have to unpack the rest of the races. Once this is completed, I'm going to go back through, look at the candidates that did win in these red, at least in the red ones. The blue ones I'm somewhat familiar with some of these guys which is why they're in blue. But I'm going to go through the reds, see who did win. In some cases, I'm fairly certain there were, in fact, progressives that won. And, I mean, if you look, I just want to count these up really quickly right now. We can still have 2 more of them. But you have... One, 2, 3. I don't think this one. No. Right. 4. That's the one with Angelica Duenas in District 29. 5 with Angela Gonzalez Torres in District 34. Those are 2 galactic candidates in them v them lineups, dude. Oh, can't wait for that. How many? What are we at now? 5? What was that number? 5? 6 in District 37. Fortunately, we got 2 GOB candidates in District 40. Is the only one with that. But you got like more than half a dozen them v them general races here. I'm pretty sure the Democratic Party establishment is not happy about that. You have to fight on the issues. Fight on what you're going to do for the people. That should be fun to watch. Very excited about that. Because in my opinion, that's where you get the very best outcome. Like where you either force incumbents to get behind policies that they would otherwise not, and or you get a candidate who supports things that you otherwise would not have gotten from that incumbent Democratic candidate, which is mostly the case. Although I think there's 1 or 2 exceptions. I think at least one of these is an empty seat. I just can't remember. Which I think it's the 10th. Is it the 10th district? No, 11th? It's San Francisco. At least one of them is San Francisco. Chan and Wiener. Wow, Shoykot lost by 30,000 votes. He did not do well. Oh boy, they are piling people up over here on the bleachers behind this podium here. The Graham Plattner camp. He's now at 73% of the vote, with Janet Mills down now at 17%. I mean, David Costello's in single digits and Janet Mills is at 17%. Graham Plattner, 73%. All other candidates, Andrea LaFlamme, 0.3%. Yeah. Damn. Ernest Mackins is trailing still by 7% against Edie Lamacher or whatever her name is. 78% of the vote in. Come on, Mackins. Come on, Mackins. All right, everybody, pray to Gary. Come on, Mackins. Come on, Mackins. You can do this. We just need Lamacher to lose like 3.3%. Because in South Carolina, if neither of them get 50%, they go to another runoff. See, advancing to runoff here. If neither gets 50%, that's all we need. That's all we need. We just need her to go under to 49.8.9%. 0.999%. As long as they're not rounding up. That's all we need. Come on, Atkins. Now, of course, the Senate race has already been called in South Carolina. Kyle Freeman lost. Annie Adams, or whatever her fucking name is, won in the Democratic primary there. Tom Steyer lost. And That's a red tick. Nope, wrong color. Anyway, I will keep focused on all the election results, and in 40 minutes, Nevada's results will start dropping any minute after that. That's right. We do have 4 different primary elections today. North Dakota was very boring, I'm afraid. But there's at least 3 different interesting races for us to look at in Nevada tonight. Connecticut? No, Connecticut's not today, I don't think. Is it? No, Connecticut is in August. Connecticut's on the 11th of August. That's 2 months from now. New York's in 2 weeks from now, the 23rd. Make sure I'm drinking water. Ah, yes. Very thoughtful. Speaking of thoughtfulness, just a reminder, everybody. Gotta keep the Galactic News Network alive. Costs money to pay for this. All of this brought to you, of course, by space fans like you. And your donations are incredibly important to keeping the Galactic News Network alive. You can contribute in lots of great ways. Twitch, bits, power-up, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. All very helpful. And of course, we still have a massive galactic deficit we need to finance. You can contribute to that with PCP, Patreon, Cash App, and PayPal. That's the acronym we've come up with. Sounds fucked up, but no, we will not be accepting any drugs as a form of payment. No, no, no. Nope, that's merely just letters. Stands for something completely different. What does the PCP and the drug PCP stand for? I actually don't know. Point is, this is just an acronym which stands for Patreon, Cash App, PayPal. 3 great ways to contribute both to the galactic deficit, financing of the galactic deficit, and, of course, the galactic content goal. Which I don't think we've made almost any progress on. 100 lonely bits donated on Twitch this evening. That's all. We still got time. 2 hours left. I believe in us. Oh boy, everybody's cheering. Oh boy. And there's a bunch of music. There's Graham Plattner and I think his wife. Please stop with the music. Oh my god, guys, kill the music, please. Nope, they can't. They can't kill the music. They gotta keep it going for some reason.
Oh boy. Oh. Well, thank you, Maine.
Oh, we just received a $3 dono over on PayPal with the message, "Left is best." Thank you. Thank you to the person with the initials AY. don't want to dox anybody unintentionally.
Thank you all very much. I want to thank my mom and my dad, who have loved me unconditionally for 41 years.
I like how it's 2 pixels. We've got 2, maybe, hard to say exact, maybe 4, I'll give it 4 pixels. Like 1 pixel per quadrant. It's like a splash of, it's like just a splash of color. No definition to anything. Hard to say who or what we're looking at. Auto 360p. Oh, that's not better.
Who have loved me unconditionally for and billionaires.
There we go.
I love every single one of you. Everyone who has shown up at a town hall, who has knocked on a door, who cast their vote, not for me, but for a vision of a life in Maine that you can afford. A life of dignity and a government that actually serves its people. I want to thank our incredible campaign team and all 15,000 volunteers. You have built the most powerful grassroots movement in the history of this state. This is because of you. And when we finally defeat Susan Collins, that will be because of you too. You don't just believe in a different kind of politics. You have dedicated your time and your talents to it. It is a service to our state and to our nation. And thank you. I also want to thank Governor Janet Mills for a lifetime of service to a state that we both love. We are eternally grateful.
Okay, that was a burn in the form of a what do you call it? It was honestly very well played. I want to thank Governor Mills for her great service. Thank you, Governor Mills. That'll be all. By the way, you'll notice he's now at 75%. That number just keeps going up. If we had like a graph, you'd see it's just kind of, it's doing one of these right here. To the right and up. Up and to the right. Line go up. 75.7%. Do you see what I'm saying? Line continue to go up.
Have changed. But it's funny, this morning was a normal one. I woke up in my home, just a few doors down from the house I grew up in. Amy and I shared a pot of coffee. We walked our dogs on the same road that I've spent most of my life on. We spent the afternoon knocking on doors and getting ready for this evening. And then we drove down here to Blue Hill, where I was born. Born in a maternity ward that has since closed. I am a son of rural Maine. I was a kid who picked blueberries under the July sun, and then one day, I was a kid who signed up and left to fight for his country. And when I returned, I carried with me the weight of forever wars and the struggle and the alienation that came with it. But I'm also a lucky one who found his way back, who found a living on the sea in a home and a community that offered love and redemption. Redemption is not just some simple or easy destination. It's a journey. I've made mistakes in my life, mistakes that I regret, that I live with, and that I continue to learn from. And I'm still far from perfect. But every day, I wake up and I try to be a little bit better and a little bit kinder than I was the day before. And if you give me the chance, I will be a senator for the people who cannot afford to buy a senator. I will stand up for you and against billionaires and greedy corporations.
It is a compelling message. It's a very compelling message. I'll be a senator for people who can't buy a senator.
I will serve you, the people of Maine, not some lobbyist or party boss. I will be the champion for your dreams as if it were my own, no matter the challenge or the expense. I will fight for you. I have been willing to die for my country. There is nothing that I will not do for the state of Maine. You have lifted me up. You have had my back. This is the state that raised me, and this is the state that saved me. Now, I am not a deeply religious man, and yet I cannot help but think tonight about a hymn. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Found because of the grace of the people of Maine. Grace comes when a tree falls and your neighbor brings over a chainsaw. Grace comes when your truck gives out late at night and someone you've never met stops to help you. Grace comes when you need it most and expect it least, when your parents need a hand and an old friend doesn't hesitate to go shovel the driveway. Or when a teacher, as underpaid as they are, stays late after school, gives up their own precious free time to help a kid who has fallen behind. Grace is not inevitable, but here in Maine, sometimes it feels like it is. And that is something I will never take for granted. It is a mighty gift, and one that I am committed to extending outwards. Maine, I love you. I love this state. Now the national pundits, the political establishment, they keep looking for that one story, that one headline, that one moment in my life that they can define the campaign by. But in trying so hard to understand me, they failed to understand that this is not about me at all. This is a movement about us. About the far too many working far too hard and struggling far too much at the hands of the ruling class. It is not a story of my hardship, it's of our hardship. A story of the hardship of every working Mainer. People that used to be able to stern in the summertime, plow in the winter, dig clams, and be able to send your kid off to college, but you can't anymore. Because that hard work, it isn't enough now. This story, the story of this campaign, it's not about how the political establishment counted me out. It's about for how far too long political establishment has counted out the voices of every single person without the money to buy influence. But they don't know Maine.
Okay, it's this is. I mean, I'm looking at these numbers here. I mean, he's come down by 1%. We're talking about he's at 74% right now with 12% of the vote in. That's 1 in 8 votes, and he's at 74%. That's not a small number of votes. Estimated remaining 180,000. This guy. This is out of 25,000 votes or something like that. 22, whatever that is. 22, 23, 24, it's like 24,000 votes or something like that. Oh my god. 7, that's a blowout. It's a fucking blowout. That's with 1 in 8 votes counted. Janet Mills is getting trounced. He's up by 56 points on her right now. That poll that said that Graham was up by 60-something points on Janet, I don't think it's wrong. Doesn't look wrong to me.
Those who think we can be fooled by a handful of billionaires, who think they can just buy elections like they buy yachts or other houses. But they don't know Maine. We will continue to show up for one another. We will be the people that fight for each other in the places that we love. We are ready for change. And they will try to make this race about everything other than what it absolutely is, a simple choice for who will represent us in the United States Senate. Susan Collins may have started her career decades ago in Washington with good intentions, but she has become just as spineless and corrupt as the establishment she now serves. She got elected promising to protect Roe versus Wade, only to turn around and put a justice of the Supreme Court who overturned it. She lied to us. Susan Collins has used her privilege and power to funnel $60 million in federal contracts, $60 million of our tax dollars, to her lobbyist husband. If that's not corruption, I don't know what is. Susan Collins has gotten 21 times wealthier just in the last 15 years. Has anybody else gotten 21 times wealthier since Susan Collins was elected to office? Does Maine have 21 times the schools and hospitals? No. We have less. Susan Collins is getting rich while we're getting screwed. The last time she ran for office, she received more money from private equity than any other member of Congress, including some of the same private equity companies that shuttered the mills here in Maine. And ever since then, she has stood by and done nothing while they have bought up nursing homes, local businesses, the last of the houses we could afford, stripped our communities for parts. Hell, they bought the Boston Red Sox. And Susan Collins has never met a war she didn't like. She's been supporting endless wars since I was a teenager, and I know I had to fight in 2 of them. Senator Collins, I got blown up while you handed out billions of dollars to defense companies that invest in you. Sorry, that you're invested in. You and your friends profited, and my friends died. Susan Collins has voted to send billions of our taxpayer dollars to fund other people's wars. Susan Collins, how do you justify closing hospitals in Maine while using our tax dollars to destroy them halfway around the world? If you reflect Maine's values, why are you funding masked agents who are ripping our neighbors off the streets, driving them off in unmarked vans? That is not the freedom that I served 4 tours defending. If you are an independent voice, why do you vote with Donald Trump 95% of the time? If you're so bipartisan, why were you the deciding vote to put Brett Kavanaugh on the Supreme Court? The deciding vote to defund our health care and our hospitals. Why did you rubber stamp the greatest redistribution of wealth from the working class to the ruling class in the history of our nation? Susan Collins is only bipartisan when it doesn't matter. Susan Collins calls herself the gold standard of common sense. Common sense would be Mainers not having to choose between seeing a doctor or paying your mortgage. Common sense would be banning billionaires from buying elections. And it would also be giving workers the same seat at the table as CEOs. Common sense would be a minimum wage that's a living wage. It would be keeping our hospitals open and our schools funded and our kids from having to fight in another generation of forever wars. Common sense would be releasing the Epstein files.
Let's get the files and figure it out.
Should be unafraid of upsetting the wannabe king to whom Susan Collins bows. Susan Collins said she would only serve 2 terms. She's now running for her 6th. She has worked in politics longer than Joe Biden. She hasn't held a town hall since I was in 8th grade. I've held 83 town halls in the past 8 months. What are you trying to hide, Senator Collins? Now, the truth is, Susan Collins doesn't serve us. She serves Donald Trump. She serves the Epstein class. She serves her corporate donors and the corrupt political system that has rigged the economy against us. She does not serve us, and so we will defeat Susan Collins.
And, you know, I would just like to point out to everybody that basically, I mean, it hasn't been called yet, so I guess you can still hold out hope. But it's going to be Graham Plattner. I take it back. It's been already called by NBC, projected winner. So it's going to be Graham Plattner versus Susan Collins. Susan Collins, the woman who co-sponsored. She didn't just vote for it, she co-sponsored the Israel Anti-Boycott Act, which made it a federal crime punishable by a maximum sentence of 20 years imprisonment for Americans to encourage or participate in boycotts against the state of Israel and Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory. And that is only one of many horrible things she's done in her 36-year tenure. I can't imagine how, you know, how Graham could be worse than Susan. Considering all the things, he would have to go against literally everything he's ever said. Which I guess it could happen. The crazy, it's 2026. Anything could happen. But
if you want to stop a Trump family slush fund, their ballroom, their deals with Saudi.
There's people out there who are planning, who, like, in the general are like, oh, we're gonna vote for Susan Collins over this guy. I mean, I am sort of blown away by that thought, because she's about to be 80. She has like a 40-year record that everybody can look at. You know? Like, Susan's been in there. She's voted for she's voted for basically everything that you don't like. Like, I can guarantee, like, 90% of the things that you don't like, she's probably voted for it. Republican tax cuts, Iraq, Afghanistan. I mean, like, sometimes she says things, like, critical things of stuff, and then she immediately goes and votes along with Republicans on practically everything. She's horrible. She's a horrible woman.
And tech oligarchs. If you want to stop the corruption, as Maine goes, so goes the nation. If we want to dismantle ICE, win back the Senate, check Donald Trump's power, and take back ours, as Maine goes, so goes the nation. Together, we will defeat Susan Collins.
Hey, Zion Khalifa is advancing to the runoff election. So we can't call these races yet. But he has at least made it to the runoff race here. 50% left to go on the count. That's good. I mean, he's honestly, I'll point this out. Zion's not the best candidate. Like, he's the best candidate of the four. I looked through most, like, I think I looked through all of their pages for those of them that had them. And looked through as much of what I could find on the internet of all these different candidates. He's the best of the four. He is not what I would describe as the best possible candidate. I would have loved a lot more on foreign policy from him. He seems pretty young. But a lot of his policies, in my opinion, are quite good. And everybody else seemed much worse. The Mocker, unfortunately, has been called the winner, it looks like, here in District 3. Something crazy would have to happen. Mackins would have to pick up, like, 3,000-4,000 votes, probably, without the Mocker picking up very much. Because right now, Mackins back by, like, 2,000. It's not good. Doesn't look like Mackins is going to take it there. It's South Carolina, so it's a little more complicated. They're going to keep looking at that thing until the very end. And if the Mocker drops below 50, it'll advance to a runoff in 10 minutes now. Nevada's House and the Senate, and actually they don't have a Senate race. House and Governor and Secretary of State, Attorney General and Lieutenant Governor races. Results are going to start coming in. Still no results in the 2nd or 4th districts of California. No dramatic movement either that I'm seeing in the vote counts. I know it's holding up those last two.
Together, we will win back this Senate seat. And together, we are going to take back our power. Thank you very much. Thank you, man.
How's the governor's race? Troy Jackson. I actually didn't look enough into this one. I don't know even who I favor here. Out of the, I think, was it 4 or 5 candidates? Yeah, out of the 5 candidates here, I don't know who I support. I just never had time to get into the governor's race here in Maine. You know, I'm trying my best always, but it's only so much I can do on my own. Okay, I think that's it on that. At least on that video. I'm trying to think of what we should. Anybody else that's live right now? Oh my phone. Bernie endorsed. Oh, really? He endorsed Troy Jackson? Really? No way. He's winning right now. That's good. I'll put him on the galactic list. If he's a Bernie endorsed candidate, great. I didn't have a chance to check that. That there. Oh wait, actually, I take it back. Oh no, it's another situation. I looked through this quickly, and I thought Shanna Bellows was one of the best candidates here, but Troy Jackson's beating her by 2,000 votes. He's in first place. It happened again. I need to get better at this. Gotta stop crossing with fucking Bernie endorsed candidates. Oh man, games, fuck games. What does that mean? What do you mean these are not games? Says democracy. Just to update you all. Show you what I'm talking about. As you can see, the vote count has not changed on District 2 or 4. Still 83% in on 4, 67% in on District 2. Eric Jones and Rose Yee still in third place, both of them, but Eric Jones much closer to overtaking second than Rose is at this time. But anything could happen in either of those races. I'm still watching it with a close eye. And any other updates in these, we'll let you know. Nevada, 4 minutes now. 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Polls closing.
Holy Toledo.
In Nevada. Wow, it's a very close race. In the governor's ship, for Democrats, 4 different candidates. All within like 2,000 votes of each other? Jesus Christ. That's wild. Still a lot of counting going on there. I should look at Maine's one district that's up that has an actual race. Page Loud. Not doing great. Not doing great, I'm afraid. She's our preferred candidate here in the 2nd District of Maine. She's only got 9.8% of the vote. But still a lot to count. 87% left to go. Seems like Maine might take a while to count. Is there another live stream right now? Sorry, everyone. I'm looking for another live stream on the election results. See if there's anything else going. Kornacki Cam? John King? I mean, are these guys, what, they think the election's over or something? Come on.
Come on!
This is ridiculous! That's too much, man!
Holy Toledo!
That's not how you spell Nevada. Still not how you spell Nevada, for the love of God. I'm just like going through Nevada live, like not live, but Nevada local channels, and none of them are live right now. They don't give a shit. They just don't give a shit. The polls are literally closing as we speak in Nevada, everybody. It is 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. No one's live in Nevada, so we'll cover things galactically. We're here for you, GNN. Even if your Earth News peoples are not interested at all in your democracies, I am. Don't worry. I'm here for you. Even though your stupid Earth broadcasts do not care, I do. Here. In orbit. What did I do with my, yeah. Okay, oh, votes are coming in already. They're coming in hot. In Nevada. What should I do here? I think I'll... Is this over here? It is. Okay. Okay, people. Here we go. Yeah. All right, we got results coming in very quickly here in Nevada. 50% of the vote already in District 2. Currently, Benitez Thompson, the leader. There's a crowded field in District 2. Was that 12, 5, 10, 11 candidates, I think, there I counted. Our preferred candidate in District 2, Matthew Funkin, whatever it is. Unfortunately, he's down in 5th place right now. Gonna need some serious juice with Matthew. In the 3rd district, no votes yet, but we are hoping Dr. James Lally can take this one out. And District 1, looking for Joy Hoover, but no votes in District 1 or 3. District 2 is just crazy fast. I'll bet Nevada has already counted most of the mail-in ballots. I'll bet you that's what it is. That would be my guess. It would be the early mail-in ballots. But there's other races here in Nevada. Apparently, the governor. Why am I yawning? Whoops, I did not click that. Governor. Although I do not have. There's 4.2% of people voting none of these candidates. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, I looked at both these. They sucked. I couldn't decide before today. None of these candidates. None of these candidates is beating one of the Republican candidates. Oh my god. Gee, wow. Wow. I wonder... I'm interested by this. I've never seen that one before. None of these candidates. None of these candidates is a voting option in Nevada for a statewide and presidential election ballot. This option is listed along with the names of individuals running for the position and is often described as none of the above. The option first appeared on the Nevada ballot in 1975. Fascinating. But what happens? Is there a particular threshold it has to meet for it to actually have an effect? I guess it just I think if it beats all the other candidates, they just redo it, maybe? It's not clear what actually happens. I'd have to get into it. But that is a very fascinating thing. None of these candidates, Nevada, can't decide, try again. I kind of want that to happen because I think it'd be fucking hilarious. Am I the only one that thinks that would be fucking hilarious? Let's go, none of these candidates. You can do it. All right. How far are we into this? 3.5 hours. I think at this point, since we don't have anything to talk about in North Dakota, one house race and no challenge primary. I think all three. I think it was like a no challenge independent, no challenge Republican, and no challenge Democrat. They're all going to go up against each other in the general. That's North Dakota's one at-large district. I mean, could we sit here all night and parse over these results? Yeah, probably we could. I think we have a pretty good sense of things, though, and how they went. Could have some shock results, but a lot of things are kind of going fairly expectedly. We haven't seen any results. I guess we'll wait until we see at least some of the results from District 1 and 3 in Nevada's House race. Should check in on California again. Still nothing in District 2 or 4. We've been waiting on that for so long. They lose the ballots or something? Come on! It's been stuck at the same amount in for so long. Just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube, and, of course, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways we have available to you. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. Alright, I'm also not seeing any live streams. I've been looking around for one. Nobody gives a shit. Apparently it's just us. I do feel like we are ending our election coverage knowing a good deal about what's happening here. We have fairly complete election results now in California. I mean, tonight is basically the last night. If your ballot doesn't turn up today, even if it's postmarked on the 2nd, doesn't matter, it doesn't get counted. That's why they're calling all of the races. Paige Loud is still in 4th place right now in the 2nd district in Maine. Graham Plattner still has almost 74% of the vote with 50,000 votes in already. There's still a lot more, 160,000 votes to count supposedly. But it's going to take a lot. It would take a hell of a lot for Janet to suddenly overtake him. It's already been declared the projected winner by NBC. 5, 7, basically almost all. And if you look at her here, in South Carolina, right? You have basically all these races have been called now, right? Wait, hold on. Let me pull out my thing here. So it doesn't look like Matt Fulmer in the first district is going to be making it to the, although I should double check this. Yeah, no, he's down here at 3 or 4%. Doesn't look like Matt Fulmer is going to be making it, so I'm going to red him out. But Zion Khalifa is going to make it to the runoff. Whoops. Color. Ernest Mackins, I think technically, I don't know if he can make it. I'm not going to declare it lost. I think he might have lost. South Carolina is confusing because of the runoff situation. I think it's still maybe technically possible that he overtakes Lamacher, or he takes enough votes between here and the end of counting to reduce her count to below 50%. I don't know if they're going to keep counting or not right now. Dittmer has been declared the winner. We had no, literally, like I said, Dittmer and Clow are like the same. Dittmer is Coons, I think, and Clow was Cinema. They're both trash. Or maybe it's the other way around. I can't remember. Who cares? They're both garbage. But they're going to be better probably than the Republican in District 5. Clymer. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Anybody is better than Clymer. How long has he been in there for? He's been in there for 10 years. This guy is so useless. He's got a Wikipedia page. Wes Clymer is so useless. He's been in the he's been in government for a decade. Doesn't even have a fucking photo on his Wikipedia page. Oh, anybody's better than that guy. What else did we need to go over before we end this? Oh, right. Kyle Freeman losing the Senate to Annie Andrews, who will be going ahead against Lindsey Graham in the South Carolina Senate race. In Nevada. Oh, we just talked about that. So right, we still don't have first and third. So I guess we can wait on that for a second longer. But we basically covered everything. I think a lot of those are going to stay the way that they look right now. The only one that might change is Maggins. I'd love to see that change. All right, Horsford goes ahead. Latner's going ahead. Paige Loud. I didn't look at her. I don't think she's doing well, though. Ugh. Yeah, Paige isn't even in the race. Paige isn't even in the race right now. She's at 10%, while everybody else is at 30%. There's 4 people in the race right here. You see, look at this. This is an unfortunate one, but I don't think that she's going to win this. something crazy would have to happen. 4 candidates, she's in 4th, 10%, whereas 3 other candidates have 30% with 20,000 votes already in. 18,000, however many that is. Sure, there's 80% left. Could happen. It's just not likely. But yeah, this is actually, not terrible results today. And some more results coming in California, which was good. Although Steyer seemingly not making it. That race being called. I guess we'll just wait. Where did I? Hold on. Oh, there it is. Okay. I have too many windows open right now. Let's move on. Let's move on from the elections. I'll keep an eye on the numbers over here. But I think it's about good enough. Just a reminder, everybody, we are finishing with the elections coverage. We're 3.5 hours into the stream. Good God, we are 3.5 hours into the stream. We've only seen two donations. One on PayPal, one on Twitch. But doesn't even get us up to $5. That's not good. That doth not bode well, I must say. Oof. Yep, I just double-checked everything. Okay, let's move on to talking about what happened last night. Knicks, Spurs, Madison Square Garden. Oh my God, my brain is broken. Hello, Madison Square Garden, MSG, multi-thousand-dollar tickets. And of course, the president decided to attend. The first in history. Donald Trump decided to make it about himself. A few days before his birthday. I don't think we should be shocked that he's feeling a little bit narcissistic right now.
President Trump and Mayor Mamdani are set to be among the thousands of fans packing into Madison Square Garden for the game tonight.
And we're learning much more about one of those high-profile fans, including where he's sitting and how much he paid. News 4 government affairs reporter Melissa Russo has the details.
Goalkeeping in a suit and tie this morning at a World Cup event in Central Park. Mayor Zohran Mamdani ended up on his knees, but at the Knicks game tonight...
And I'll be standing for the duration of the game.
We first reported last week that the mayor had purchased a Game 3 ticket, but until today he had not said how much he spent, nor where he'd sit.
I bought my tickets for nearly $1,000 from Madison Square Garden.
Asked whether he received a discount, Mayor Mamdani said what he paid was the Garden's price for a standing room only ticket. MSG did not immediately respond to our requests for comment. On Ticketmaster today, other standing room tickets were reselling for around $5,000.
Well, great for him. $9,000 was the cheapest ticket I saw.
I think Madison Square Garden did give him a cheaper ticket. I don't know if he knew that. but it sounds like $1,000. I mean, unless he bought it way ahead of time somehow. I don't know when they actually went on sale.
It's just impressive that he got into the stadium for that cheap.
Under city ethics rules, mayors may attend a sporting event for free if it's in their official capacity. Eric Adams reported accepting free Knicks tickets worth thousands of dollars when he was mayor.
We're going to Game 3, I guess. I think the Knicks have an amazing team.
And if sports fever is overtaking New York, the politicians want a piece of it. Tonight will be President Donald Trump's 17th appearance at a major sporting event in his second term.
Does this guy even know the difference between Karl Rove and Karl Anthony Towns? I don't think so.
For the mayor, perhaps it's a welcome distraction from debate over things like the budget and his free grocery stores. Mamdani's choice to pay and to stand to...
I mean, I would point out they do look really different. Just gonna point that out.
Nowhere near President Trump.
I will be in a very different section of the stadium.
Lets him remind voters he stands against the steep ticket prices that
Like,
are shutting out so many Knicks and...
Like, let me just bring this up because I think you could tell who's the basketball player and who's not between Karl and Karl, between Rove and Anthony Towns. I mean, if you look at Karl Rove, I think honestly you don't even need a picture of Karl Anthony Towns to know that Karl Rove is not a professional basketball. He will not be appearing tonight. This is Karl. This is Karl Rove. You could look at Karl and say, yeah, he's probably not starting for the Knicks tonight. This guy right here, probably not starting for the Knicks tonight. 75-year-old Karl Rove, former Republican, actually I think probably current Republican consultant. I mean, you know how they are over there. Not really. Karl Rove posted his own photo. Wow.
Cup fans.
And on that note, Mayor Mamdani announced he'll be opening the Great Lawn here in Central Park to...
You'd pay to watch Karl Rove play basketball? Actually, that'd be probably pretty entertaining. Just to watch Karl Rove get dunked on over and over again. Like, he can't... Like, we got to make a rule so that he's got to take at least, like, 3 fouls per half. Like, he's got to try and block a shot, like, every... I'm trying to think. Yeah, I'm trying to be fair. Like, every, like, 8 minutes... I think that would be pretty amusing. Now, let's take a look at the numbers. See how Donald Trump is doing. How he was doing ahead of the game last night.
The President of the United States, Donald John Trump, may be more hated in his home state of New York than the San Antonio Spurs. Because what are we talking about here? Let's take a look here. Trump's net approval rating in New York State. You know, you go back to January 2025, it was, you know, not so great, but not so terrible. 5 points underwater. But look at where he's fallen to now. He is now 30 points underwater on the net approval rating in his home state of New York. A massive drop-off we have seen in his popularity in the Empire State.
And it's interesting, when you dig into some of these numbers, there were some groups, even in this very liberal state, that the president was doing well with.
Yeah, okay. You know, a lot of the people who might be getting screwed tonight, especially with that watch party getting canceled, are working class New Yorkers. And those are the voters who have turned most against the president of the United States. Okay, Trump's approval rating in New York State with incomes under $50,000. You know, back in January 2025, he was actually slightly above water, 1 point above water. But hey, 1 point above water is better than 1 point below water. But look at where he is now. A dramatic decline. My goodness gracious. Right down there into the Hudson River. He's now 36 points underwater, nearly a 40-point move against the president of the United States with working class New Yorkers, those with incomes under $50,000, and that is matching what we're seeing nationwide as well, and that is the President of the United States. Disproportionately, he is losing support among working class Americans, and he's disproportionately...
Yeah, it probably doesn't look good to be the billionaire president showing up at the fucking, at the NBA finals, taking up seats, like any seats, with your entire family and entourage, when seats are multiple thousands of dollars a piece, making people wait hours to get in because of security, preventing who knows exactly how many thousands of people from the watch parties outside. I mean, name a thing about how tone deaf this is. It's just literally such a long list. Where do we even start and stop? It's just so tone. This dude can afford to do anything, right? He could have held his own watch party somewhere else with all of his best friends. Instead, he decided to go to Madison Square Garden and ruin it for everyone.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak. Losing support among working class New Yorkers.
This is a pretty good number for January 25.
Yeah.
This isn't.
No.
It's dropped a lot.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
John Berman, he's got jokes. This is good, this bad. That's true, John. If you have an astute eye, nothing gets past John Berman. Very smart. You might not know that. He knows numbers. +1 is better than -36.
It's science.
Look at that face. Look at that face of John. He's so excited to tell Harry about the numbers. He's like, "Hey, Harry, I don't know if you know this, but 1 is better than -36." And Harry's like, "Oh my God, you're right, John. John, you're right. Look at it. Look, John." That was the wrong one.
Holy Toledo!
That's what I meant to do.
Holy Toledo!
Holy Toledo, John. I think you're right. It is bigger. It is better. It's like, holy Toledo, John, you're right. That is much, much worse. Speaking of holy Toledo, Sweet Dono from Glitchmaster over on PayPal. Here you go, Big Daddy Trump, curse the Nixon 5. Yes, Nixon 5. It's gonna happen.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner. Well, that helps us in our galactic... Wait, hold on. Both the galactic deficit and the galactic content goal. You see, when you donate on Cash App and PayPal, it goes to 2 goals. 2 in 1. Okay. Let's stay on this Knicks game. I'm not even close to done with this thing. It's ridiculous. I don't know what he was thinking, honestly. The more I think about it, what was he thinking? No president has ever done anything like this. And, I actually have, I think, a pretty interesting observation to make about this here. At some point, I'll whip it out. But let's go here. This is from yesterday. at the Majority Report.
What's this?
We pop this up.
Oh, right.
Let's go.
You're honestly.
It doesn't need the Emirate. Emirate needs the NBA. Doesn't need the Emirate. Emirate needs the NBA.
Fans should know that the sport that they are enjoying is fueling crimes against humanity. They should know that the NBA is investing in the UAE, and the UAE is investing in atrocities in Sudan. We call out the NBA.
Illegal.
You are big, you are profitable, you do not need this deal in the UAE.
People are right now dying in silence. And this is as a result of the support from the United Arab Emirates. The NBA might not be on the ground, but they can end their dealing or partnership that where the Emirate case.
The deal's going to generate what they estimate to be about $500 million in ad revenue for both the NBA and the UAE. The New York Knicks have their own $30 million deal with the UAE. They're the only individual.
I gotta say, this is the pettiest possible thing. I think this is the pettiest thing that Sam could find. He was like, let me think. What's the pettiest thing I can do? Let me think. Oh, I'll play this video on the day of Game 3. You can see how pissed Emma was. She's like, really, this is what you're doing right now? This, my boss, this is borderline workplace harassment. Oh, my God.
A team that has such an arrangement. The NBA and the New York Knicks are thus profiting handsomely, as well as laundering the reputation of a regime that is underwriting a militia responsible for killing people. We believe money not tainted with so much blood can come from other sponsors.
The NBA just wants you to ignore this. They want to pretend it's not there, that it's not their problem. And they're assuming that this will not bother anyone enough that there will be any reputational blowback for the NBA. I think it's all of our jobs to prove that wrong.
That's interesting.
It's a good time to.
Why don't you pull this up?
Well, hold on one second.
No. I don't think we need to.
I mean, it is. There is
self-explanatory.
Yeah, this. I remember this. This reminds me of that time that the QB of the Giants introduced Donald Trump.
Well, Abdul Carter stood up to him.
It doesn't.
I mean, I think I'm pretty sure that's Robert Kraft, owner of the New England Patriots. And apparently, I guess, is Sam a New England Patriots fan? I never really thought about it very much. Is he a Patriots fan?
It's introduced Donald Trump.
Well, Abdul Carter stood up to him.
I mean, for those not watching, just in case you missed it, it wasn't just Robert Kraft. It was a picture of Robert Kraft and Benjamin Netanyahu with Bibi touching the Patriots helmet and the Super Bowl whatever trophy in front of two, actually I think it's one Israeli flag and one American flag and menorah.
Of the Giants introduced Donald Trump.
Well, Abdul Carter stood up to him.
It doesn't.
I mean, I think the real problem, the real through line here is owners.
Yes, exactly. Right. This is the problem, is that James Dolan's a despicable person, as is Robert Kraft, and the fact that these billionaires get to make decisions that redirect the fans' money and energy towards causes that are genocidal and horrible is a systemic issue.
Public as a Green Bay Packer owner, I would say not all owners.
Not all owners. Not all owners. Green Bay Packers are basically the only team in North America.
How are you an owner of the Green Bay? Could you buy in? Out of state, you can.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's basically like a certificate.
I don't have much voting power.
Yeah.
But you know, I know that the expansion.
Also, that's not allowed anymore.
Yes.
The Packers model. So.
Oh yeah.
They've basically banned it from the NFL. They've said that that it can only be that is the only team that can be structured in that way.
The Winnipeg Blue, so whatever, the CFL team from the Winnipeg is a nonprofit, publicly owned, is the only professional sports team in the Western Hemisphere that is completely nonprofit. You can't even get stocks in it. It's just owned by the community. Blue Bombers. Winnipeg
We got to
Blue
get
Bombers.
on that.
Can we at least cover this story though in a fun way? I appreciate what you were trying to do there, but like it actually is making the news. This Trump interference in the NBA Finals.
Yeah, I mean, people are pissed because, I mean, to the credit of the Knicks, because New York City is a big place, and it's not like the at Madison Square Garden, holds 70,000 people, and because it's New York and there is such wealth inequality here, you have people who can spend $20,000 on a ticket or two tickets.
It's astonishing. I think the cheapest for Game 3, first game at Madison Square Garden tonight, and first NBA Finals game at Madison Square Garden since 1999. Minimum ticket for the nosebleeds is $7,000 a pop. It's absolutely outrageous. But the best part about these Knicks postseason runs have been the parties that are outside, the watch parties, the regular fans that are coming out and showing up for the team, even though James Dolan is such a piece of garbage that he does absolutely nothing and seems to get off on the idea that these finals tickets are more expensive than anything.
It's cheaper for a New York Knicks fan to fly.
Okay, Dono's picking up in the late half of the Galactic Stream here. The Wire. $10 Dono. Go Knicks on Cash App. Let's go Knicks. I'm sorry, not just go Knicks. Let's go Knicks. 5 exclamation points.
To San Antonio, I saw this breakdown. Stay in a hotel for a night, buy a ticket there.
Mm-hmm. Which
And
they sure did in Game 2.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
true in the Philly series, and it was true in the Cleveland series, too.
And Trump was asked about this. This is 23 on Air Force One because he's showing up to the game and causing additional issues. The tickets were already that expensive before this, but because Trump is showing up to the NBA Finals, to Game 3, this bandwagon fake fan that never cared about the NBA until he gets to show up at this historic event and ruin it for the many, many New Yorkers who have waited decades for their entire lives to experience
And
this.
I actually was saying they're actually better when Ewing is out of the lineup because they play faster and more free.
It's canceling all of the watch parties outside of MSG, and you have to show up 2 hours early to get into the stadium because of the security detail. There are quotes from Obama, and we're no Obama defenders here, but back in the day, him saying that he didn't go to these kinds of events despite being an NBA fan because of the hassle it would create for everybody. It's
It's going
bad
to be
politics.
such a nightmare, and Trump does not care at all.
Oh, what Trump does not care. Let's listen to what Trump had to say about it.
At the game you're going to, the cheapest price for the game 3 you're going to is $8,000. Everyday Americans can't afford these sports.
Well, I know, but they can watch it on television.
Yeah, but
It's
screw
sort of
that.
semi-free to watch it on television, but
Yeah, but screw that. It's semi-free to watch on television. Now, what percentage of Americans do you figure actually have cable still? Because that's what he's referring to, right? Like, who has cable? Semi-free. Semi. What does that mean? Semi-free. He thinks that, like, to him, cable's free. Like, when you're a billionaire, like, the $100 it costs for cable, that's free. It's semi-free. Basically free. What do you think about it?
that's the way life goes.
That's the way it goes.
Now, if the team wasn't a big success, you could go very easily. So, you can do that too, but that's the way life is.
Right. The only reason that's the way life is.
That's the way it is.
I mean, honestly, I think this
remember
is
when I was born, and my father only had several $100 million. And at that time, if the ticket prices were, he might not want to go.
Yes,
I wanted to say pick up an island in Albania. I wasn't able to do it back then.
Able to do it. You'd have to buy one in Latvia.
This mother effer brings his loser awful energy to the dang Knicks. I'm going to lose my mind.
Oh, you said it twice. He won 2024 in a landslide. What loser energy. He also won 2020 if it wasn't rigged.
I
You
mean,
worried he's going to upset the karma or something?
Most winning president since FDR.
I said a little bit of the L word there,
You
which
guys
I
said it
wasn't
3
supposed to
times.
say, even though I was trying to.
I'm over here. I'm counting it. That's 3 L words. Okay. I can't remember who was who. It was either Emma that said it 2 times or Brian, but there was 2 on one side and 1 on the other side. That's 3 L words, and it's too late now. L word. I mean, look at Sam. Look at how. Look at Sam. He's like, oh no, that's very sad for you, isn't it? Very sad for you, isn't it, Emma? You said the L word. Will you remind us again what the L word is again, Emma? Like, that's what Sam is thinking right now.
I'm Donald Trump,
Are
there,
these
so maybe
rules-
that's these are my internal rules.
Are they written down somewhere?
No,
or
they're
kind of just what you feel.
They're in my psychosis. It is going to be a real contrast with Zoran high up in the stands and the watch parties that they're throwing in Bryant Park and I think at Brooklyn Bowl and across the city. And Trump saying there that you could just, who cares? You know, that's the way life goes. You could just watch it on TV. It's semi-free.
I mean, it may be worth it to watch like what happens when they introduce Mamdani and he waves to the crowd, and then when they introduce Trump and the crowd boos. I mean,
But that's my biggest fear is the crowd's going to be so rich that they're not going to boo the hell out of Trump. That's my big fear.
And I'll say, like, that's the one thing about Trump going that I appreciate is making all those rich people have to line up for 2 hours to get into the.
I know. I had that exact.
And I looked around at the audience in some of these pictures. It's like literally, it's just like filled with celebrities. It's like whatever this. What's MSG's fucking. Say 5,000? Okay, 20,000. 20,000. I don't know if there's 20,000 there. Maybe, probably. I mean, it's sold out. It's like 20,000 like celebrities and rich people. It's like super rich people. Well, let's get to it. CBS New York 17 hours ago. Knicks fans deal with heavy security prior to Game 3. Thanks to Donald Trump.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Courtside seats cost $188,000.
All right, now let's head outside the Garden. Dick Brennan has more on the expanded security measures we've seen tonight. And Dick, I don't know when at any other time it's
Yeah, and I saw a bunch of like centimillionaires and billionaires in the front row. What's 188,000 to a centimillionaire and or billionaire? Nothing. I think it's nothing. It's like you and I thinking about like filling up a bowl of cereal. That's what 188,000 is.
this difficult for people who paid good money for these tickets to actually get inside to see the game.
Absolutely, Jessica. It's unbelievable just how locked down these streets are. You rarely see this in New York City, but it's almost absolutely quiet except for a bunch of kids over there screaming. I can tell you all night long, this has been going on for hours, of course, increased security because President Trump is still inside and you don't have those fans milling around the Garden. But as you suggested, Jessica, in the meantime, it was very difficult for fans who wanted to get to the game.
I just moved here a week ago. Go Knicks.
In their first finals game at the Garden, Knicks fans were pulling for another victory.
They have a really good team chemistry, and so I think that'll help them get a quick sweep.
President Trump was among the spectators, but his visit had arriving fans full of frustration.
It took about a good 50 minutes for us to get over here, and it was just a few blocks.
Have your tickets ready. Have your tickets ready.
Damn.
Knicks tickets ready. The NYPD had metal detectors all around
like the
Garden,
president came to
and that
town.
had some
Oh,
folks
wait.
walking in circles.
It's so overcrowded. Everybody cared about the Knicks and the Spurs, and
Yeah, seriously, this is super unthoughtful. This is already like a super, like, difficult event to deal with, crowd-wise. And Trump just shows up and throws a massive wrench in the whole thing. He's like, I'm showing up. I'm coming for the game. And the people are like, wait, what? Yep, I'm coming. The president. Then security has to completely change in like 48 hours. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, but you gotta understand, people have a life 24/7. So even though it's a game, what are we supposed to do?
Now, there's a few minutes left in the game, but President Trump is still inside. Now, that's very important because whenever he moves, everything stops. That's cars and that's people. So if he waits till the end of the game, it's possible that some of the fans inside will have to wait, but we just don't know yet. He might be getting out of here. But in the meantime, this area all around Midtown remains locked down. That's the latest from outside the Garden. Jessica, back to you.
Such a fascinating sight to see a completely empty area around the Garden on the night the Knicks are playing. All right, Dick, thank you. Right near the Garden, fans are watching the game from the rooftop of Roberta's Pizza. Steve Overmeyer is there with the party underway. Steve.
Yeah, without a doubt, Jessica. I mean, just behind me, that is where the Knicks are playing in the NBA Finals inside the Garden. But all across the city, there are little versions of the Garden on rooftop bars, in living rooms, on street corners. It's a place where all of these fans, strangers, find ways to become friends. And for a night, New Yorkers are reminded that we're all pulling in the same direction.
We've been waiting for this our entire lives, but it's been 27 years since we've gotten to this point. I mean, I was 10 and 15 the last two times the Knicks were in the finals, and I never thought in a million years I'd have to wait this long to get back. And it's the entire city is just like ready to explode. I mean, we take over every opposing arena. I mean, like, I can't even afford to get into the building here because everybody is so die-hard about the Knicks. There's no other fan base in the city like this. It's all about the Knicks.
Wow, this guy's really, really excited. Look at him go.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
He went from like a 2 to a 10.
Can't help themselves. So excited for what's to.
The guy went from like a 2 to a 10 in like a half a second there. He just turned the switch on and he was just losing his freaking mind.
More in surrounding streets. Now, I will tell you, I've been to many watch parties, and this one feels a little different. It's a nail biter. These fans have been glued to every move and every bucket. You hear a little cheer, but it's not what we're used to. So right now, Nate from the Bronx is joining us right now. You got here when the doors opened at 6 o'clock. You've been getting everybody hyped tonight. What's the overall feeling? And 100 to 106 right now in the post game.
It feels great. It's a close game. I'm holding on to Brunson like I'm holding on to faith and hope, okay? Let's go. Let's go.
So you still have hope, and we have Courtney over here. Courtney, you flew in all the way from Florida to catch this watch party. Are you still hopeful?
Oh, of course, man. Rest in peace to my brother. He's been waiting for this moment. We've been waiting for this moment, and we're going to bring it home, baby.
Were you alive when they came to the finals back in 1999?
I was alive, but I didn't have much recollection, you know what I'm saying?
So you're ready to watch them win?
I'm ready, baby.
Jessica, they're hanging on to hope out here. They're ready for another win tonight. It's a close game right now. It's why we're seeing a lot of the fans glued to this massive TV, hopeful that they're able to win this game tonight. Reporting live from Bryant Park, Eddie Guajardo, CBS News, New York.
Just a few minutes left.
Yes, indeed. Still, watch parties across the 5 boroughs, but one planned for outside of Manhattan. I keep saying it. Madison Square Garden. What is wrong with my brain tonight? Outside of Madison Square Garden in Manhattan is because I keep meaning to say that sentence and I just brain words not working today. But that one canceled because of the president. Massive fence around the Garden. A lot of people, I think, disappointed by that. All right, let's go see the motley crew. Look, Lee Zeldin's there. And Sean Duffy. And who else is there? I see Zeldin, I see Duffy. Is that Wickoff? I think it's Wickoff. Yep, I see Wickoff, I see Trump. Who's this dipshit? He's probably the owner of the Knicks. Yep, I think so. James Dolan. Oh, it's Madison Square Garden. Yeah. He's the CEO of the MSG network. Yeah. The guy in the annoying orange suit right now, James Dolan, the CEO of the MSG network. Oh yeah, sorry. I can't quite tell who the women are. I know there's at least 2 women here with the boys, but they all of the like the Trump women, like all the Republican women, they all look the fucking same. Right? Like all the ones that are like in the MAGA crew, like, they all have like the same makeup and hair and outfits. And like, who the fuck is this one? Can you tell me? It could be like 30 different people. Like I could say, oh, I'm trying to think. I could say so many different people, and you would be like, yeah, that could be that person. Like that could be Caroline Levitt, but it could also be.
This is the very definition.
It could also be Ivanka.
Totalitarianism.
I mean, like honestly, they from in between, from like across on the other side of the glass with all the glare, you really can't tell me for sure. I do think it's actually Kai. I'm pretty sure that's Kai Trump. Do you see what I mean? Like they're all the same. All the same person. Mar-a-Lago face, yeah. Anyway, I think we've identified most of the people here. Is that Doug Burgum? Oh, wait. Is that Doug Burgum? I think that's Doug. Yeah. Yeah, that's Doug. Yeah, Doug. Oh, with the lights on, it's much easier. Yeah, Doug, Kai, Sean. Fucking Lee. Zeldin over here, fucking EPA douchebag. Look at this motley crew of fucking idiots. Who I don't know is this one kid who seems like, I think it's got to be this guy's son. You see what I mean? Am I wrong? Like this dude completely just standing there, completely uninteresting. Kid who's like leaned into this dude in the orange suit who I've never seen fucking before, but he's in the box with the president. Also, who is this guy? switching vids. There we go. You notice that for the first 4 measures of the Star Spangled Banner, Trump is just standing, just arms limp at his sides, doing nothing.
Ridiculous.
Why is he doing nothing? Usually he salutes, which is deranged in its own right. But he's not even putting his hand over his heart, doesn't care? Doesn't love America? This should be a scandal. This should be a scandal. Trump hates America.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Boo. He looks around and then he salutes. He looks around and then he starts saluting. And then people start booing because they realize it's him. Apparently people were giving out like guides on how to boo the president so that it didn't jinx the Knicks. I'm not sure it worked. But you know who I think actually jinked the Knicks is James fucking Dolan. I just realized that as the CEO of the MSG network, he's also the what do you call it? Like the chairman of the New York Knicks as well. So this guy is the one jinxing them. He shouldn't be in the box with Trump. That's a jinx. Why would he do this? Why would he do this? He's the one who's jinxing, who's jinxed the New York Knicks here. He should be ashamed of himself for that loss.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I believe that's a fuck Donald Trump chant right there. And Kai is confused, so she's clapping because she's a dummy. Oh, Kai, you idiot. I love how she's clapping along with it like a moron. And Trump is clapping too. They both clap and Trump stops immediately. Yes, Trump was mercilessly booed at Madison Square Garden by fans. Utterly shameful that he would show up. He's not even a basketball fan. He can't even name his favorite team. His fake fucking fan just showed up because he wanted attention. It's his birthday on Sunday. Just wanted to have a little fun. Who cares if it ruins it for everyone else? It's his birthday after all. Yeah, no hand on the heart either.
Breaking moments ago, Donald Trump was just...
It's shameful. The whole thing is shameful. He shows up, and he does insult... And how far in on this are we? At this point... Well, not quite yet. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Booed at Madison Square Garden during the national anthem at the NBA Finals in New York City. According to our own Chris Hayes, who posted on Blue Sky, quote, "They tried to show Trump on the Jumbotron during the anthem so people wouldn't boo, but the boos were immediate and so loud they came
immediately,
off the
if not
after
sooner.
a second. Take a listen to this. We just had a very spirited conversation in the break before. Can I just say, Avery Wilson, Grammy-nominated Avery Wilson of Broadway fame, was a person that was singing the national anthem. He was giving it to us over the boos. He's a huge Knicks fan, and which is why he was asked, and he's thought of as a good luck charm. But dang, not to have Trump come into your game where you singing. Ooh.
And that's tough, and I get the thinking.
Excuse me there. I only listen to fucking... What's his face? I always forget this idiot's name, this Muppet. I just do not care. The guy's a former Republican failure. Or former Republican failure. Why do I gotta listen to this today? Like, why? Give me one fucking reason why I gotta listen to him. Let's get the booze from another angle. What do you say? I want you to get a full experience on this boo.
Twilight last evening, whose brush strikes and her eyes
That's a really good, it's the very best angle everybody is saying. It really gives you a sense of how people reacted. Everybody's chilling. Respectfully. And then Donald Trump's photo appears and people lose their shit. It's a lot of booze. Lot of booze. Yeah, he's not really, he doesn't seem welcome there. At Madison Square. Now, he was the first president to ever attend the NBA Finals, probably the last one. It's the only one psychotic enough and narcissistic enough, deranged enough to do this. Now, at one of the watch parties, the NYPD clashed with Knicks fans, just trying to enjoy themselves. Oh shit, my phone is dying. Don't do that. Oh, I forgot to add that. 10 Bones Cash App. There we go. We are really on it. We made a huge, we haven't quite completed it. I'm not going to end the stream. We made so much. We made up so much progress. Like at the very end of the galactic content goal timer. We're going to add some more time to that puppy. Because we are like 80% of the way through it already, I think. If not more. More actually. We're hella close. Like less than 10 bones away from completing it. It is incredible just how tone deaf the president really is, though. Like, did he not expect to be booed in New York? Does he not know how unpopular he is around the entire country? Gas prices as high as they are in the state of New York, in the city of New York. He's unpopular in red states at this point. He shows up to fucking New York City, Madison Square Garden, NBA Finals, makes everybody wait 2 hours to come into the fucking place, and then you know, like, honestly, he should have just watched it from Mar-a-Lago at a fucking party with the Epstein boys.
Chaotic moments outside Bryant Park last night, right near the Knicks watch party. Video shows fights breaking out on 42nd Street and clashes with police. Officers tried to push back the crowd, and at least one officer could be seen using pepper spray. No word yet on any arrests there. And officers had to break up more fights nearby, including this brawl where someone grabbed a bus stop sign and was swinging it at people. Rowdy fans were also...
Yeah, let's not use signs as weapons, everybody. Write that down for later. Let's leave the signs where they are. That's always a good recommendation, I think. Oh boy, things very disappointing for New York last night. Losing by just a fraction against San Antonio. What was the actual final score now? I can't remember. 113, 116 or something like that? 111, 115. Yeah, super freaking close. One more in New York before they go back to San Antonio. Oh yeah. Thank you for the glasses. What next? a little bit more on this situation. It's shocking. Like, I'm actually floored, right? Like, I mean, President Barack Obama was a big basketball fan and arguably a much bigger basketball fan than Donald Trump. Like, he actually made that known. Like, he was playing basketball, right? Like, there's... Like, he actually likes basketball. I've never seen Trump take an interest in basketball ever until today. Until like yesterday. And it's very, very stupid. And there's a reason why no president has ever shown up before, because they all knew that it would just create a massive security clusterfuck for everybody just trying to enjoy themselves. It'd be a bad look for them, you know? That they would alienate more voters.
Now, the US President Donald Trump has been roundly booed in New York as he became the first sitting US president to attend a match in the NBA Finals. It came after frustrated ticket holders had waited for hours in lines that stretched more than 2 blocks outside Madison Square Gardens due to the intense security restrictions that came in with the president's appearance. In the game itself, the New York Knicks took on the San Antonio Spurs in Game 3 of the best of 7 NBA Finals. The Knicks won the first 2 games, but this time the Spurs got one back, partly thanks to their French superstar Victor Wembanyama. And our reporter Sarah Anderson was at the game for us.
Donald Trump was met with boos as he arrived at the stadium, and every time he appeared on the big screen, the reaction...
Oh, did you miss them calling? For those who missed it, Graham Plantner, projected winner with 50% of the vote already counted. He is at 72%. It's incredible that he's held these numbers. I was sure that he'd come down. I was like, there's no way. There's no fucking way. He plateaued at 70%. Look at it. 47.6% of the expected votes in. And he's got 71.7% of them. That's wild. It's a wild no. That's a blowout.
was pretty much the same. After all, New York is heavily Democratic and remains largely hostile to Trump. The president watched the game from a luxury suite alongside James Dolan, the owner of the Knicks. Dolan is a close ally of Trump. He even got married at Mar-a-Lago and has supported the president for years. So for many New Yorkers, Trump's presence did not sit well at all. And that presence also came with an extraordinary security operation. Hundreds of Secret Service agents and thousands of NYPD officers were deployed across the city to secure what was a historic night. The Knicks came up short in Game 3. It was a tightly contested game, but in the end, the Spurs came out on top. It's a disappointment for fans here who were dreaming of a historic celebration again on home court this time, because it's worth remembering that the Knicks haven't won an NBA championship since 1973, but it takes 4 wins to claim the NBA Finals, so the series is far from over, and the Knicks still lead with 2 wins to 1.
By the way, I still have no updates on the Nevada's 1st and 3rd district. No votes have come in at all yet.
Donald Trump returned to New York City to attend Game 3 of the NBA Finals, and he was shown on the Jumbotron at Madison Square Garden during the national anthem. The reception to the president's homecoming may not have been what he hoped for.
Let's be real. Donald Trump isn't a real New Yorker, okay? He's left. He hasn't lived in New York for a really long time. He's been a Florida resident for a very, very long time. Like decades at this point. Guy doesn't care about New York. He's constantly shitting on New York. I mean, For him to pretend that, for everybody even call it a homecoming. It's ridiculous. It's really not a homecoming anymore for him. New York doesn't even want him anymore, right? It's arguable if they ever did.
All right, he did it. Kankles McTaco-Titch just had to march his ass to MSG. Nobody wanted him there. But what's more interesting to me about this is the fact that he took Natalie Harp. Natalie Harp is this young gal that is just obsessed with Trump. She is the one that edits all of his tweets. She is the one that they call the human printer during his felony trial. She would print out all of these favorable articles from some right-wing rags and make him a picture book. So you may remember back early in Trump's 1.0, his tweets had a lot of spelling errors, a lot of grammatical errors. And Stormy Daniels was tweeting a lot at the same time. And people were always comparing, like, she's a lot smarter than Trump is. Well, now his tweets are really kind of perfectly grammatically, they're all there. You don't see the spelling errors. Well, that person that does all of this is Natalie Harp. It's been rumored that she's up with him in the middle of the night when he is going on all these benders, right? So why on earth is she...
You know, I'm imagining right now Trump, you know, like pants down on his ankles on a toilet with Natalie perched over his knee, like watching his tweets and going, "Oh, Mr. President, no, that's spelled Khamenei, Kham." Like, can you imagine? Anyway, yeah, there's like a photo of them, a couple of photos of them looking very comfortable. Kai was, of course, there too. That's not her, but I think there's one of them like in the. Did they have it up, or where is it? No, where is it? Like there's one of them like in Air Force One. Is it this? Where'd it go? No, that's not it either. God damn it. I don't know. Yeah, it's not that important. I'm sure there's something in the prenup about Trump being allowed to do like Blumpkins or something like that. Like tweet related Blumpkins. That's the other Stepford wife. Yep. That's Melania's understudy. She just tags her in when she. I don't know. That's not in the prenup. No, I go. Natalie. Yes, thank you, darling. Get in there. He's tweeting again on the Truth Social.
ABC was like, no, you don't get it. You don't get it. If we just like show him, if we just show him during the national anthem, nobody in New York City is gonna boo the national anthem. Fuck no. Of course they're gonna boo. Like Madison Square Garden thought, oh, we'll show our beautiful president during the national anthem, and then maybe they won't do nothing about it. Well, of course not. Of course they're gonna fucking boo him. We got a lot to cover, obviously. But let's get started last night. At the events that unfolded at Madison Square Garden against the president, the best president of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Yo, I blame Donald Trump. He should have never came in the first place. I don't know what the f is wrong with him.
I suggest you stay inside. Every ref after the game, he's finding him.
Fuck Trump.
Next game in the biddy, no Trump. It's Trump's fault. Trump, you're a bad luck charm.
I just want to point out to everybody, if we're going to talk about, I was trying to avoid talking about this, but If we're going to blame anybody, we got to blame two people, actually. We can't just blame Trump. 50-50 blame is Trump and James Dolan. Okay? He's the one who gave him the box. I'm sure he could have prevented Trump. I bet it was in his box. You know, he's in charge of all activities, you know, at Madison Square Garden over here. And I think he's over there. He's standing, you know, next to the president, the man who represents the organization, bringing bad juju, I would point out. It's not good juju, I know that much. I'm not an expert in juju, but that's not good juju. If anything, it's mediocre juju. Is that what you want for the finals?
Donald Trump, why the hell did he come to this game, bro? The Knicks were gonna win this game until you came. We gonna come back. We gonna win that shit.
It's 80-20, really.
In the rest.
Is it 80-20 though? Is it though? I mean, the man got married at Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Come on, dude. It's got to be higher than 80-20. It's got to be like 60-40. 80-20.
The Texans, the Astros, anything from Texas. Sandy Cheeks. I'm copying your cheeks.
The only reason why we lost is because the NBA wants money.
1B one more time. He a nice player, but 1B one more time. The officiating was horrible. Trey Young, Donald T. I'm not jacking you right now. I'm not jacking you, all right? I'm on the phone with my ex. Fuck the Spurs.
13 games straight. The day you come, boy. The day you come. Stay your ass in D.C.
I feel like the game was rigged. The New York Knicks had it. Fuck Wembenyama, Dylan Harper, send that weapon get ass home. I promise you. Suck my dick, Trump. Don't come back to MSG, nigga. Them niggas wasn't thinking about Donald Trump. They was thinking about winning. Stop that bullshit.
People, as you can see, are quite upset on the streets of New York. Cussing out the president. Displaying their anger. In all sorts of different ways. Mostly by yelling. Mostly yelling. Which is fair. I think we can all understand everyone's great anger in this moment.
The owner's not sleeping. He's just sad because, you know, he's made some mistakes. Okay?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Trump looks sad too, though.
Bro,
they both look sad. They both look so sad. You know, they're in. I don't know how much one of those boxes costs. It's got to be over $1 million, right? It's got to be like multiple millions of dollars to get one of those boxes. And they're just sitting on like $1 million a piece seat over here. They're just pouting. Look at Trump. He's half asleep. Oh, and look at how sad they are. Why even come if you're gonna look like that? And she's like, how old is Guy? 19? She can barely get excited. She looks sad too. Right, because she just got booed by thousands of people. It's gotta suck. What did they expect though? That's the question I keep asking myself. Is what these three people expect? What did they? Do they just really just live in an alternate universe? Like they politicize the situation, and this is where I'm finally going to make the point I've been waiting to make this whole goddamn time. So hold on to your hats, because I went on to Fox News. I was like, you know what? Why do I want to do this? Why do I have this strange pull towards Fox News universe? Why do I need to know what Fox News has to say about this? And what's strange is I couldn't find out before the stream started. It may have changed between now and then. But 4.5 hours ago, I could not find one. No comment. Plenty of other videos about all sorts of other stuff. But nothing about Trump being booed here at Madison Square Garden at the finals of the NBA. Nothing about, the president showing up at this very important basketball game and getting booed by a large crowd. Although I did find a shorts video which was just a snippet of people saying USA. USA, which I don't think had anything to do with Donald Trump. I think it had to do something else. Some random dude just like started a USA chant. But they had posted that. Is anybody following where I'm going here? Because the thing that I was expecting was for them to come out and defend the president of the United States who was getting booed. Where are they? Like, where are they? They must rush to the defense of the president and defend him. Like, and if somebody finds, please let me know if you find some right-wing pundits defending the president and saying how dare New Yorkers boo Donald Trump. Please send it to me. I'm begging you. I really am begging you right now. I wasn't sure who. I didn't have time to like look for more. Like I just searched Fox News. I could have looked for other people. I just preparation for all this today. Just only had so much time. But the reason why I find this to be, somewhat important is because, well, you might remember this guy. Remember this guy? Guy by the name of Colin Kaepernick. Played for the, what was it, the 49ers or something like that? I can't remember. Was it the Steelers or the 49ers? It might have been both. It was the 49ers. San Francisco 49ers. American civil rights activist whose career was cut short because a bunch of right-wingers couldn't stand politics in their fucking football. And they were crying about it on Fox News and on the Daily Wire and literally on the Blaze and all, and like literally every single fucking right-wing network on the planet. They were like, oh God, Colin Kaepernick, he kneeled during the anthem. Oh God, Colin, how dare he? This is the end of Western society. Why, Colin? Why do you exist? Stop existing and kneeling. My feelings. Why did you think of my feelings? This is political, and I want to enjoy my sports ball. I'm not enjoying my football. No, it's all your fault. You politicized it. Now, not only did the president politicize it, I would like to point out he forgot to put his fucking hand over his heart. He didn't salute. He didn't put his hand over his heart. He just stood there, slack-armed, for like entirely like 5 or 6 measures of the Star Spangled Banner. Which one's worse? Which one's worse? I'm just asking for a friend, like a bunch of friends, actually. I'm asking for a bunch of friends. What's going on here? Anybody? Can anybody tell me what the fuck the difference is here? Which one's worse, actually? Because I feel like one is way worse than the other. The billionaire president politicizing things, or just a guy, a wide receiver, whatever, fucking tight end. I can't remember what fucking was he a quarterback? I can't remember what fucking position he played. I don't pay attention to fucking football. I've never cared about football. But like, I'm just asking, just wondering. Is it just anybody?
Doesn't even blink. Like he wakes up for a brief moment when the cheers happen and he goes right back to sleep. Right back to sleep. Dolan is regretting inviting Trump. No, man, these guys are assholes. They don't even care. You don't understand. He got great prestige out of it. Extremely wealthy people? Are you kidding me? They love this shit. They're like, oh my God, I love this dictator. I love the dictator pedophile president. He's going to give me great contracts later down the line. That's all they give a fuck about. The cost benefit analysis in that situation is, who gives a fuck if my lifelong paying fans of this team, that is the lifeblood of this team, that's the backbone of this goddamn team, have to sit outside Madison Square Garden for like 4.5 hours, can't bring anything into the garden. Who gives a shit if they can't have a watch party outside? We got the president here today. the most unpopular president of all time, by the way, but we got him in here. Ultimately, that cost benefit analysis works out for Dolan. It works out for Adam Silver. It works out for these unbelievably wealthy people because they know as long as they dick suck Trump, Trump is going to, on the back end, offer them better contracts. Trump is on the back end, is going to extend favorable contracts to them, allow them to do whatever kind of corrupt thing that they want to do. That's just how it works. These guys know it's quid pro quo. Meanwhile, by the way, I'll be honest, the Knicks fans outside did get a little crazy. They were beating ass.
Yeah, people were upset. People were upset. Everyone was expecting one thing, and they had their hopes dashed. You know, that's it's like, I kind of understand people being upset about this one. Like, it's not just like a game, right? It's not just like one. It's not like he didn't just show up to a game. He showed up to the NBA Finals Game 3 for a team that hasn't been to the finals in 30 years and is hasn't won a championship in like I mean like 50 something years. Can't remember the last time. I certainly wasn't alive in this quadrant. You know, people are like, oh, you took away this, you took away that, you jinxed. I mean, I don't know. I kind of understand it. I mean, the fact is I've lowered my I lowered my expectations on the Knicks so long ago that and because I haven't been watching the games, it's hard for me to get as amped up as everybody else is. But like, because, like, I don't know, after Ewing was gone in, like, the early 2000s, why am I going down this road? The point is like, I don't know, I kind of got off the Knicks bandwagon in, like, the late teens, and, like, I can't even call myself, like, a true fan, like I know so many people are. And like, I'm still like, I still want the fucking Knicks to win. Don't get me wrong here. I just don't want to be accused of bandwagoning either. Okay, I just want to be clear. Right? And so, but like, it's just like, I can totally see how people will be upset about this. I can't muster the same level of anger over it. I'm too busy with the news. I haven't watched, I literally haven't watched a full preseason, season, or postseason game since the beginning of the 25-26 season, okay? That is where it is at. Okay, I don't know if you noticed, I've been a little busy. There's been a few things happening in the world, in the United States, that aren't sports ball, I'm a basketball fan, actually. It's my favorite sport to watch. It's gotta be my favorite sport to watch. At least like top 3 sport to play. I haven't been able to do it. No, Trump is just kind of ruining it. However, we must carry on. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine, space fams, I tell ya. Don't you worry. So a lot of games left to play here. Hopefully Trump has learned his lesson. He's not going to show up. Although I would almost guarantee. Actually, I would love to. I think he should do it to San Antonio. I mean, he's going to do it to New York. Why not do it in San Antonio? Why not cause a huge inconvenience for a bunch of Texans? I'm sorry, Texas. I know we have a bunch of Texan viewers. I don't know if anybody here has tickets in the game. But just out of fairness, I'm sorry, but just out of fairness, I think he should go to one of those games. Don't worry, Knicks in 6. Okay, Disco. Okay. We got money on the game. I mean, they could do it in 5. It's 2-1 right now. Another game tonight. Well, tomorrow night. Wednesday. Tuesday. Tuesday? Wednesday? What's today? Tuesday? Wednesday? What? It's Wednesday, right? I can't fucking know. Now I have to look it up. Is it Thursday? No, it's tomorrow. It's Wednesday. Yeah, it is tomorrow. Wednesday. My brain is just broken. I was fucked up this week. Something about my sleep schedule is completely... I don't know what I did. Oh, right. The Monday, I went to go help somebody go with getting to the doctors. Right. And yeah, that's totally fucked me up.
Too much, man.
WSNT_me
Well,
55
goddamn.
subscriptions to the community.
Wasn't me. It was you. Don't you lie. Gifting 5 sweet subscriptions to the Galactic community on Twitch. Gamer Goldie. Getting one of them. Tanky Gooner. Caviar Liberta. LRB. And Astra Pearl. All getting a sub gifted to them by Wasn't Me. Incredible generosity. And that's good enough to trigger one of these two. Why do I have no sound? Oh, it's the wrong sound. I forgot. I almost forgot. I don't even know where that fucking sound is. Where's my elevator music? Elevator music. Is this it? Yep. Nope. Don't do that. Come on. Okay. Don't be a dick. Oh, God.
WSNT_me just chilled 300 bits.
Good God. Wasn't me. 300 bits. That's gonna do it right there on the Galactic content goal. Wow, the resonance is hella high. There we go. That's much better. We need confetti. And you know what? Whoa. Wait, was that it on the sound? Hold on, is that the wrong sound shot? I think it is. You bastard. Why would you do this to me? There we go. That's the should delete this one. I don't need this. I don't need this. Alright, I'm changing the confetti color. I don't know why, I'm just feeling it. Summer's here. Just need some new colors. What do we got? Actually, maybe we go the
WSNT_me gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
My God, wasn't me continuing to give subs even though they know perfectly well that we've completed the Galactic content goal. Incredible generosity. Hype train started. Yes, I can feel the hype. Oh shit. 35%. Did we just get a secret treasure train? We did. Level 3 treasure train. Gifted subs. Now 35% off on 5+ gifted subs on Twitch. Until the end of this train. At least for the next 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Good God. Incredible generosity. Incredible. I'm gonna end the Galactic content goal on Twitch.
WSNT_me just cheered 1,000 bits.
Good God, was it me? It was you. Extending.
Omega 5 tar gifted 5 subscriptions
Omega Star.
to the
Wow.
community.
Wow. Omega Star gifting 5 subs. So many gifted subs. Good God. Hold on, let me at least say who got them. Meridian Lux. Hardcore's Language. Shiny Makachu. More Motion. Nene is lit. Redmond Berry. TDX Sethri. Yellow Cake. And Jody Ray. All getting a sweet gifted sub from Omega Star and or wasn't me on Twitch. Incredibly generous. Completing the galactic content goal big time. Big time. Alright, people, we are ending the confetti party. Wasn't me. 10 more gifted subs. Treasure Train now level 5 completed. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
This is ridiculous. We need more confetti. We need more confetti. Good God. Good God, pal. Hold on. Let me read off these ones now. Oh, we don't have music anymore either. Might as well keep it going while I'm reading these. We are like 10% away from a level 7 hype train. It's out of control. This is out of control. Comrade Simon, recipient of one of the subs, Coley Dover, Machu Pow, Atlantic Tuna, The Spots, I Am Not a Possum, Zinmo, Bayman Burrito, A Time 80, Special Lexa K, all getting a sweet gifted sub. Wasn't me. Incredible generosity being displayed on Twitch this evening. Unexpected amounts. Honestly, I'm kind of blown away. Really appreciate each and every one of you. We're hoping to keep the Galactic News Network alive. And now we can all rest assured, rest of the stream, that this thing isn't going to end suddenly. No, no, no. Nope, we completed the galactic content goal. Hold on, let me just end the bit goal. We fully completed a subscription goal. We doubled it. 25. Good God. We were like 5 subs away from completing it. You all just kind of like went crazy. You just like went a little bit crazy. I don't know how else to describe that. I'm not mad at it. Just to be clear. Just to be clear. Oh, Megastar. Ah, feeding the puppy. Yep. Like it needs those treats. Alright. You know, we need 5 hours into the stream. One quick galactic intermission. We need at least one per stream. It's given, as well as the after stream. Lately, we've been very short on breaks. But I must take at least one. So, we'll be right back after these brief messages. Whoa, what's happening? All right, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal, Throne, And of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. Patreon. $3 a month. Get you access to a myriad of sweet, sweet space bennies unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So go click the links in my YouTube channel description or Twitch bio. Find out what lies in store. Alright, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. 30 seconds to get to a level 7 hype train. right, everybody. We're back. That's right. Break is over. Show is about to begin once again. So you better get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay. Whoa. The fuck? How? I've never seen this before. How the hell did that happen? What? What? No. Don't do that. How do I delete this? Oh, I see. How did this get in here? That is... Sorry, a wave file got like put into the sources in my stream software. It was like playing in the background. That's very annoying to me. Okay. Could people hear that? Could people hear the elevator music going? Because I couldn't until just now. Like I didn't know it was playing. I hope it wasn't going that whole time. I just noticed it. I don't know how it happened. Oh, I remember. I was like moving the file over to my soundboard because I don't have enough space.
WSNT_me just cheered 300 bits.
My God, so much freaking generosity on Twitch tonight. Incredibly generous. Wasn't me. Another 300 bits out of you over here. We already hit a level 6 treasure train. Still donating. Just shocking. Keeping the Galactic News Network alive, all of you. We more than exceeded the galactic content goal tonight. You were grooving to it? Oh, you could hear the elevator music? Good God. The whole time? All right. 5 hours into this puppy. We got... How much do we have left? Oh. No way. How? How? What? How? What? Ooh. No. That's not possible. No, God. Oh, that's very bad. Bro, how's that only 15 videos? Oh, because of the election. I forgot. I almost forgot about the election tonight. Right. Okay. I kind of actually fully expected to plan for this, and I'm just forgetting about that now. Right. So... Yes, tonight I still got a bunch of other content left for us to discuss. Just look through. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah. I'm going to hold off on a few things for tomorrow because I am hoping to do like a normal midweek report on Wednesday. I do want to cover at least in the environmental news section, even though it's got nothing fucking to do with climate change. It does have to do with natural disasters.
Okay, because
please shut it, Hassan. Love you, buddy. In the Philippines, over about the last 24 hours, a fucking horrifying situation has unfolded. A 7.8 magnitude earthquake, killing dozens, displacing tens of thousands, leaving just utter destruction in its wake. A massive manhunt underway looking for survivors in the rubble. This is the first video I have of this. Is BBC News from yesterday. Sorry, I have to get this. I gotta get this to the right video. Still not there yet somehow. How is this taking so long? Actually, I just have a fuck ton of stuff in my list. That's my problem. I put tons of stuff in this. I need better organization. I'm working towards it in a bunch of ways right now. Getting demonetized on YouTube totally fucked me up because it like screwed up like my financial planning type stuff, which is kind of important. Like, and it screwed up like my mind. Like adding more thoughts to it than I need. I am trying to get more organized. I should keep things in more lists or something. I need something. I need a better system. It's not the perfect system. Sometimes I wind up in situations like this where I should have just should just click this and open up another window.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. You need more stickers.
I need more stickers. That's a good point. I do need more stickers. Will help. More stickers will help. Honestly, we need to get the YouTube re-monetized. I feel like that is really taking up a ton of thought space in my brain area. And if we could just find a way to do that, that would be perfect.
Well, let's update you on what's been happening in the Philippines. There's been a pretty bad earthquake there in the south of the country. The quake measured a magnitude of 7.8. That's big, off the island of Mindanao. 32 people, we are now hearing, have been killed. More than 130 are reported to be injured. People living in coastal areas were warned to move to higher ground, and the Philippines President, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., says he's directed all relevant government agencies to act immediately. Well, let's speak now to the President of the Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation, Butch Mele, who joins us from Manila. Butch, good to have you.
Can we have a Bob the Xenomorph emoji?
Can we have a Bob the Xenomorph emoji? We're full up on emote slots on Twitch right now, I think. I don't know what it'll take for us to get more emotes on Twitch, but I mean, we can do like a emote vote for Twitch in the Discord, similar to the YouTubes. If people want to do such a thing, it will only take me, you know, a crazy amount of effort, but I could do that.
I know you're in Manila, but you've got a team, I'm sure, in Mindanao. Just tell us what's happening there.
Yeah, hi, Lucy. Thanks for having me. Yes, we're deploying a team there as we speak. And from what we understand, there are at least 2 malls that partially collapsed, a chapel, school buildings, and a couple of other structures. The main damage seems to be to infrastructure in the area. One of the airports is closed, continues to stay closed, and several provinces have no power.
So, Butch, we're seeing some pictures actually that have come from Mindanao. Is there a big rescue effort? I mean, if these buildings have collapsed, things like a shopping mall, do we know if there are people trapped in the rubble?
Well, luckily, Lucy, the earthquake happened sometime around 8 or 8:30 in the morning, and the malls were closed. So there was hardly anyone in the malls at the time. So from what we're hearing, at least so far, we don't have all the information right now because it was so recent, casualty rates seem to be relatively low for now. We were asked earlier to get, because we're a private sector group, to get miners from other parts of the country to be ready to send them over there to Mindanao, which is in the southern part of the country, to help rescue victims. But so far, it doesn't look like we're going to have to do that.
But have you?
This guy is trying to sound pretty calm here. While chaos was ensuing in the country. I mean, you can see the images. Buildings completely toppled. School children running. And some of these pictures are just horrifying. It looks like entire city blocks just completely demolished. 7.8 magnitude is very high. I don't know in what percentile it is, but it's
high. In the Philippines after a powerful 7.8 magnitude earthquake hit the south of the country on Monday. At least 37 people were killed and more than 200 have been injured. President Ferdinand Marcos says he has ordered an immediate disaster response and suspended schools. The epicenter was 13 kilometers southwest of General Santos City, that's in Mindanao, the Philippines' second most populous island. The country is located along the Pacific Ring of Fire, making it one of the world's most disaster-prone nations. Let's go to our correspondent, Barnaby Lowe. He joins us from the capital, Manila. Barnaby, so it's been more than 24 hours now since the earthquake. It was a strong quake. Do we expect the death toll to increase at all?
Well, Malene, you know, of course, one death is one too many, and indeed it's a miracle that given the extent of the damage, we're not seeing the death toll in the hundreds or thousands more than 24 hours now after the earthquake struck. One of those miracles was at that fast food restaurant that we were reporting on Monday that came crashing down. It turns out that people were able to flee before the building crumbled. Now, the National Disaster Agency says that only a handful of people are missing, but and this is a big but. Authorities are not discounting the possibility that more people could be missing because, for instance, they don't have a proper accounting of the number of people inside a supermarket and shopping mall that we know sustained heavy damage.
Real fucking tragedy. Now there's Al Jazeera. It is true, though, Philippines is very disaster prone. But no less tragic. I'm afraid I don't have any space news for you today. It's been weird. Oh, it's been a weird 24 hours. Haven't managed to gather any important news in space. God, I gotta take my fucking shirt off. It is so hot. Can't afford to turn the AC on at the space station right now. You just can't do it. All right, let's go to a situation we have been talking about now for a couple of weeks, maybe even longer now. Wasn't expecting to be talking about this race, but there is the daughter of a former dictator running in Peru. Election was on Sunday. Very close race initially. Counting has been going on now for the last couple of days. Although it does look like Sanchez is going to pull it out on Fujimori. Here is Democracy Now! From yesterday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. Peru's presidential runoff is too close to call after voters took to the polls Sunday in a heated election between the daughter of a former imprisoned dictator, her name, Keiko Fujimori, and a leftist lawmaker, Roberto Sanchez. Peruvian election officials warned final results could take up to a month to confirm. The latest ballot count this morning showed Fujimori leading by just about a percentage point ahead of Sanchez, according to Reuters. Sanchez spoke from Lima Sunday.
In keeping with our democratic commitment, we have fulfilled our responsibility, and I urge all our fellow citizens to vote responsibly to save Peru and strengthen democracy. Let us respect the free vote and have the capacity to honor the agreements and the election results, always calling for democracy, justice, and social peace, and to move Peru forward.
Keiko Fujimori is the daughter of Peru's late U.S.-backed ruler Roberto Fujimori, who was convicted and imprisoned on crimes against humanity committed during his regime from 1990 to 2000. Peru's reeling from a period of political turmoil, with Sunday's runoff marking the 9th time Peruvians take to the polls to elect a new president in just 10 years. The entire Latin American region is experiencing one of its sharpest political shifts to the right in recent years, as President Trump aggressively intervenes, expanding attacks against leftist governments while backing a series of right-wing candidates in recent presidential elections, including in Colombia and Honduras. Meanwhile, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum has also accused far-right sectors in the U.S. of coordinating with domestic groups to destabilize the Mexican government. For more, we go to two guests. In Lima, Peru, we're joined by Gustavo Guerra Garcia Picasso, a Peruvian economist and public policy expert who's held various high-level government and academic positions over the past 20 years. Here in New York, we're joined by Greg.
Okay, hold on. We can't listen to this whole thing. But the latest polls, the latest vote counts are showing Roberto Sanchez, I think that's his name, who's like the center-left candidate, going up against Fujimori. I think he has like multiple, like 3% or something like that in the lead.
In Peru, the Pope witnessed a war on liberation theology and was indelibly stamped by the movement's commitment to the poor. Start in Peru and then go broader to Latin America.
Well, regarding Pope Leo's piece, Peru in many ways was the cradle of liberation theology, that current within Catholicism that radicalized the church, that committed the church to the poor, and to promote political change, even radical political change, with many nuns and priests and lay people joining insurgencies or joining social movements. And Leo at the time, Father Bob Prevost, from Chicago, from a kind of peace Catholic background, was very much influenced by this tradition, and he allied with Pope Francis, who at the time was married, was the Archbishop of Buenos Aires. Of Buenos Aires, yeah, and they, in many ways, they work together to push back against the kind of Vatican attempt to undermine liberation theology, and they pushed back very effectively. They really kind of contained Opus Dei within Peru. I mean, Leo's tenure in Peru over the course of 20 years corresponded to Pope John Paul and Joseph Ratzinger, who became Pope Benedict's campaign to isolate and undermine liberation theology, and then Leo was appointed bishop by Francis, and then he presided over a kind of rollback of the rollback. So, so in many ways, that's shaping his moral vision, his humanism. It comes in many ways out of Latin America.
It's interesting. The world, in some ways, you can watch the tension between Pope Leo and President Trump as they also take on each other.
Yeah.
But in Latin America, in these last minutes we have, talk about the rightward shift, Professor Grandin, and talk about President Trump's role from Peru to Honduras, Mexico, and beyond.
Yeah, the best way to think about it is compared to the Middle East. In the Middle East, the war in Iran, an unforced error, which has led Trump to a kind of box himself in with no exit strategy, unwilling, unable to restrain Israel as it goes into Lebanon, as it meddles in Syria. It's a disaster and it's a fiasco. Latin America is exactly the opposite. You see a kind of full spectrum press on the whole continent. Like, this is not a country maybe apart from Uruguay, where the United States isn't actively involved in the internal politics. And you see what's being put into place is the full spectrum of hard power. We have regime change in Venezuela, lawfare. We're seeing the United States allying with militaries, trying to expand as the military footprint of the United States in Peru, in Ecuador, relaunching the war on drugs. What's at stake with the election in Peru, the election coming up in Colombia, is really, if Trump wins those countries and back for the United States, then we're going to see a full-on re-escalation of the war on drugs, Plan Colombia, which was devastating for the countries involved, devastating for Colombia, and that is explicitly the plan. In Mexico, the United States is using a combination of CIA covert ops in the north and lawfare in order to box in Claudia Sheinbaum. In many ways, Claudia Sheinbaum stands as a polar opposite of Bukele in El Salvador.
Yep. Suffice to say, Donald Trump would like Keiko Fujimori to be the president here in Peru. She's quite right-wing and anti-immigrant. And in many ways, she would be like a Bukele, I think. Her father was not just accused of, but convicted of human rights abuses. Was in prison, I think, until his death. And I think she would very much be following in his footsteps. She seems to certainly sort of deify him and much of his sort of political ideology. However, like I was saying, Roberto Sanchez has currently the lead, or at least did as of 16 hours ago, according to Reuters.
Leftist lawmaker Roberto Sanchez has taken a slim lead against conservative Keiko Fujimori in Peru's presidential race. That's as vote counting stretched into a second day on Monday. With nearly 95% of votes tallied, Sanchez holds a slight 0.2% lead. Fujimori led early results and exit polls, but her rival has been gaining ground since Sunday night as ballots from Peru's rural regions come in. But she is expected to benefit from pending foreign ballots. Peru's electoral authority said a full count was expected to be completed by July. Both candidates have urged calm and patience as the country waits for the final results. Sanchez, a minister under jailed ex-president Pedro Castillo, has aimed to emulate the leader's rural appeal. He has proposed constitutional reforms, changing mining concessions, imposing windfall taxes, and a wealth tax.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Okay, now not far away in Bolivia, protesters are still in the fucking streets. And police are continuing to crack down harsher and harsher. The scenes are getting a little bit out of control.
Hoy día, bajo la Constitución, bajo el mandato del Parlamento en ley promulgada por el señor presidente, ustedes tienen la responsabilidad de cuidar nuestro futuro. Tienen que actuar con firmeza, con profesionalismo.
Yeah. So if you recall, last time we were here, the Bolivian Congress had passed a law to allow Rodrigo Paz to declare martial law. He then immediately declared martial law and sent a bunch of troops out into the street to start shooting protesters. It's really devolved. It's really gotten out of fucking hand here. All right, here's a secret bonus story, which I couldn't fit into the title. Hassan Piker versus LBC News. I believe Hassan was supposed to go on live with LBC, with in the studio. While he was supposed to be in the United Kingdom, he was, of course, not in the United Kingdom. At the time of this taping, instead, zoomed in from his bedroom in Hollywood. And according to Novara Media, he schooled Louis Goodall, LBC talk host.
Hassan Piker is one of the world's most popular streamers, but last week, Piker, alongside his uncle, the Young Turks founder Cenk Uygur, was barred from visiting the UK by Home Secretary
Hassan Piker.
We had Cenk on the show last Monday, where he explained why he thought the UK government had decided to take such a draconian approach. Now, Hassan Piker has appeared on LBC, where Louis Goodall grilled him over some of the past comments he'd made that were apparently used to justify the ban by Shabana Mahmood, with the Home Office labeling him as, quote, a person not considered conducive to the public good. Here's one part of that interview.
But do you think it might ever be better sometimes just to never compare any Jews to Nazis? It might just be wise to do that.
No, I don't. I'm not so precious about that comparison. And I've actually had
but maybe that's easy for you to say as a non-Jewish person.
Oh, for sure. But I'm,
I mean, you can call them lots of things, Hassan. I'm just sort of trying to be as sort of generous as possible. Well, but you could. There are so many things you could call those settlers. I'm not defending those settlers for a moment. I think a lot of them are committing heinous acts. I think a lot of the people in the far right of the Netanyahu government are absolutely appalling. I would say that completely explicitly. But you know what? You could probably say all that, and you could probably make a stronger case and not undermine yourself by comparing them to Nazis, because Nazis literally tried to exterminate who they are as Jews.
Yes, I don't disagree with that. The comparison.
So why'd you do it?
I mean, who would he like us to compare this situation to? That's the problem, is that all he's got is a criticism. He doesn't have a better comparison. Doesn't have a better modern comparison.
The comparison, in my opinion, is not only graphic, but it's apt. Because Nazism is a fascist ideology. It's a dangerous fascist
call them fascists then. Call them fascists. You don't need to call them Nazis or neo-Nazis.
Well, but the reason why I specifically utilize deploy the term Nazi, is because, well, two reasons. Number one, the the goals of ethnic cleansing are identical, and especially considering that a genocide has unfolded at this point, a modern day genocide with different tools. It's not the same exact type of genocide as the Holocaust, of course, not the concentration camps, and yet it's an open air prison that has been bombarded with almost 10 atom bombs worth of explosive ordnance that my government, and as a matter of fact, your government has aided and abetted in the process of. And from that perspective, the reason why I say I'm not so precious about this, while always maintaining the position that anti-Semitism is completely unacceptable, I always say I'm not precious about this because at the end of the day, it's a genocide. At the end of the day, this is an apartheid state, and Zionism as an ideology is a racist ideology. And many Jewish thinkers are now also coming to terms with that, even if they had self-identified as Zionists their entire lives.
That conversation went on a little bit longer.
So you would compare what's happened in Gaza to the Holocaust?
It's not to the same extent, no, but I have compared it to the Holocaust, yes. It's no different than saying these concentration camps that we have in the United States of America are turning into death camps. Fascism is not a static concept. It's an ideology. It's a very dangerous one that I oppose unconditionally across the board.
But it's not the Holocaust, is it, Hassan? It's not the Holocaust.
No, of course.
And to compare it to, I think the thing about you is you speak
if it's not the
compellingly
Holocaust,
about
you can't
many
compare
things,
it.
but you undermine your case and you open.
This is such a baby brain fucking argument that Louis Goodall is making here. If it's not the Holocaust, you can't compare it to the Holocaust. Huh? That's not the way comparisons work, Louis. It has to not be the Holocaust to compare it to the Holocaust. Otherwise, you're just comparing the Holocaust to the Holocaust. What is the point of that? Why would you do such a thing? I mean, unless you're a Holocaust scholar, right? I mean, like, it's a weird thing to say, in my opinion. I feel like this is done too often. Like, this is like this sort of worn out bullshit at this point. It's like, oh, if it's not the Holocaust, you can't compare it to the Holocaust. Bitch, that's the only way to compare it to the Holocaust is by having a separate event and saying, oh, is this as bad as the Holocaust? Well, not quite. But I mean, it depends on how you want to define it. In some ways, perhaps. In other ways, no. In raw numbers of people dead, no. Percentage-wise, then we're starting to talk about something here. I mean, it's certainly longer than the Holocaust. I mean, if we want to do comparisons here, I just find it strange that he thinks we're not allowed to because it's not the Holocaust, but it's the only way for us to have a comparison, right? And unfortunately, we're running out of things, atrocities, modern human atrocities that keep up with this one, And he certainly, I'm sure he doesn't want to talk about. I mean, maybe he does. I don't listen to Lewis's show enough. I feel like he's like sort of lived up. I don't think he probably doesn't want to talk about, like, I don't know, like body count in the Middle East with the United States and the UK and Afghanistan or whatever. But basically, there's not really, we're running out of atrocities to compare it to, and like well-known ones, because that's the other thing, right? For what Hassan is doing, which is messaging, right? Narrative building. He's a fucking podcaster, right? He's a Twitch streamer. Speaks to, like 1 million people a day. It's his job to convey information to a large audience of people. Like, what's going to be the thing that most people know? Because that's the other thing. We start like narrowing it down to things that people will know and they will get, and so that when he makes a comparison, right? Because if we even just like follow along with his point, it's like, what else do we compare it to? I would like to know. Like, maybe you can separately compare different aspects of this situation, but like two different things. But I feel like at this point, the closest historical comparison is that. Like the last 100 years.
yourself to the accusation, which might not be unreasonable, of anti-Semitism by making these comparisons between what the Israeli government is doing, and let's be honest, Jews and Nazis and things they did in the Holocaust, because however heinous we might find what has happened in Gaza, and many of my listeners and viewers would, it is still not the same as the mass extermination and the ritualistic extermination of people which happened on a daily basis during the Holocaust. So why compare the two things?
Because I don't want it to get to the Holocaust. And this is the best part of this conversation, and I love having this conversation, because Holocaust studies are profoundly important. But they're not profoundly important so that we can understand what took place and then assume that it's never going to happen again. The entire point of genocide scholarship and specifically scholarship surrounding the Holocaust is so that we understand exactly how a society can move in that direction, and how so many otherwise kind people, I assume, can turn a blind eye to the atrocities that are unfolding, so that we understand what took place and never allow it to happen again.
Ash, I wanted to ask you about that exchange between Goodall and Piker. I really liked what Piker had to say about like the importance of like genocide and Holocaust studies, and what they're actually for, which is not just to commemorate but to learn. But what did you make of that argument?
So this thing about it being always anti-Semitic to draw any kind of comparison between the state of Israel and Nazi Germany, it's one of the examples given in the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Now, when the Labour Party was debating whether or not to adopt it, myself, Michael Walker, a few people on the left were arguing vociferously against it. And of course, that's something that the Labour Party eventually caved on. And one of the things that was shaping my thinking at the time is that, one, you have Jewish genocide scholars who are drawing the comparison themselves. And the reason why they're doing it is because they think it's an apt thing to do, to draw a comparison between the defining experience for Jewish people in the last 200 years and what's happening now. So yes, there are material similarities in terms of the use of starvation, the use of various systems of apartheid, the creation of an open-air prison.
Exactly. I mean, all these details, I think we're all so aware of at this point. The public at this point has been bombarded with these details now and are more aware of them than I think ever before in history. Now what's interesting is that Novara here, I don't know if they know this, but the clips that they had weren't everything. And LBC censored and cut out Hassan's debate responses. That's right. Shock of shocks. Mainstream, neolib, LBC. Lowered Hassan's mic volume. I mean, they did a whole bunch of stuff here. And fucked him all up during this debate that he wasn't even aware of until watching it himself live on his own stream.
The disagreement that we have is not that...
My suggestion to you would be... that
Wait, why is he cutting me? What the f***? Oh, come on. LBC. You cut all the crosstalk. That's crazy. Bro, they didn't even try to make the cut seem normal. They hit the hard cut again. Holy moly, that's a lot. That shit was so abrupt, it feels like an AI cut. This is one of the few instances where I didn't record on my end because I didn't think it was going to be... I didn't think it was going to be bad. Damn. The very fact that they tried to silence me in this way makes their position look even worse.
Holy Toledo.
I'm saying it. That Louis Goodall guy is such a liar. Clips he's posting on Twitter completely take out your response. It's okay because it's one of those things where no matter how you frame it, no matter how you try to positively frame it by removing my reaction or removing my response, it's going to cook his ass. I'll be honest with you, bro, that debate was just not good. Wait, what do you mean? I thought it was pretty good. most people are just gonna end up. Most people are gonna.
Hold on, we're not gonna watch this whole freaking thing. It's like, dude, this is stupid. This is like an hour and a half long clip of Hassan stream.
Get into. We will get into it in full, but it must have been a little bit of a curious week for you in terms of your relationship with the UK.
Yeah, I mean, I still got much love for the UK, and I feel bad for all of my friends out there fighting the good fight. But yeah, I was definitely not expecting the Labour government to be the government that bars my entry into the country, especially considering that I've been to the UK on numerous occasions, both under Keir Starmer's rule, but certainly under Tory leadership for the past decade or so, unimpeded. And I've delivered numerous speeches inside of the United Kingdom until this very last incursion, I guess.
But it's the case, isn't it, that you're still planning to, or the Oxford Union, which is one of the events that you were coming to address or coming to undertake, that's still going to go ahead?
Oxford Union actually defended both myself and Cenk Uygur, my uncle, and wanted to continue putting on the event as an act of defiance, I guess, in violation of the spirit of this travel ban.
So your understanding is that you are basically prohibited from coming to the UK for the foreseeable future? Have you actually had any communication from the Home Office?
No, the only communication I've gotten from the Home Office is the revocation of my ETA. And they told me that it's not something that I can oppose, and that if I would like to travel to the UK, I have to get a different visa, that I have to apply for like an actual visa. Given how close this was to the actual travel date, the suggestion was pretty clear. They just did not want me to attend the events that I was supposed to attend inside of the United Kingdom. Especially considering, from what I understand, that the visa process for all these other visas, which is totally unique for an American citizen, by the way, because our countries are supposed to have a special relationship, which implies that as an American citizen, visa-free travel was the norm into the UK for the longest time, and the visa on arrival is the way that things go nowadays. I had taken the precaution to get the ETA ahead of time, just to make sure that there were no issues. And the fact that they revoked it so close to travel implies that they just wanted to not allow me in. And also, they told me I can still apply for a different type of visa, but no guarantees there.
We'll return to that because I want to talk a bit more broadly about politics, but about American politics and UK politics as well. Because
it's fucking insane that they did this, and then he's like, "Oh, we'll return to the fact that you were banned from the country I'm speaking to you in." Like, what? Why?
I was in CPAC in Dallas not long ago, and actually I was taken aback, actually stunned, by the number of people who knew who Restore were, who knew who Rupert Lowe, the MP for Great Yarmouth, who on paper would be quite an obscure figure in the United States, but actually no, he's very well known.
Yeah, and a part of the reason is because I think we live in the age of the internet, and like I said, there is an international component amongst far-right elements in European society, certainly, or even South Korean society, as a matter of fact. I mean, Charlie Kirk, before he was assassinated, had traveled to Japan and South Korea and through these massive events with the South Korean far-right, and they were all wearing MAGA hats. I find that both fascinating and also terrifying at the same time, that there is this amalgamation of right-wing forces that are not necessarily adjusted to their own local considerations and their own local problems, but instead they get their notes from MAGA and they wear MAGA merch, which I find very strange. I feel like it's not even a principled version of nationalism that you would expect from these old school fascists. It's very interesting to observe.
What do you make of, as someone who is probably...
Lewis hits a lot of question points.
I love how Hassan nationalist shames them. It's like, you guys are pretending, and yet you're over here doing these incredibly hypocritical things.
that are usually deployed to make lefties look crazy in the media, and you answer them all very calmly and thoughtfully. It left him looking unserious, which is the opposite of this particular journalist's whole shtick. Yeah, no, I know what kind of debate this is. Lewis himself is like supposedly somewhat of a progressive figure, or at least like seemingly a progressive figure. And the conversation wasn't even supposed to, I don't think, be a debate initially. But then it turns into one. It turns into a contentious one because he's like peppering in some choice quotes to be like, well, you shouldn't be saying that, right? You shouldn't be saying that, right? And obviously, I'm not going to back down from that. Obviously, I'm not going to back down from some of the principled stances that I've taken because, you know, I'm not going to sit there and create some kind of moral parity between Israel and Palestinians, including the Palestinian resistance, because there is none. Let's be real. And he doesn't believe there is one either, ironically enough. He believes that like Israel's reaction to October 7 is far more valid than the 75 years of apartheid occupation and denial of sovereignty of the Palestinians creates any environment where something like October 7 could happen. And that's, again, the main point of contention here. It's like you can't have one and not the other. If we're going to be consistent about like targeting civilians, then we should be consistent about targeting civilians. I don't believe in targeting civilians. Having said that, if we're going to talk about who's targeting more civilians.
Yeah, but they never want to talk about these things on the merits anymore. Unless we're talking about Russia or something. You know, which I'm all for, but like, once again, I'm exactly where Hassan is at. Like, can we get some fucking goddamn consistency around here? Like, what in the hell? Like, what in the actual shit? I mean, we were watching unprecedented amount of war crimes and human rights abuses on our goddamn phones. And then we're told, actually, complaining about that is anti-Semitism.
A what now?
Anti-Semitogen. Ah, anti-Semitogen. Oh, that must be different. Must be a completely different thing. That must be a different thing. I'm the stupid one. Okay. Hold on. I'm trying to find the spots where they cut Hassan out, or like when Hassan starts complaining. I can't remember where he starts complaining about this. This is such a long fucking clip. I should have written it down. I think it's around here.
Worth of explosive ordnance that my government, and as a matter of fact, your government has aided and abetted in the process of. And from that perspective, the reason why I say I'm not so precious about this, while always maintaining the position that anti-Semitism is completely unacceptable, I always say I'm not precious about this because at the end of the day, it's a genocide. At the end of the day, this is an apartheid state, and Zionism as an ideology is a racist ideology. And many Jewish thinkers are now also coming to terms with that, even if they had self-identified as Zionists their entire lives. This transformation.
So you would compare what's happening in Gaza to the Holocaust?
It's not to the same extent, no, but I have compared it to the Holocaust, yes. It's no different than saying these concentration camps that we have in the United States of America are turning into death camps. Fascism is not a static concept. It's an ideology. It's a very dangerous one that I oppose unconditionally across the board.
But it's not the Holocaust, is it, Hassan? It's not the Holocaust.
No, of course.
And to compare it to, I think the thing about you is,
I think that it's like pretty obvious what I'm saying here. Like it's not, we can't wait until it turns into 6 million Palestinians for us to then turn around and say, oh my God, I'm so sad that happened. How could this have happened? We know how it's happening because it's happening in real time. It's unfolding in broad daylight. We're seeing it, right? Like, what's the threshold? What's the threshold where you'd be comfortable saying, okay, this is a modern day Holocaust?
You speak compellingly about many things, but you undermine your case and you open yourself to the accusation, which might not be unreasonable.
No, it is unreasonable. Okay, let's actually do the fucking comparison. Because there was like 2.2 million Gazans before October 7th. How many do we think there are right now? I mean, the president of the United States said it was 1.5 million or something like that. If that were true, I mean, we'd be talking near Holocaust levels, at least for Palestinians in Gaza. I mean, 2/3 of Jews in the world were killed in the Holocaust, and you're talking about if that were the case, right? Talking about a huge number. Sure, it's not quite there yet percentage-wise, but I mean, once again, like Hassan is saying, do we have to get there to compare it? Because that seems kind of pointless. Like, oh, we can only look back at it and say, oh, that was like the Holocaust, because it literally, like, you know what I mean? Like, why? Why can't we, like, and why is this guy the arbiter of when we get to decide, like, to compare things? Like, can we ever compare anything that Israel does to the Nazi Germany? Can we compare any leader? Like, I mean, to, like, I'm just wondering, like, is it anti-Semitic to compare anybody to the Nazis or anything to the Holocaust? Like, where do we draw the line here? Or is it just Israel? Because that's a weird sort of mutation of the current paradigm. We're just like criticizing the state of Israel as anti-Semitism. And he's like, well, no, criticizing the state of Israel isn't anti-Semitism, but if you call the state of Israel Nazi, don't you think you're going too far? Isn't that? It's like he's trying to do like a curveball. He's like, look, I'll grant you that you should be allowed to criticize, but isn't calling them Nazis going a step? Isn't that damned? What is anti-Semitism exactly?
Anti-Semitism.
See, he's like starting to agree with Shabana Mahmoud. Yeah, I'm not precious about the term by deploying the term a Holocaust, right? I'm not precious about making comparisons between the Israeli government and Nazi Germany.
This isn't the part we need.
Yes, we might find what has happened in Gaza, and many of my listeners and viewers would. It is still not the same as the mass extermination and the ritualistic extermination of people which happened on a daily basis during the Holocaust. So why compare the two things?
Because I don't want it to get to the Holocaust. And this is the best part of this conversation, and I love having this conversation, because Holocaust studies are profoundly important. But they're not profoundly important so that we can understand what took place and then assume that it's never going to happen again. The entire point of genocide scholarship and specifically scholarship surrounding the Holocaust is so that we understand exactly how society can move in that direction, and how so many otherwise kind people, I assume, can turn a blind eye to the atrocities that are unfolding, so that we understand what took place and never allow it to
Yes,
happen again.
Hassan.
So my point is, I think the final solution.
Yes, Hassan is exactly right. This is where the phrase "never again" came from, right? This is the point of Holocaust studies, right? Like, I went to my fair share of these sorts of events and things like that when I was younger, and, you know, like Holocaust remembrance events and all sorts of other stuff, right? And like the whole purpose of these events, as I always understood them, was never again, not just for Jews, but for everyone. We can't allow this sort of atrocity to happen in modern human history ever again. But like we're being told, actually, this is the exception to the rule. We keep over and over again for like 2 years, and it's fucking crazy making, and people are losing their freaking minds over it.
For Israel has not been achieved yet, right? But this would be not dissimilar to, I guess, a communist or a socialist in Nazi Germany before the final solution, pointing to the Armenian genocide.
Given the Israelis, given the military capabilities.
Oh, they cut my argument there. I literally, wait, or did they just hit the mute? That's crazy. I said, would you disagree if like a communist or a socialist during Nazi occupation?
Did he say it? He said, did they just hit the mute? I think this is where it starts. I finally found it. I'm sorry. It's an hour and a half. I listened to it at 2x. He's listening to himself at like 2x. The whole thing is a little fucked, okay? But it's an hour and a half. I literally had to listen to it at like at these speeds. Ay ay ay.
Pointed to what Hitler was doing to the Jews and to the socialists, and then said this is identical to the Armenian genocide that preceded it, would you have said, well, you're actually hurting the feelings of you're besmirching the good reputation of the Nazis by making a comparison? These are just simply concentration camps. These are, dangerous radical elements in society that must be cordoned off. That's kind of wild.
That Israel has.
But I think that's an apt comparison there as well. If a communist or a socialist during the period of Nazi Germany pointed to the Armenian genocide and said what we're doing to the Jews right now is not dissimilar to the Armenian genocide, I'm fairly certain that the Nazi sympathizers would obviously disagree with that. Having said that, the point of comparison is to talk about two things that are not exactly the same. They are disputing the entire concept of comparison here, and it makes no sense. It would be wrong to say this is 100% like the Holocaust, but to compare it is completely normal. Exactly.
Yeah, that's literally the argument I was just making 2 seconds ago. I was like, dude, you can't compare the Holocaust to the Holocaust. You can only compare the Holocaust to other things, okay? And it's fucking baby brain to be like, oh, you can't. Can you compare it? You can't do that. Oh, it's unfair.
Not only is it completely
so. They haven't done so. They may have acted in a way that is dehumanizing.
Israel's getting bombed?
They may have acted in a way without proper regard for Palestinian life. I think they have. Lots of people would agree that they have.
I said something at the Oxford Union that I think will also piss off.
You didn't notice it was sped up? It's got to be at least 1.5. Right? Listen to it.
A way that is dehumanizing.
Israel's getting bombed?
They may have acted in a way without proper regard for Palestinian life. I think they have. Lots of people would agree that they have.
I said something at the Oxford Union that I think will also piss off.
Also, the facial expressions make it even more obvious. You can just kind of tell that he's like a little too animated in a way that just doesn't make sense.
I said that currently it has been proven that one of the only effective political forces on the planet that can destroy Trumpism and the MAGA movement is the IRGC, which is true. It's true. Sirens from Lake Tiberias to Haifa for the arrival of Iranian missiles. God damn. All right, well, war's back on the menu, boys. All right, I guess he's back.
But to compare it to the Holocaust,
the disagreement that we have is not that.
My suggestion to you would be that.
Wait, why is he cutting me? What the? Oh, come on, LBC. You cut all the crosstalk. You muted me the entire.
Watching Hassan realize that the LBC did him dirty by cutting him off, like cutting out his arguments and muting him, and it's fucked up, dude. It's really fucked up. Not gonna lie. You tell somebody ahead of time if you're gonna do that. You know? They're just doing a hit job. Just doing a fucking hit job over here.
That's crazy.
Compare it to the Holocaust.
The disagreement that we have is not that.
My suggestion to you would be that it is crass and offensive.
Bro, they didn't even try to make the cut seem normal. They hit the hard cut again. Holy moly, that's a lot. God damn. That shit was so abrupt, it feels like an AI cut. You know what I mean? Did they deploy artificial intelligence to hit this cut? What the hell? Streets are calling you overly naive to the British? No, it's fine. Yeah, I know that everyone is in agreement with my point because the majority is on my side on this. But...
Okay, somehow another 40,000 votes just got counted in the main Senate race, and Graham Plattner just went up, not by a lot, but like a half a percentage point, up to 72%. Like I keep thinking, he'll come down. Like there's no way. Like that's too much of a blowout. That's wild. That's with 150, more than 150, 155, 160,000 votes counted already. Jesus Christ. And 70% of the vote. And 70% of the vote. And he has 70% of 70% of the vote. Oh, they just keep counting and he just keeps winning. So much winning. So much winning. You're gonna be sick of winning.
I wish that my goal when I do when I have a conversation like this is not to have the people who are already anti-Israel to come into my defense. I mean, that's great. That's wonderful. That's the majority. My goal is to get someone in the margins to really reconsider their hardline stance on this issue, right? That's my goal. I go on LBC because there's a lot of liberals who are still who still have these ridiculous opinions, right? Ridiculous opinions around, if someone is actually making this comparison between Israel and Nazi Germany, then they must be making an anti-Semitic comparison, right? Like that's ridiculous.
To compare the only Israeli Jewish state in the world.
I like that my audience, by the way, is not offended at LBC's edits and is more mad at me for not recording it on my end. Is there ever a point where, in your eyes, chatters, is there ever a point where you think, hey, you got f***ed over?
Yo, you know what, though? I hate to be a deranged Hassan chatter right now, because I'm not even a Hassan chatter. I'm like tangential to Hassan chat. I do actually slightly sympathize with that desire. I too am a little bit. I mean, considering Hassan, I mean, he's got so much money and so much technology. You know, all he had to do was click a button. It's not because of lack of computing power. You could have easily done it. All you just had to click a button, record. That's all you had to do, Hassan. I love you, buddy, but I mean, that would have been nice. That would have helped, I think, in comparing just how much shit they cut and what they cut. Because sure, Hassan can tell us, like he does in this video, what they cut, but is that as effective as having the video, Hassan? Question I'm asking. Hassan's never going to hear this, I don't think. Unless, I don't know, the person whose video, this is Hassan Reactions, unless some random Hassan Industrial Complex channel decides to clip this video and then post it. I don't think Hassan's ever going to hear this, but come on, buddy. How hard was that? How hard would that have been? It's like one, look, that's all it would have taken. One clicky click.
Come on!
I hate to sound like a deranged Hassan viewer. I rarely have time to even watch the Hassan stream. It's just a matter of just completeness. I feel like there's like a closure, right? We're lacking it. We're lacking it. And I'm also lacking other people to blame for it, I'm afraid.
This is really f***ed up. Or am I always at fault under every single circumstance? I swear to God, bro. I swear to God. Literally the worst fan base of all time. Worst community of all time.
Okay, I take it back. Hassan. Okay? If you're somehow hearing this clip, I take it back. Everything I just said, forget about it. Not a big deal.
Comes to shit like this, immediately hitting the, yep, you're at fault, you bitch. Do you guys ever think maybe it's up that, the big media company that's supposed to maintain these liberal values and allow normal discourse to take place is not following along with a principled stance on defending free expression and allowing discourse to take shape like this. Part of the reason why I didn't expect this cut to take place is because there are literally LBC callers that call, like random British people that call in, and they don't do this kind of edit, you know?
World, and we should, of course, be careful of eliding Israel and Judaism, of course, but it is the only Jewish state in the world, mainly comprised of Jews, comparing them to Nazis, given that Nazis literally tried to exterminate this entire race and came very close to succeeding. You don't need to do that. You shouldn't do it, and it's crassly and grossly offensive for you to do so.
Yeah, I don't mind coming across as vulgar or offensive in this regard, and maybe even hurting some people's feelings, because at the end of the day, the analysis here from my end is there is a genocide that has taken place, and it's continuing to a certain degree. I mean, even in the process of this so-called ceasefire, Israel has also killed approximately 4,000 people in Lebanon. The expansion in the Greater Israel Project is continuing. So the ideology is still unimpeded. The guiding principle is still unimpeded, and therefore, I find that to be far more.
I suppose what I'm getting at.
Far more offensive than the language that I'm using, especially considering that I think at this stage there are a lot of people who want to maybe hold on to some kind of defense of Israel because they understand it to be, like you just said, the Jewish nation, the only Jewish nation. I have been unbelievably critical of Saudi Arabia and every other country that has participated in the blockade of Yemen, for example. The United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia did that with our weapons once again.
The other reason that other people might say that it's offensive, well, deeply offensive.
Well, they cut it. That's up that they cut that part, because I brought up the Saudi Arabia comparison, and I said no one calls me Islamophobic for being critical of the Muslim state of Saudi Arabia engaging in heinous war crimes against Yemen and the Yemeni population. No one.
I think we all got the point, though. It happens multiple times. Unfortunately, I can't just sit here and go through this and wait to look for each time that they. But on multiple occasions, I listened to this really fast. I heard it at least like 3 or 4 times where he's like, wait, they just cut that too? And then he goes on and he's like, oh, well, this is what I said. But I would point out that at least on this particular occasion, might have been nice. Not saying it's necessary, but it was an opportunity. There was an opportunity to have the
fact that this is still a debate is
fullness of that stream. There was a way. I'm not going to say the specific way we could have had that, but I think everybody knows what way I'm talking about. Your 22-month-old subscription for Hassan. I'll send your channel in the chat. Yes, thank you, Paul. Yes, clip that. Right. Send it to Hassan. Tell him.
Come on!
Now, I wonder, is this next clip anti-Semitic? Just wondering. Can you compare this next guy we're going to talk about to...
I mean, people often talk about the Holocaust like it just happened one...
A Nazi? Or Hitler? Is that okay? Can we talk about the Secretary of War? I mean, maybe we should wait to pass judgment, okay? Just take a second. And listen to this thing that he said on D-Day, of all days.
Speaking of consistencies with tattoos.
Yeah, this is nuts. Pete Hegseth, our Secretary of War, or self-styled. He's the Secretary of Defense, but he calls himself the Secretary of War because he's such a macho guy. He's a macho.
God, I hate that. Is he the German Secretary of War or the American Secretary of War?
He is actually the American Secretary of War.
Okay. It was unclear.
He also has a tattoo that is associated with more with neo-Nazis.
I think he knew what that one was.
Crusaders.
Crusaders.
From the guy that chanted "Kill all Muslims."
He's got infidel tattooed on him in Arabic too.
Okay, so he's got some tattoos.
But you
now,
didn't know.
Is the case closed? Is it just like his tattoos define you? No, it's also
That's true.
There's a lot of other evidence that suggests that that tattoo is not a coincidence, but rather indicative of an ideology that he continues actively promoting to this day. Here he is at the 82nd anniversary of D-Day. Do you know what D-Day is? Oh, Brian, you were in the military. Tell us what D-Day is. You were military intelligence, so you can tell us.
It was an insurgent operation. No, you know what it was. It was when they invaded the grounds of France, and it was a turning point in the European theater of the World War II.
Why'd they call it D-Day? Oh, good job.
You know I'm not 97 years old. I wasn't. That's not the war.
That you fought
the
in?
war that
I
you
didn't
fought
fight
in
in
any war, really, if we're going to be truly honest about this.
I don't know why they call it D.
Stolen valor, Brian. Stolen valor. How could you? How could you, Brian? Stolen valor.
Illegal.
Just kidding.
Somebody look that
It's like departure day.
Departure
or
day.
decision day. Yeah, so.
Departure or decision day?
I mean, let's see here.
Deliverance Day.
National Archives.
Listen, we're not Republicans. We don't
Yeah,
watch
exactly.
World War II
Right,
documentaries all day.
I believe it's Deliverance Day.
I'm asleep to the history channel.
Nevertheless, D-Day was when the Allied invasion of...
And on June 6th, 1944, Allied forces launched the largest amphibious invasion in history on the beaches of Normandy, France.
It's just too French.
Of Europe, essentially, you know, the big counteroffensive, which ultimately led to Berlin.
Right. Which is what I just said.
Yeah, and here's Pete Hegseth. Now, one of the things that was like I want to say a really primary theme of World War II was freedom-loving people fighting against fascists, Italian fascism, German fascism. And one of the things that is really primary about fascism is a nationalism that is so intense that you create boogeymen of of like people who are like of the out group.
They make me sick.
And that out group can be a group that has been in your country for many, many years, or it could be like a group that's trying to infiltrate your country.
The news and the left promotes
And so
pedophilia.
Pete Hegseth really got into that idea on this celebration of D-Day.
The Nazi war machine and liberate a continent. Sadly, today, different European beaches are stormed by different dangerous ideologies. Beaches in Spain and Italy.
That just sounds like the Americans were the dangerous ideology.
Yeah.
Because if you look at who
Yes.
stormed the beach in D-Day,
Right.
it was the Allied forces.
Yes.
I'm glad Brian said, because I'm pretty sure I said the same thing the other day. I was like, wait, who is he talking? Is he talking about us? Wait, who is doing the invading? We, what? Who? Invading? Wait, this is the, do you know what day it is right now, Pete? Can we get a breathalyzer, please?
Yes, I mean,
It's just like in World War II when we got stormed from the beaches.
Sir, if you could just look at my finger and follow the light. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, he's trying to argue that these countries are being invaded.
Just like
We did.
was by the
Well,
good
but
guys.
also just like we're being invaded in this country. Like, this is the terminology they've adopted, that immigrants are invading us. And they are, and when he says ideologies, what he's really talking about is like, this is a culture war.
Brown people?
Right, I get what he's saying, but from a literary point of view, like the way the metaphor is constructed.
Like we landed on the beaches of Normandy to be the ones freeing
All of a
France.
sudden, the vet thinks he's Matt over here with his literature degree.
Yeah,
I mean, I'll just say I think
exactly.
it's open.
I was gonna say, Brian. I feel like Brian has much too high of an expectation on, sort of like any sort of allegories, references. Like even loose, just sort of loose ones at that. I feel like he's just asking way too much, like too high of a bar from Brian. Like the construction coming from Pete. I mean, what are we to expect from Pete exactly?
Question whether this is irony or if this is honesty. I genuinely think it might be more honesty than irony.
Or third option, ChatGPT, which is always pretty much the #1 go-to for Pete Hegseth speeches.
It's definitely there, yeah.
Today, different European beaches are stormed by different dangerous ideologies.
Different?
Beaches in Spain, in Italy, in Greece, and Bulgaria. Boats and men arrive. When will European capitals do something about that invasion? Or is it too late?
That was a bad line read.
This is like probably the
invasion.
Grok version. The Mecha Hitler Grok, I think, it was LMM he used to.
I pray not, and I believe not. The men who fought and died here.
That's so stilted. Let's get that again.
Something about that invasion? Or is it too late? I pray not, and I believe not. The men who fought and died here restored freedom to Europe. That freedom must be maintained by this generation of leaders and warfighters, or what they fought for was merely temporary.
So I just want to give it a little bit of a punch up. He could have achieved the same, I don't know, crude and ahistorical metaphor if he said that the different cities are being occupied. And not different beaches in Europe are being stormed because
I think we're getting caught up on the.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically. He's very ham-fistedly doing a bunch of Nazi rhetoric. Like, if you don't dig into it at all, and you forget about who invaded the beaches of Normandy on D-Day, or like you forget you're at a D-Day speech and it's just like a random Pete Hegseth speech, pretend like you're like at like a West Point graduation or something. Like, it begins to make more sense. Like, if you try not to tie it to like anything in like real life, it just ham-fisted Nazi talk when you really get down to it. I mean, because sure, during the metaphor, does he basically make the immigrants he's trying to demonize like a Nazi into the Allied forces? Yeah. Do I think he did that on purpose? No. No, I don't think that was part of it. And I think we're reading too much. Like I said, I think we're reading too much into it. It's just happenstance. This is not like a D-Day speech, okay? This is just a speech, right? Like, he just happens to be at a D-Day memorial, okay? We're all giving Pete way too much credit right now.
Literary
I thought it was a
structure.
phenomenal point, but go on.
Yes, it would be a better. It would be a better, metaphor. But I mean, honestly, what he's saying here is, he could literally be giving this exact same speech, to the fascists if they had won.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
Once again, you are faced with the dirty scum of the earth who are trying to change your pure nations. You must drive them out.
Yeah.
I mean, this is more apt if the
German
Nazis had won.
This is like Man in the High Tower fucking speech, right? That's the one where, right? I can't. That's the one where it's like the alternate future, or like the alternate timeline where the Nazis won instead of the Allied forces. It's Man in the High Tower. He's like, look, we've had a long time of fascist rule, but you have a real problem on your hands right now. Like, that's what he's doing right now, right?
But he's speaking to the people who wanted the Nazis to win in Europe.
Yes.
That's who he's talking to right now. That's
yes.
all conservatism is in the entire world is this sort of white panic freak out. And we need to put it down. Like, so looking at the elections in Europe or in England with like the reform movement, like those are the same motherfuckers that walked you into Brexit and fucked your economy up. And now they're saying, well, actually it's the immigrants. Like, how much longer are we as a people going to continue tolerating or treating as like worthy of like thought this sort of moronic immigrant panic that's fucking everywhere white people are?
I mean, once we get an opposition party that will
if you're Zionist, you're part of the same right wing.
Yeah, no, but we have to give people a framework to understand that a better world can be possible, and that has been abdicated by the opposition in the UK, the opposition in the US for the most part, although I feel better, honestly, about where the American left is at than where the
Labor Party,
Brits
for
are.
sure.
Than the Labor Party, yeah.
I'm just glad that Majority Report found this one just like I did and made the exact same comparison that I did. I was like, dude, this is Nazi talk. We watched this twice, in fact, in the last week because of how disturbing I found it. And yeah, that's the third time. You're welcome.
Aren't I a good guy?
You're welcome. Speaking of the fascists, the Trump family is taking over Albania.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, at least they're trying. Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump, looking to build a massive resort on an Albanian island in the Mediterranean, north of the Greek islands. And as it turns out, people in Albania, Albanians, as they call them, not big into this idea. They continue to protest in large numbers against this planned real estate project. Here's the AP from 20 hours ago. Yeah, people seem pretty pissed. They got a hell of a lot of signs here. I'm noticing a lot of AI use on these signs, but there's some fairly creative ones, I can't lie. I believe this is the, yeah, Edi Rama, who's the Prime Minister of Albania. This guy. He's been Prime Minister since 2013, so like 13 years. Suffice to say, people seem upset at him. Not sure what it is. I think it's the signs. I think it's the signs that make me think that. Yeah, people keep continuing. People continue to be not big into this freaking Trump-backed real estate project on this pristine island in Albania. They seem quite upset about it, in fact. They really, I mean, from what I can tell, they seem to be directing a lot of their anger at the government because I think early on, Edi Rama came out and said, like, this is going to go ahead, even though people don't want it to. I think that rubbed people the wrong way. Then you added on top of it the video coming out of the security team that had been hired by the Trumps, dragging an Albanian man away behind the fence, brutalizing him while on the ground. I really think there's the combination, a confluence of factors, if you will, I would say have led to this situation. Now, in the last 24 hours, we've had more Russian aircraft in NATO airspace. A French jet forced to shoot down a Russian drone in Latvia. Here's Reuters from 18 hours ago.
A French Rafale fighter jet has shot down a drone that entered Latvian airspace from Russia, marking the latest security incident along NATO's eastern frontier. The drone was intercepted early Monday near the village of Berezgale, about 18 miles from the Russian border. The Latvian army said the drone crossed into the country as a result of Russian electromagnetic warfare, but did not say who launched it.
Yup. I mean, that's about it that we understand about this. This is one of hundreds of these that have happened over the last, year. Might be higher than that. I don't actually know the fucking number off the top of my head. I think it's quite high. A lot of incursions into EU and or NATO airspace have happened the last 2.5 years. By Russian planes, drones. It's caused a fair deal of chaos on the eastern part of the EU. Albania Island, that's right. No, I think it's actually called Kogos? I can't remember it now. Fuck, don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that. I think it's a fairly short name. It's like 5 letters, but I can't remember what it was. Well, we made it all the way to the Middle East. Oh, right. We already covered these. I need to hold on to these for midweek report, but we don't need these right now. Now, if you recall, talked about it yesterday. Was it yesterday or Sunday? Did I take a day off Monday? Oh, yeah, I did. The other day, Sunday, we were talking about recent strikes, Iran firing 6 ballistic missiles towards Kuwait and Bahrain, United States responding with more strikes at Iran. That was the way the week started. And in the last 24 hours, things have 36 hours have continued in a very similar way. Here's BBC from yesterday.
The Middle East ceasefire is in danger tonight as Iran fires multiple waves of missiles at northern Israel, the first since the fragile truce was brokered in April. Israel says it has intercepted the missiles. Much of the country has been put on alert this evening. It all comes after Israel carried out deadly strikes on the southern suburbs of the Lebanese capital, Beirut, targeting, it said, Hezbollah, the Iran-backed armed group. President Trump has tonight urged the Iranians to get back to the negotiating table. John Sudworth is in Beirut for us tonight, and Wira Davis is in Jerusalem. Wira, bring us right up to date with what's been happening and what Israel's been saying.
Yeah, Jamie, the last 24 hours have been very tense in the region, and this attack by the Iranians had been anticipated. And tonight, people in northern and central Israel were sent scurrying to the shelters after warnings of a launch of missiles from Iran. None of those hit their targets, but we understand we've got first-hand accounts of missiles being intercepted over the northern Israeli city of Haifa. There's been a stern response, particularly from the hard line of Israeli politics. The outspoken security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir tonight said that Tehran must burn. The big question is, what are Tehran's intentions? There were apparent scenes of jubilation in Tehran as some of those rockets were fired, and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard said that this was just the start of a week-long campaign of missile attacks against Israel. They further said that they would be firing rockets around the clock. The big question now, I suppose, is will Iran follow through with those threats, or can they be encouraged to step back from the brink? Donald Trump, we know, has made comments about this, and we understand that in the last few minutes, Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu have been speaking on the phone. Of course, the American president was known to be quite angry with Israel's intentions in Lebanon and elsewhere in the region, and perhaps he may be able to persuade the Israeli Prime Minister that enough is enough, and it's time for both sides to get back around the table.
We're up. Thank you. And let's head to the Lebanese capital.
Yes. Donald Trump has said, please, no, stop. You're ruining the ceasefire. Of course, now there was no ceasefire. He started panicking. He started screaming. We can't. Everybody stop. Okay. Everybody stop. Gotta stop doing this. Crazy stuff. But, I mean, like Trump, it was already fighting. Trump was already in the United States, like right before that, right before things started to get out of hand between Iran and Israel, right? With Iran firing multiple missiles at Israel, like. Trump, the United States was already firing missiles at Iran, and Iran was firing missiles at Israel. So, I'm sorry, and Iran was firing missiles at the United States. And Israel was already fighting what is, as we were all told, an Iranian proxy in Lebanon. And, like, it's just, I don't know. I feel like we're just living in this sort of alternate reality being created by the media. It's like, oh, will the ceasefire hold? It's like, what ceasefire? Where? And aren't they all supposedly interconnected? This is the same media that's been telling us that Hezbollah and Hamas, these are all Iran. They're all the same. They might as well be called Iran. Hamas might as well just change their name to Iran. Same thing for Hezbollah. But then all of a sudden, the ceasefire stuff comes up, and it's like, Israel's like, oh no, that's Hezbollah. What? Iranian proxy? Never heard of him. Who? Iran who?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah. Now, according to many people, Trump is just desperate for a deal at this point. He's completely lost the war. He hasn't achieved any of his plans. He hasn't destroyed the military. We've lost free trade through the Strait of Hormuz. The IRGC and the like the Ayatollah essentially are still in power. Just a slightly different Ayatollah. You've got, I mean, nothing has been achieved by Donald Trump by any measure in this situation. Israeli papers claiming that Trump is desperate. Before we go to that, let's talk about how stock market has been handling some of this. This is Reuters from yesterday. Plans? Concept of a plan. Almost as good. As long as it's shorter than Vietnam. As long as it's less than 19 years, why are you complaining? It's something that Donald Trump has basically said on about a half a dozen occasions now. I mean, is that... I am starting to think that that is what we are going to be measuring this by now. We might as well start. Might as well start. Trump wants us to. He keeps saying it. Look, it's not as bad as Vietnam yet. We're going to start calling it the not as bad as Vietnam War.
Asian stocks plunged on Monday morning as investors hit the brakes on the red-hot AI rally. South Korea's tech-heavy Kospi index took the heaviest beating. It was down around 6% by late morning after volatile trade had earlier triggered a 20-minute halt. Chip giant Samsung matched the overall decline. Meanwhile, Japan's Nikkei index was down around 4% by the same time. That follows a similar drop for the Nasdaq on Wall Street at the end of last week. One analyst told Reuters that doubts have crept in over tech earnings, partly following weaker-than-expected numbers from U.S. chipmaker Broadcom. Last week's hotter-than-expected U.S. jobs data have also all but wiped out hopes for further rate cuts by the Federal Reserve this year.
Yes, indeed. Things are not going well in the stock market right now. The volatility has been increasing. Stocks have been falling. The only good thing I can see is that oil is slightly down. But by slightly, I mean it's at about $91 a barrel right now. Slightly less than 105, which it hit last week. But at any time, it could just jump right back up. Let's not forget we're in the middle of what should be peak demand months. Summers here. Well, let's go here to France 24 English from yesterday. Talk about that Israeli paper claiming that Trump is desperate for a deal.
I did everything right and they indicted
It's time now for a look at the press review with Elitsa Gadeva. Elitsa, thanks for being with us. Iran and Israel have exchanged fresh strikes. What are the papers saying?
That's right. Well, I want to start by taking a look at this exclusive article here by the Financial Times. So US President Donald Trump spoke to the paper and he said that Netanyahu will have no choice but accept a deal with Iran. And he reminded that he calls the shots and not Netanyahu. The US President instructed Israel not to strike back after Iran struck, but Netanyahu didn't listen. And the New York Post reports that this, quote, Sunday shakeup comes amid active negotiations between the United States and Iran. But according to the US president, this will not have any impact on the negotiations. The Washington Post here isn't really convinced. It says that Iran's strikes and Israel's response threaten to further complicate efforts to broker a peace deal. And the paper also reminds that Iran's attack didn't come out of nowhere, but it comes after the IDF struck, quote, suspected Hezbollah positions in Beirut earlier on Sunday. And finally, I want to show you this analysis here by the Times of Israel that says that Trump ties Israel's hands as the partnership collapses. And the paper writes that the US president is desperate for a deal with the devilish Tehran regime, which presents Netanyahu with a, quote, terrible dilemma.
And yesterday marked the 100 days of the US-Israeli war.
Okay. Trump getting slammed in the Israeli papers. claiming he's desperate for a deal. He does seem desperate. You see the way that he's sort of floundering and flailing about, saying all these sorts of things that we know to be untrue, and or going from one side of the spectrum to the next in very short periods of time, sometimes in the same fucking sentence. It seems a little unhinged, if you ask me. Sometimes it's hard to tell if that's a result of the fact that he's, sundowning, or if it's because he's losing, because he's a loser. Hard to say. Could be both. Is this situation? I mean, what do we have? We have the United States and Iran attacking each other, Israel and Iran attacking each other, Trump saying, please stop ruining it. And you got Israel continuing to wage a war, and Lebanon continuing the genocide in Israel, and all of his ethnic cleansing efforts everywhere. It's really a fucked up moment here in the Middle East.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In the most serious escalation since a U.S.-Iranian so-called truce was reached in April, Iran and Israel exchanged fire overnight. Iran launched a wave of missiles at northern Israel, saying it was in response to Israeli attacks near Beirut on Sunday. Israel responded with attacks on several areas of Iran, including the capital, Tehran. Earlier today, Iran announced it's halting strikes on Israel, but warned it'll carry out a more severe response if Israel continues to attack Lebanon. Israel attacked Iran despite President Trump telling Axios on Sunday that he planned to call Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to urge him not to respond to the first wave of Iranian missiles. Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Baghai spoke in Tehran earlier today.
America has direct responsibility in any action that the Zionist regime carries out in relation to violation of regional peace and security against Iran.
We're joined now by Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, author of several books, including Losing an Enemy, Obama, Iran, and the Triumph of Diplomacy. His latest piece for Responsible Statecraft is Iran Strikes Israel, Proving It Will Use Hard Power on Behalf of Lebanon. Why don't you elaborate on that? Were you surprised by this major violation of the so-called ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran, and what this says about how much power President Trump has over Netanyahu? He said he warned him not to do this, not to respond to Iran attacking Israel for Israel attacking Lebanon.
Thank you, Amy. It's good to be with you. I was not surprised by the Iranian attack on Israel. In fact, a couple of days ago, just before Trump had his first colorful conversation with Netanyahu, the Iranians had already signaled that they were about to strike Israel. They were probably 45 to 60 minutes away of doing so. That's when Trump intervened and the situation was diffused. So the fact that the Iranians were going to enforce their red line in Lebanon, I don't think was a surprise, and I think the U.S. government took it seriously as well. What is perhaps a bit surprising is the immediate reaction that Trump had, and of course then that the Israelis defied Trump's expressed wishes. And where that goes from now, we will have to see, but it's important to understand that what the Iranians were trying to do and what really worries the Israelis is that they were trying to extend their deterrence. They had already established their own deterrence in the sense that any attack on Iran clearly would be retaliated against. But now they were trying to say that even if the Israelis were to attack Lebanon, southern Lebanon, they would also face Iranian retaliation, which would be the first time in a very long time that a major power would put real hard power behind a warning or a deterrent against an attack by Israel on a third country. And this is part.
It's not like devolved into such a clusterfuck. so many countries are technically involved in all of this, right? Like if you count all the countries that have U.S. bases that have seen Iranian attacks on them, right? I mean, you got what? And if you include Oman, who's like partly involved in this because they've seen like Iranian mines go into their territorial waters. I mean, it's like the whole region. It's practically the whole region. Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Iraq. Iran, of course, is involved. Israel, United States is involved. Who else am I missing? Lebanon. Can't forget Palestinians, but I've run out of fingers on my hands. That's like 11. It's like 11 different actors. Participant and or observer status is still 11 different fucking individual nations and or otherwise. Of course, Palestine's technically, you know, it's a complicated situation. I have 11 fingers. Not true. Not true. The Green New Deal, I have 10 normal human fingers. Man. All right. Well, I guess we better keep going through this. How Donald Trump continued to make threats. Israel. Other sorts of comments. An attempt to stop the fighting. Claiming that Israel would be on their own.
U.S. President Donald Trump has told U.S. media outlet Axios that he warned Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that Israel may be fighting alone if he goes back to war with Iran.
I would just like to point out once again, it's Axios. Who could have guessed? I wonder who it could be. I wonder who it could be.
Axios quoted Trump as saying, "Bibi, you better be."
I'm sure it's not Barack Ravid. It's probably somebody else.
"Full, or you will be on your own very soon." But both Iran and Israel say that they have paused attacks against one another after they launched a series of strikes. It was the most serious escalation since the ceasefire came into effect in April. Iran's military says if Israel continues military operations against Lebanon, it will retaliate. Juliet Iger reports.
A wave of Iranian missiles fired towards Israel, testing an already fragile ceasefire. Tehran says the attacks are a direct response to Israel's ongoing military assault on Lebanon, a campaign it accuses the US of supporting.
The US is directly responsible. They are party to the ceasefire negotiations. Therefore, any event or any act in violation of the ceasefire, be it through the interception of vessels, the targeting of southern Lebanon by Israel, or any other event, will cause the United States to be directly responsible for the escalation in the region.
Wow. Iran holding the United States directly responsible for any escalations in the region. That sounds not good. Cooking at the moment? I need some food. I also need to do dishes. I need to do dishes before I eat food. also have to do pots and pans. It take forever. I gotta do it. Well, I'm gonna be able to end slightly early tonight because I started the stream so freaking early. Right? I mean, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid it's true. We started crazy. Was it 6:30? Was like something like that. We've had 7 hours of stream already. If you look down, I know it's just flown by.
What?
That's I wouldn't lie to you. War is going on while Trump is sleeping and being fine. It'd be funnier if it wasn't true. It's one of those situations. Sometimes things being true make it funny, other times it's about timing, isn't it? You're West Coast? No, I'm Space Coast. Low Earth orbit. Low Earth orbit, primary Padma. There are some West Coasters in here, though. I have never lived on the West Coast, although it's beautiful, lovely place. Nothing against it. Lovely place, lovely people. I've lost my place. Which one was it? Okay. Okay, I figured out where we are. I actually think there's another tiny piece of this that I want.
Attacking each other, insisting a diplomatic solution is still viable. Julie Dager, Al Jazeera.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has warned that any future Iranian attacks will be met with what he called full force.
Right now, the fire at the front is contained because after we hit the terrorist regime in Tehran, it stopped attacking us. If it makes the mistake and attacks us again, we will respond forcefully. Because Israel has a full right to self-defense and we exercise it to the extent necessary. I say this to you as I say it with appreciation and respect in my good conversations with my friend, President Trump.
And strikes have not stopped entirely. Air raid sirens sounded in the Israeli city Eilat within just the last hour. The Israeli military saying it intercepted a suspicious aerial target from Yemen. That's what it looks like. Eilat is Israel's...
Did you hear that? Suspicious aerial target intercepted from Yemen. So Yemen the Houthis may now be involved in this situation once again. Which also means that trade in the Red Sea could be under threat. A situation we talked about previously, which in conjunction with the shutting down, the blockading of the Strait of Hormuz could be utterly catastrophic for the rest of the region. Much of the region is already reeling from the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. You add in a fully closed Strait of Hormuz and also a Red Sea. GG economy. Who are the Houthis? They're a military political wing in Yemen. Yemen is situated at the opening of the Red Sea across from Somalia. There you go. You just learned something. All right. Staying with Al Jazeera, ceasefire in ruins. Israeli airstrikes pound Lebanon and Gaza despite supposed truce.
Central to the latest escalation is Iran's anger over Israel's continued attacks on Lebanon. But Israel has carried on with its offensive, launching a wave of strikes on southern Lebanon, killing at least 12 people. They've also issued more forced displacement orders for suburbs in Tyre. A drone strike near a Red Cross facility there killed 4 civilians and injured 2 emergency workers. Meanwhile, Hezbollah says it's targeted Israel's military with drones. Al Jazeera's Obedo Hito witnessed some of those Israeli strikes in Tyre.
I want to take your attention directly over to the town of Mansouri, just a fresh Israeli airstrike as we're coming to air right now, and this gives you an idea of how the situation has been throughout the day here in southern Lebanon. Since the announcement of Iran saying that they weren't going to carry out any more strikes on Israel, and in exchange Israel saying that they would not be targeting Beirut as long as the northern communities would not be targeted, Israel has carried out several airstrikes here around the city of Tyre. This is the latest one there at the top of the town of Mansouri. A couple hours ago, there were 2 other strikes inside the city in a neighborhood called Burj al-Shamali, as well as Ma'shuq.
It feels like we're back at the beginning of this war. Like, we've been seeing hostilities throughout all this, but now the level of hostilities feels like we're basically back at full boiling point. If not somehow in a worse position than before. Not a great place to be. Now, in the last, I don't know, 15 hours or so, maybe a little longer, reports of a U.S. Apache helicopter going down over Iran, reported by multiple outlets. Donald Trump quickly came out and said that they're fine.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Wait.
30 missiles fired by...
Wait, is this the right one? No, I went too far.
As sirens wailed and missiles flew back and forth, Israel and Iran seemed ready to return to all-out war, only to back down under pressure from U.S.
Hey, what happened to this clip? Did it get taken down? Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Does it get taken down? This is not the clip that I wanted to play. Oh, they got switched around. That's why. Alright, I'm sorry. We don't need all of these clips. Some of these are here for the
30 missiles fired.
Look, some of these are for the midweek report. Okay. I got plans. I need more lists.
There's a report that an Army helicopter went down in the Strait. Can you give us an update on that? Are the soldiers okay?
The pilots are fine, yeah.
And was
nobody injured. We are going to issue a report tomorrow, but the pilots are fine. We're very close to having a very, very good, strong, powerful deal.
Very good and strong.
If we go and bomb, which we can do very easily if we want, and we spend another 2 or 3 weeks bombing, they'll have nothing left whatsoever, but you won't have the Strait open for months. If we do the bombing, a lot of people are going to be killed. Who wants to do that? I don't. and we'll have a signed document that's actually stronger than doing the bombing. What has proven to be a very powerful thing is the blockade. The blockades turn out to be much stronger than bombing.
I mean, there's Trump trying to sell this. I mean, it sounds bad. No matter how much he talks about other things he think are going really good, like the blockade, which is, of course, decimating the economy, which almost went into recession last month, I would point out. By last month, I mean April. Well, actually, last quarter. Well, the numbers came in for Q1, and we had 0.3 in terms of like growth on GDP. That was bad. No matter how much he tries to sell it, I mean, having an Apache get shot down, and we supposedly have a ceasefire. It's a little confusing, no? And it sounds bad. Sounds really bad. Actually, how much do those things cost? $35 and $40 million. Typically 50 to 100 million. So that's like another $50-100 million gone. Supposedly the airmen are safe, if we believe Donald Trump. He also had this to say about peace talks down there on the tarmac.
We have ongoing negotiations in Iran and with Iran, and that hasn't stopped. And we could have at least an idea by 1 or 2 days from now. But
1 or 2 days.
I think it's going well. The blockade continues to hold.
So yeah, it's going well. The blockade is perfect, and 1 or 2 days we'll know more. So by Thursday, I guess, we'll know what's happening. He keeps saying, he keeps pushing the goalpost. I don't know if anybody's noticed, but he keeps pushing the goalpost over and over and over again on this thing. And I find it very strange. And by strange, I mean expected. I literally said it was going to happen at the very beginning of this. This was a forever war. I mean, it's got all the telltale signs of forever war. He's now comparing it to Vietnam. Vietnam as being the sort of goalpost. It's like, look, we're not Vietnam yet. Okay. Sure, it's been like 3.5 months. It's not so bad. What do you think about it? At least it's not 19 years, says Donald Trump. Let's talk a little bit more about this helicopter.
Just in, new reports that the U.S. military says it is investigating whether Iran is responsible for a U.S. Apache helicopter that went down near the Strait of Hormuz. This brand new reporting from Barak Reed of Axios also says that there was a dramatic hours-long search before the crew was found and rescued from the water. Also, Israel's military today launched new attacks in southern Lebanon. Both Iran and President Trump have warned Israel against continuing the offensive there. Let's get right to CNN's Elena Treen at the White House for the latest on all of this.
How much do you think Barak Ravid makes being just like a puppet for the like whatever regime is in power? And it's like it's got to be the easiest fucking job on the planet. Guy just sits around waiting for fucking, you know, somebody in the White House to call him and be like, "Hey, Barack, we got another story for you to publish, completely finished and typed up. Just, you know, just hand it to your editor over at Axios." He just walks from his fucking desk to the fucking printer to the fucking editor's desk, and that's his whole job. Can you imagine? How much is that worth?
Morning, Elena.
Good morning, John. I'm going to start with what we know about this Apache helicopter. There was a statement out from CENTCOM this morning saying that at 7:33 p.m. yesterday on June 8th, 2 crew members from that U.S. Army, it was an AH-64 Apache, were rescued by American forces after their helicopter went down near the coast of Oman. CENTCOM says that they were patrolling regional waters and that the soldiers were safely rescued within, they said, approximately.
Every time one of these goes down, Central Command should have to post with all of this stuff, right? This big ass fucking. They should also have to, at the end of this, post how much the aircraft cost taxpayers. Right? I'm just saying. I feel like we deserve that, and we should get transparency from the supposedly most transparent president in history. We should just get, you know, like a rundown of how much this fucker is costing us. Is that so wrong?
Patrolling regional waters and that the soldiers were safely rescued within, they said, approximately 2 hours and are now in stable condition. We heard the president, who was taking questions from reporters about this early this morning, said that none of them were injured and that they are doing fine. I think this line from this CENTCOM statement is important. They say that the cause of the incident is under investigation. We're still learning, of course, what exactly happened here. But to give you a sense, I mean, one, the loss of this aircraft marks the first loss of an Apache since this war began. And I'd note that these helicopters have been previously used to attack Iranian small boats in the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, no, yeah, Central Commander has not given us any details on why this thing went down, just that it did go down. Little vague, if you ask me. Little vague.
The pilots on board that U.S. Army Apache helicopter were not injured following reports that the chopper went down near the Strait of Hormuz. Take a listen.
Report that an Army helicopter went down in the strait. Can you give us an update on that? Are the soldiers okay?
The pilots are fine, yeah.
And was
nobody
that,
injured.
Barak Ravid from Axios reports that officials are investigating whether
why are we hearing this
Iran
again?
is responsible for shooting it down. With us now is CNN national security analyst, former deputy director of national intelligence, Beth Sander. This is what the Apache looks like. Hours-long rescue from the water. The 2 crew members plucked out. That's according to Barak Ravid. Does it feel like the type of thing, or what kind of risk should I say? Because we don't know whether the Iranians shot it down, but what kind of risks are these missions as they continue, even in this, you know, in inverted commas and quotes, ceasefire?
I think they're at very high risk. This is my own estimation of the situation. But, you know, depending on where they're located, you know, if they get far away from a lot of backup, right? Like away from the ships and further into Iranian territory, they run a serious risk of being shot down, or at least taken down. Right? Because of the drones, you know, and just a few drones can overwhelm the defense systems of one of these Apache helicopters. Right? You only have so many countermeasures on one of these helicopters, right? And eventually, especially with these drones, I think they can be piloted. And so some of this stuff might not necessarily even deter them in the same way. Like, I'm fairly certain a lot of the countermeasures on these sorts of helicopters are intended for, like, ground-to-air rockets and missiles and stuff like that.
Period.
Well, absolutely. every kind of combat area has risks, John, and it is just a matter of time before things happen, whether it's a shoot down or just something happens, right? I mean, you just have a lot of people in the air, in the water, and it's just kind of a numbers game. One of the interesting things I found from this are the reports that they were rescued by an unmanned underwater vehicle. And if true, this is really interesting, and it just shows how war is changing. This is now happening routinely in Ukraine, where these unmanned vehicles are wheeling people out. Or
unmanned vehicle taking out a helicopter from the water? That would be fucking wild. If that is true. I mean, the advancements these Iranian drones have taken is quite significant.
When we got word overnight that a U.S. Apache helicopter went down somewhere in the Strait of Hormuz off the coast of Oman, we don't know the exact location, nor do we know the cause of what brought this helicopter down. We do know the two people inside, the pilots and the passengers, everyone's doing okay. This is what the Apache looks like. When you hear that, what are the range of possibilities for what might have happened?
It could be mechanical, of course. Secondly, could be enemy action. The Iranians could have gotten in some kind of a drone in close to it. Thirdly, it could be pilot error. Those are the three key ones that you think about. I think just stepping back, John, we ought to kind of reflect on the fact that we've now had 50,000, 60,000 U.S. servicemen and women forward deployed for months and months. And, you know, we were just talking about draining the strategic petroleum reserve. We are draining military readiness by keeping all these people on station for this length of time. Now, this is the Department of Defense, a highly capable organization, but not inexhaustible. So it's a good wake up when something like this.
It's a good wake-up call, he says. Really? Some of these fucking warmongers they bring on CNN are so, like, horny for military shit. It's not a good wake-up. It's a fucking disturbing... should be a disturbing realization that we should stop this nonsense. They talk about, like, oh, this is good future preparation for the continuation of this fucking war, basically. I mean, that's basically the argument these fuckers are making. We gotta stop thinking of this thing as a protracted fucking engagement. End it. The longer it goes on, the more people are just gonna accept this as being the new normal. This is can continue to have serious implications. It's only going to get worse the longer it goes on. The strait will completely close again. Like I said, the Red Sea could close again. Or, but actually, I take it back. The Red Sea hasn't closed during this portion of what's been like a multi-year-long conflict in the Middle East that we've been covering. I guess, I mean, right, like, the Houthis haven't done that. They've threatened it. They haven't done it yet. And now, the last 24 hours, they've supposedly launched, although it's not clear to me that I don't think they've actually claimed responsibility for that strike yet. This thing just continues to fester to a broader, more protracted conflict that is certain to cause problems across the fucking planet. What happened with the other pilots? Which other pilots? The ones in the Apache? Supposedly they're fine. Or do you mean the ones that they were searching for like 2 months ago. They found those guys. Damn, it's not looking good for our candidate in Maine's 2nd district. Sorry, I got distracted looking at the election results over here. I'm just monitoring things. See if there's any other like straggling results coming in. Still nothing from California's 2nd or 4th district, which I find rather fascinating. Let's go here. Al Jazeera live stream. Oh, good. United States doing more strikes inside Iran. Oh, good. That's good. That's good.
Kashmir was independent, but it was never really independent. So what we're seeing now is,
and it does not get again
attack on that helicopter, but it's still, regardless of all these rhetoric going on, we know that right now we see a new round of escalation. And speaking of the exchange of fire, we know that IRGC has published several statements in that regard. First, they said that Josk, Sirik, and Qeshm have been targeted by the American forces, as a result of which a telecommunication tower in Sirik as well as 2 water tanks in Sirik have been impacted, have been targeted in addition to other military locations. In response, IRGC says that it has conducted drone attacks on U.S. assets, U.S. bases across the region, including in Bahrain and in Kuwait. Also, they're saying that the Navy forces have conducted this attack, while they're saying that the naval forces have conducted attacks targeting at least 21 USSs across the region. In addition, we've got another statement from the aerospace forces of IRGC. They're talking about additional attacks on quote-unquote 4 important targets, including a F-35 fighter jet hangars at US base and a command and control center in Jordan. All in all, what we hear from Iran is first condemning the American attacks, and then second, they're saying that if the American attacks continue, there are going to be more and more responses, crushing and regrettable ahead.
All right, that's Tauhid Essedi reporting live for us from Tehran. Thank you, Tauhid. Let's bring in Zain Basravi now, who joins us live from here in Doha. So, Zain, Tauhid mentioned it. Jordan was a location of some of these strikes from Iran. Bahrain and Kuwait were too. But we have seen in the past, as Iran retaliates on some of these strikes, that Bahrain and Kuwait have been targeted before in the last couple of weeks or during this period of ceasefire. Jordan, however, has not been a target of Iranian strikes since much closer to the beginning of this conflict. How much concern will there be in the region because of the location of these strikes?
Well, it isn't just that Iran is expanding its scope of operations now in this latest ceasefire to include Jordan. It's also what they say they are targeting. The U.S. space they said they hit included a number of targets, including hangars for the F-35 attack aircraft. So they're specifying what they are going after, and that would reflect potentially an expansion.
And just so everybody is clear on this, you're not having a stroke. Well, hopefully you're not. This is it sounds similar, but this is new news. More of very similar back and forth strikes at a level that once again to me feels a lot like early days of all this. Not fun. Not fun. I think that's good enough to get a vibe of the most latest news. Boy, oh boy, what a busy day. That was just like 24 hours of news. I tried to keep it very compacted because of the fact that today was election day, primary day. Wanted to keep pretty focused on that. But holy shit. All right, now we're not done. I know sometimes we might be done at this point. But bonus galactic content here. Let's go to North Korea for the visit that we talked about earlier this week, that being Xi Jinping, president of China, who came to North Korea. He was Kim Jong-un. But before we do that, during the same 24-hour period, Taiwan was holding beach drills, simulating a Chinese amphibious invasion.
China!
Whoopsies. Don't do that. Don't do that. Very silly. Always remember there's no respawns in real life. I just need everybody to get that through their heads. It's an important piece of information. I think comes in handy in IRL type situations. People are getting crazy out here. If I had to say, I feel like tensions have hit a fever pitch since starting the stream, and they've been pretty high over the last 2.5 years, right? We've been going since February of 2024. It's now June 2026. Maybe this is just a sense of my own.
Why is North Korea going even more?
Somehow completely off base, but as a guy who's made his job into talking about current events and wars and conflicts and all sorts of other shit like that, it feels like we're peak stupid right now.
This is ridiculous!
Okay. Let's go here. BBC News from yesterday on this Xi Jinping, Kim Jong-un, China, North Korea meeting.
I have to have my China.
Why is North Korea going even more nuclear?
The country's leader, Kim Jong-un, has announced an exponential expansion of North Korea's nuclear arsenal, just as China's Xi Jinping arrives in Pyongyang.
Now, while Washington has been focused on the possibility that Iran could get the bomb, has the world been paying too little attention to a country that already has nuclear weapons? From the BBC, I'm Asma Khalid.
And I'm Tristan Redman, and welcome to The Global Story, our show about where the world and America meet.
I'm Celia Hatton. I'm a long-time China, Asia foreign correspondent turned on-air analyst for the BBC, speaking about Asia. But I also host the Newsroom program and the Global News podcast, which is the sister podcast to the Global Story.
So great to have you back on the show again. North Korea has not always been painted in the most serious of lights in the West over the last few decades. What do you make as a Korea watcher of the way in which North Korea is portrayed?
It's interesting, Tristan, because I started covering North Korea when I first moved to China back in 2001. You had to, because a lot of the organizations who worked in North Korea were actually based in Beijing at the time. And so they would hold their press conferences in Beijing. It wasn't that unusual also to maybe go to the North Korean border to interview people who had just crossed across the border between China and North Korea at the time. It was quite porous. And so, and again, North Korea was also, as you said, in pop culture, in Western pop culture. Kim Jong-un's father, Kim Jong-il, was the man who was kind of portrayed in that spoof comedy, Team America. I think it's Team America World Police.
That's the one.
Yes. To be honest, I don't think it was made because a big part of the Kim Jong-il character, he's portrayed as the supervillain in this film.
Daddies are more
He's
stronger
not
than
really
mommies.
that threatening. He's a bit silly. He's a bit eccentric. And a lot of the other reporting around that time was also obsessed with his eccentricities. So this is a man who was known to be a film buff. He actually apparently watched Team America and was so enraged by it. He tried to get it banned in a lot of parts of the world. Yeah, that's thought to be. He's also, at the time, it was well reported he had the world's largest collection of Daffy Duck memorabilia. Apparently he's a Daffy Duck obsessive. Yeah.
Are you taking us for a ride on this one?
No,
How
I'm
did this happen?
really not. I'm really not. You can look it up yourself.
That is
It's crazy. North Koreans are people too. I love how the BBC talks about them like they are they are aliens. It's like, oh my god, North Korea. That is fascinating. He likes Daffy Duck. It's like, yeah. Okay. Let's go to the actual news rather than these freaking BBC roundtables. These ones annoy me almost as much as Abby Phillips on CNN. Xi Jinping arriving, having a cordial handshake with Kim Jong-un, escorted by a massive caravan of police, seen with his wife, shaking hands again, still very cordially. Throngs of people, balloons, and fanfare, flags, chanting, marching. A lot of marching. And a little bit of clapping and waving. Fancy gardens. More handshakes. Yes, it was a very serious get-together here. Now, even with all of the frivolity of the affairs, there was, of course, still an important geopolitical point to this meeting. An attempt by China to shore up its relationships amidst this rather tense geopolitical moment with one of its big suppliers of a number of different things. I'm actually forgetting what it is that North Korea, I think there's like a couple of different industries that North Korea has kind of taken over for China to supply them with like low cost, is it chips? Like really low cost, like targeting chips or something. I can't remember. There's like a few different things. I just cannot think of it right now. My brain just fucking broke. Coal? Whew. This is what happens when I go this long. Happens a lot, actually. The big dummy. That's probably the main issue. I don't know anything about anything. Why do you even listen to me? Just some guy. Just some guy fascinated with learning and facts and news stuff.
Now, an expansion of cooperation in politics, the economy and culture. That agreed between the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un and China's Xi Jinping as the two agreed to open a new chapter in ties. The two saying they'll strive for closer strategic communication through visits to each other's countries by high-level officials. Among the more controversial issues, Kim telling Xi he will fully support the One China principle. Now, that Beijing views as meaning that both sides, for example, of the Taiwan Strait, belong to one country. Well, let's hear a little bit about what the two leaders had to say.
I am very pleased to visit the beautiful city of Pyongyang once again after 7 years. I feel especially warm and familiar. I am ready to work with you, General Secretary, to take this visit as an opportunity to strengthen top-level planning and strategic guidance for China-DPRK relations in a new era.
We believe that this visit once again clearly demonstrates that the DPRK and China have always stood on the right side of history, the side of autonomy and justice. It also shows to the world that no matter how the international situation may evolve, the time-tested DPRK-China relations remain unbreakable.
Well, that visit coming as the geopolitical landscape continues to shift, both regionally and globally. Going to talk about the latest then with our international affairs commentator, Doug Herbert, with me here on set. Doug, this trip is wrapping up. I mean, what was the point? What are your main takeaways?
Yeah, well, look, there's this old Chinese phrase, an expression that is as close as lips and teeth, right? Very, very graphic there. And it's been used very often to describe the relationship between China and what has traditionally been sort of its junior partner in their strategic ties and their alliance. And publicly, at least, watching the images from this visit and the grand pomp and ceremony and the Chinese kids waving balloons and hopping on Pyongyang's largest square to greet Xi Jinping publicly.
I think I've said that in the past, but I forgot about that. But it's labor, it's fish, and it's mining. Not so much coal. Oh, it is coal. Actually, it is coal. I said coal a second ago, didn't I? Okay, so it is coal. Iron, copper. Sort of lower economic output type stuff. Yeah. Sort of like natural resources and or human labor seem to be the main things China depends on North Korea for, economically speaking.
As close in lips and teeth is the image you get from this visit. But, you scratch the surface and there's a lot more going on, right? As you said at the top, this is a rare visit. Rare meaning the last time that Xi Jinping, he doesn't travel abroad that often, and this is his first foreign trip this year. Last time was to North Korea was 2019 in a very different era. And even as they are sort of proclaiming greater strategic ties and unity, that's all true. Sort of both sides wanting to reaffirm those ties that they have traditionally shared at a time where, as you said, we have a lot of diplomatic strains, a lot of...
There you have it. Big display put on by North Korea as China's Xi Jinping visits the country, trying to shore up ties between the two nations. All right, well, one last clip. Reuters. 20 hours ago. Great job to all of you for making it this far.
배경으로 기념 촬영을 하셨습니다. 괴담에는 우리 측에서 정책연구실 주임 당박유 동지
I just feel that relations between China and North Korea are definitely strong because there are so many historical ties and stories between the two countries. And we have always been on the same path. So in my heart, I feel like we've always been together. Personally, I think the relationship will only get better.
I hope the two countries can continue to get along in a friendly way.
I think there's something about the sort of like propaganda music, like these like big like orchestral sort of things. I don't know. It's like it's like something about it is just so fun. I don't know how else to put it. It feels like almost like video game-esque. Like some of it kind of reminds me of like Mario 64 type shit. Oh, God. I'm hot as fuck right now. Well, I guess that's it for tonight, everybody. No huge updates on the elections. I have been trying to keep my eye on it. I think you know about as much as I do on that. Well, we got through the stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully, we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Gothdogs, Aaron W, Schmegly, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Kelly Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Owen Noep, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Winland, Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Urban Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslight Docracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Honda 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, XL, Woody and Robin, Young Chris, Ekios, Emily S, and Hecate. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.